Hello everyone, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we are here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. This is the big one, the Brig 24, the one everyone's been waiting for, the season finale, and it's where everything gets decided. 24 hours of pure racing about to get underway here at Virtual Le Mans here at SimRacing.club for the Virtual Endurance Championship Season 9 finale. I'm Joshua Anderson, and for some part of the 24 hours I'm going to be here, but, well, got a bit of a mad one beside my side today, because aiming to do the full 24 hours is Neil Heatley. Neil, I don't know what's possessed you to do this, but is your body ready?
That's a good question. I don't know what possessed me to do this, and the answer is most likely no. But we have a fantastic race coming up for you. Qualifying was done over 2 sessions on Wednesday and Thursday earlier this week, a day session, then a night session. That set the grid for today once penalties have been applied. So I think it might be a good idea to go and have a look at what the grid's going to be like for today's race.
I think that's a superb idea, Neil, and we'll start with the prototype ones being at the front and all, and after penalties from qualifying have been applied, it is going to be, in a maybe not surprising move, the number 3 Doug Henson racing car on pole position. That is a great entry with Stephen Bailey in it, of course. Very strong car, and for them to get pole is going to give them a huge confidence boost, aided by the fact their sister entry is directly behind him. It is a Doug Henson Racing 1-2 at Le Mans. The 3, then the 2, within 3/10 total time of each other. Neil, that's got to make them feel good.
Indeed, that's an absolutely fantastic start for the DHR team. That's exactly what they would have wanted, a 1-2. Of course, that 2 car, who's currently starting second, is in the hunt for the championship. Needs a little bit of luck on their side, but they're certainly still in with a shout. Perhaps we might see team orders from the very get-go today.
Well, there's a lot of teams in the championship hunt. 4 LMP1 teams in LMP1 alone, of course, and, well, their rivals are a bit further back. 3rd place on the grid will be SimHQ Motorsports in the number 19 entry, and then another one of our title contenders, Vodbull Motorsport, in the 14 car, will start 4th. So, 2nd and 4th are our title contenders. Then in 5th place, Monaco ACR in the number 7, and then another one of our title contenders, so it seems to be even number, puts him in contention, Velis Simsport in the 21, and they are, I believe, the championship leaders at the moment. So, Velis, you know, from 6th, can still do this.
Velis are second in the championship at the moment. It is GNS Endurance that are 7th. The first of those 2 Nissan GTR LMs. And 8th, going with even numbers, it is Team Virus in the number 4 Porsche 919. They're in 8th place and are championship leaders. They're going to need a little bit. Of good skill today in order to be able to climb up to those first couple of positions.
Velis Virus, what's the difference? Magenta WRT will find themselves in 9th place to start in the Prototype 1 field, and rounding out the Prototype 1 field is Scuderia GT Italia in the number 5 entry, and neither of those teams in championship contention, just hopefully probably going to be able to do as well as they can in Le Mans. As far as Prototype 2s are concerned, from one GT Italia entry to the other, because the Prototype 2 entry will start the field in 1st place in their class. The 40 car is in the pole for the LMP2s, and, well, LMP2 deal is going to be so good. It's going to be so interesting. Because there's only one way to put this. Every single team, with the exception of one, is still in contention for the title.
You know, there's only 8 cars for the championship. You know, it's really not that many when you think about it. But indeed, Scuderia GT Italia, the number 40 car, is on pole for that P2 class. They're tied 2nd in the championship, so fantastic start for them. 2nd place is the number 50 undercover sim racing car, who was piloted by Anthony Jans during the qualifying sessions, managed to get their best time. And 3rd place is the number 33 Velis Simsport car. That number 33 will need a little bit of a miracle to take the championship in 24 hours time.
Yeah, the number 50 car and will definitely need something, and of course Velis Simsport behind. Interesting to see how they're going to do in the 33. Then Flatline Racing in the 31 are 4th. Atlantic Motorsport, our championship leaders in the 32 entry, are in 5th place. And they will hope to get a good enough result here at Le Mans to secure the title. And Seawolf Net Race Motorsport Europe in 6th place in the 46 as well, being a very strong team this season.
as this is just our voice check happening at the moment.
Yep, Jimmy Anderson just making sure everyone can hear him. So yes, while that goes on, we're gonna continue going through looking who's where. MVD Racing Team is actually the only team, aside from our special VLMS entry in P2, that's not in contention for the title in 7th place in the 47. Not really been their season, but they'll hope to do well at Le Mans. 38 is the champion racing car in 8th place in their class, and well, they'll need a bit of a miracle as well, but you know, it could still happen. It's Le Mans. Then our two final entries in P2, the 139 Fanatic Drag Racing car invited up from the Virtual Le Mans Series in 9th, and Magenta WRT rounding out the field in 10th, and Magenta again another team who can win it, but are going to need something a bit special.
Yeah, we're going to need something a bit special, but indeed the 139 car, one of our 4 VLMS invited cars here. He's the only one in P2, but indeed possibly here to show what the VLMS entries can do, because of course it is our feeder series to the VEC here, so just need to see what Fanatec Drag Racing can do.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how they fare in 24 hours of racing. They had they were part of the 12 hours of Le Mans. Obviously issues occurred with that, but still, they are going to be here and racing at Le Mans in the 24, and we'll hopefully see them do quite well. Now, GTs, and Neil Heatley, you've been looking with these for some quite interesting statistics going on with the GTs at the moment. So, do you want to walk us through the championship for those?
Indeed, on pole position is the number 94 Vela SimSport car, our current championship leaders. What better place to start Le Mans to start your championship attempt on pole? In second place, possibly one of the surprises, is the number 169 Witchwood car. Our first of the 3 VLMS GT entries. A fantastic showing there for the Witchwood team. In third is the other Vela SimSport, the number 89 car. They aren't in contention though, so perhaps the 89 car might be a little bit of a rear gunner for the 94 today. We just have to wait and see. In fourth place is number 54 Atlantic Motorsport car, and in fifth place is the current second place championship contenders is the Dark Racing car.
Yeah, Dark Racing, you know, second in the championship, 5th place and 6th place, that sort of area is not really that bad for them. They're going to be quite happy with that, and obviously being a 24-hour race, anything can happen. No Limit Motorsport behind in the 88 car will also be happy with their starting position as well, you know, so this sort of area in the GTs, you know, it's alright, you know, qualifying here, but in the 24-hour race, anything can happen, so we'll have to see how they go. Caspian Motorsport with a strong showing as well, the 175 car brought up from VLMS, BMW Z4, qualifying behind these cars. They will start 7th in Atlantic Motorsport in 8th place in the number 72 GT as well. And they have a lot of cars in this series, but not all of them are challenging for the titles.
Indeed, there are only 6 in contention for the championship here in GT, and after the number 72 Atlantic Motorsport car is the 71 Talking Door Racing car. Then rounding out the top 10. I'm just doing a quick. Indeed, rounding up the top 10 is our final VLMS entry, the RSA Protea SimSports car from South Africa. Very striking, that car. You can always tell it because it's got the massive South African flag across the roof. Just outside the top 10 though is our third of our championship contenders, the number 91 Scuderia GT Italia car. They're going to need a little bit of luck today in order to climb that as many places as they need, because they really need to win in order to have a chance at the championship. After them is number 75 PRL Logitech car. Then the one with the most outside chance in the GTs today is the number 53 Flatline Racing car.
Yeah, Flatline Racing, really the rank outsiders in GT at the moment, because, you know, they're going to need quite a set of scenarios to do this. I might as well run you through them. Flatline, to win the championship, need to win in GT. Scuderia GT Italia can't be 4th or higher. Sim Racing for Holland can't be 5th or higher. Dark Racing can't be 6th or higher. And Vela SimSport can't be 12th or higher. So they'll need a lot of things to go their way. But if it does, then it would probably be a fantastic championship win for them. Although right behind them is Satellite Racing in the 64 car. Then the SRVN number 66 Ferrari. Then the Sim Racing for Holland 52 Corvette. One of the title contenders, as I mentioned. 3 Wide Motorsport in the 77 behind. And 5 minutes until we advance to warm up, says Jimmy Allison. But yeah, Sim Racing Holland in the 52 behind. Then the 3 wide 77, Rare Endurance 76, Texas Squadra Corsa 68, and CMHQ 95 rounding out the field in this start. And it's going to be a very interesting start because the weather forecast. Ooh, the weather forecast. Light rain forecast for about the next 6 hours before we go to overcast, and it should be dry from there. But even the threat of rain, Neil, could throw things up.
Indeed, rain is always the great equaliser, and indeed it is. We've seen it many times here in the VEC. We saw it last time out at Interlagos, just what the rain can do. Going up towards the P1s, we know the Audi and the Porsche are quite nice in the wet, but the Nissan GT-R LMs really suffer in the wet because they've got that front-wheel drive orientated car. 70-30 the torque split, 70% of the power goes to the front wheels, and they tend to struggle in the wet.
Yeah, you know, struggle in the wet, and well, the rain could really make us an interesting Le Mans. I mean, people wish it would stay dry, but rain makes it more entertaining. Rain creates... We always call it the great equaliser, Neil, and for good reason.
Indeed, it really kind of shows who's got slightly more talent, if I could even say that. But even then, it kind of shows the wet setups. A lot of these setups, they can be variable between wet and dry. They just crank up the wing for the wet. We've just got to see what happens. It's currently not raining. It may not even rain. We just have to see what happens over the next few hours.
Yeah, it is a big if it does rain. It's only the threat there. It's not confirmed, so it might not rain. This might all be for nothing, but yeah. Could be a very interesting race, and, well, there are a couple of penalties to deal with, and, well, we're going to go through those now. There's only actually one LMP1 penalty, and funny enough, it is the number 2 DHR car. It's got to stop and hold 60 for avoidable contact from Interlagos. Now, that makes their second place all the more important, doesn't it?
Indeed, and we might see a little bit of an alternate strategy here from the number 2 DHR car, because you have to take that penalty, get it assessed in the first couple of laps or so, then you've got 5 laps to complete it, which means, you know, it could be like 7 laps before they need to come in, which is a lot of time round Le Mans. But we just to see what they do, there might be a little bit of an alternate strategy in store for the number 2 car.
Could be, yes. Most of the penalties, I believe, are in the LMP2 field, so we'll go through those now. There's actually 2 penalties for the number 32 entry, and the number 32 entry, of course, is the Atlantic car, our championship leaders. So, big problems for them. They have a stop and hold 60 and a drive-through to serve, and that's not going to help their case any. The number 33 car, the Velas Sim Sports, has a stop and hold 60 to serve, as does the number 38 champion racing car. So, penalties for quite a few of the LMP2s, 2 penalties for the Atlantic cars, not going to help them.
Indeed, the Atlantic car, it's been hit a little bit, hit a little bit hard by those penalties, but of course, it is a 24-hour race. There's a lot of time to make that up. Yeah,
longest race of the season, and, well, really is so much time to make it up. Only 1 GT penalty, and that's the number 91 car, which is, of course, the Scuderia GT Italia entry. And
one of the championship contenders as well.
One of the contenders, which isn't going to help them. It's a stop and hold 60, but it's not the biggest penalty in the world, and there's 24 hours to make it up, so might not be the end of the world for them.
Just looking back through, the Atlantic Motorsport only has a drive-through. The stop hold 60 was actually assessed live during Interlagos, so it is just the drive-through for the 32 car.
So, we're about to move into warm-up here, and that means there will only be a few minutes to go until the 24 hours of Le Mans. Obviously, it's great having you all watching. Get your friends involved. Share the link. Tell them that they're missing a miracle if they're not watching this, because this is going to be a fantastic race. And please keep your comments rolling in as well. We love to see what the viewers are thinking of the racing. I see we have already a lot of people here, so it's good to see that. Get more involved, you know. Get your friends involved. If your friends have never watched sim racing, your family have never watched sim racing, this is a great race to get them watching it. Show them what endurance racing is about. You know, this is really the one they want to be watching, Neil.
Indeed, 24 hours. And it is said that Le Mans now is a sprint race. And that's even true here. This will just be a 24-hour sprint race.
I don't imagine for a minute that there won't be battles between cars, whether they're on different laps, different classes, or just battling the track itself. It's just all going to be fantastic, this one, and well, I'm absolutely pumped for this. I cannot remember the last time I was so excited for an endurance race. I mean, maybe last year's Le Mans did this to us, but oh, this one's looking even spicier.
Indeed, it is. It should be a whole load of fun. As we say that, we're just going across to our warm-up now.
And of course, Jimmy Ellison there mentioning the track is closed during warm-up. The drivers will be given their briefing, of course. And of course, as is the standard fare in VEC now, if there's ever any code 80s, you'll be the first to hear about them, because our race director will announce that. Just adds a little bit extra immersion, really, because, you know, we know what Jimmy Ellison's saying.
Indeed, we do know what he's saying. You know, it's a bit like Eduardo Freitas from the Real World WC. We can hear, you know, some of the we can hear like the penalties and the code 80s being called. So it's just a little bit more immersion.
Yep, so Jimmy Ellison there, you know, just giving the drivers fair warning.
There we go. That's our race director Jimmy Allison just laying down the rules there.
Yep. You know, it's obviously important the drivers know the rules, but yes, everyone will have reviewed them before the race, and of course, you know, change any necessary settings, as he mentioned, you know, to be correct, because it's very interesting to see that. Oh, apparently... Yeah. I'm just saying, actually, Craig Wallard in the comments is saying we can't hear Jimmy the broadcast. Don't know whether he's toying with her or not, but I don't think he is.
There we go. We could just talk over him then, you know.
We were wrong. We were wrong all along. We can't.
Indeed.
I thought we could. I think we have in the past, but it's an easy mistake in Omega. But yes, warm-up happening here in the Virtual Endurance Championship, getting ready for 24 hours of great racing, and well, oof. What do you think's going to be going through these drivers' heads? It's a 24-hour race, Neil. What do you think they'll be doing to prepare?
Well, races like this certainly can't be won at the first corner, but they most certainly can be lost. We saw that in the VLMS race, the 12-hour race 2 weeks ago. There was contact under the braking zone for the Dunlop chicane. So just try and not damage the car that early in the race. It's a very long race. If you do have a little bit of a spin, there's still plenty of time to make it up. So just relax about it.
The hardest bit of a 24-hour race can sometimes be the start. I mean, I took part in the 12 Hours of Bathurst. I raced in that, and it was the absolute most nervous thing starting the car I'd ever done, and it was a disaster for me. But, you know, these drivers just got to stay nice and calm. You know, stay nice and calm, perhaps unlike me, but keep nice and calm, keep the cool, keep composed, and just get the car started, get it through the first half hour.
Indeed, and of course, the beginning part of the race is possibly the most hectic part of the race. It's the part where you have lots of cars very close to you, especially in that middle of that GT field, roughly where that sim racing for Holland car is. Third place in the championship at the moment is going to be absolutely vital for them to have a clean first few laps.
Yeah, first few laps, you know, going to be crucial today, and of course, we're watching the YouTube chat, but of course you can get involved on Twitter as well. We have a hashtag going on today, hashtag VECLM24. Send all your tweets and that regarding that, and we will keep an eye on that during the broadcast as well. getting all social media for the 24, and, well, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what our Twitter followers say about the race.
Indeed, just sort of like the five minutes to go or so. So, Josh, even though it is 24 hours, who's your pick to win?
Oh, Neil. Why do you ask me this? It's a 24-hour race. How am I going to be able to call the winner and get it correctly? You will have to give me something seriously good if I get this right. But let's have a think. Based entirely, and this is based entirely on the consistency of the drivers in this team's lineup and how good they are. I think, I just have a funny feeling that the winners of this race are going to be the number 3 DHR car. I can't help but shake the feel that the lineup of Stephen Bailey, Adam Hodgkinson and James Wilson is going to win them this race. I mean, I might be completely wrong. It's a 24-hour race, but going off consistency, I feel like that might be the car.
That is a properly solid lineup in that number 3 car. Stephen Bailey, of course, is more than fast enough to put himself in the 2 car, but I think he didn't want to. I don't think he trusted himself with the responsibility of being in that championship contender car. But I think I'm going to go for their sister car, the number 2 car. That's an extraordinarily fast car. We've seen him practice with Nikodem Vizhnevsky, the call-up from the number 1 Feeder Arachner simulator car. He was extraordinarily fast in qualifying. I think that number 2 car has a shine.
Well, DHR Bias returns to the commentary booth once again. Wonderful. But yes, yeah, there you go. Those are our picks for the race. And of course, it could turn out that absolutely anybody wins this. But, you know, that is the beautiful thing about Le Mans. We could be totally wrong here, and an LMP2 could win it for all we know.
This P2 class, it's unbelievably close. It was very close to qualification. And
yeah,
indeed, it's very close in terms of the championship situation. But who is going to win? That is an extremely good question. I'm going to say it's possibly going to be the pole-sitting 40 car. I'm going to go for Scuderia GT Italia P2.
That is not a bad shout. That is not a bad shout at all. I mean, they are a good, solid team, and if things go their way, they can win. I personally can't really find this easy to pick. Again, it's the same. It's such a competitive field, but it's like tossing a coin. It's that close. But honestly, if I had to pick, if you forced us into it, I would probably, and this is again based on consistency, I would probably go for Champion Racing. I think that, you know, they've finished every single race so far this season with more than 10 points. But then again, you look at Flatline Racing, they've done the same. So, it's so difficult, but I'm going to go Champion. I am going to go for Champion. I'm going to say Champion are going to become champions. So,
very interesting. Of course, that Champion car, the number 38, does need a little bit of luck on their side. They need to win, and Atlantic need to finish 5th or lower in this 9-car field. Just have to see if they're going to do it. But then onto the GT class, the massive 20-car GT field, and I think there's going to be a little bit of an upset. I don't think a VEC regular is going to win. I'm going to go for one of the VLMS cars. I'm going to go for the Caspian Motorsport 175 BMW Z4.
You bold man, you. That is a bold claim. They're a good team, don't get me wrong. But that is, I think it's a good shout. I think it's a great shout. And you know what? I'm going to follow suit. I'm going to say, winners of this race, 169 Witchwood car. I think these VLMS teams in GT are really sticking it at the top guys. And I think, you know, if things go their way, Witchwood could do this, because qualifying's been great for them.
Indeed, 2nd place on the grid. Just perhaps showing some of these VEC teams how it's done.
Yes, it is. And, well, they'll be very, very hopeful for this race. And going forward, as I'm sure all the teams will be. And everybody getting ready to go here in a minute's time for the big 24 hours of Le Mans. I cannot contain myself, Neil Heatley. It's that exciting. This whole 24 hours, I can't believe it's been a year since I commentated on the last one, but yeah. Who do you think's going to win? Let us know in the comments, of course. Keep your comments and tweets rolling in. We got Xavier Blackburn Campbell saying Jimmy Broadbent for the race win, while GNS Endurance starting reasonably far down the P1 order in about 6th or 7th place. It'll have some work to do, but it's entirely possible they could win as well. Daniela Brambilla says don't count GNS out. Very popular team, of course. James Wilson saying he loves the DHR bias. I do not blame you. And yeah, this is going to be an absolutely great race. Werner Henup says, good luck RSA Protea in the GT field. Bowman Steiger says, RGPL Endurance Team for champions. Well, again, you know, I don't think RGPL are in this. Maybe he's talking about Room 2 because they race in Room 2. But yes, they will be talking about Room 2 for sure. But yeah, anyone could win this as we proceed into the race scenario. 1,440 minutes of racing going to get underway between Tetra Rouge and the first chicane on the back straight. And oh, it's getting real.
Indeed, we have 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, 86,400 seconds of wonderful action ahead of us. It's Judgment Day for all these teams. Who's going to walk away in 24 hours time with the gold? Who's going to be stepping through the gates of glory? We just need to see and find out as we're just about to get underway.
Yes. Who will reign supreme in the grandest race of them all? Le Grand 24, as the French call it, the Big 24, and Stephen Bailey in that number 3 car, leading away at the field. It is a DHR front row lockout. Blue, white, and red all the way here at Le Mans. And the cloud forms over the French circuit de la Sarthe. This is going to be something quite special indeed.
Indeed, but we've just got a little bit of a warm-up lap. Of course, we'd normally have 3 minutes added to the race time to allow for this little bit of formation. But here in rFactor 2, the hard limit is 24 hours, so it's going to be more like 23 hours and 58 minutes of racing, but that couple of minutes shouldn't matter too much at the end. He says it creates all the difference.
For all we know, which is the first bit of the race has been done on the code 80. As you'll see, there is a split between the field. They're all going separately. Then there's a nice split between them. All 40 cars. And, well, Stephen Bailey coming around into Tetra Rouge now. At some point between then and the first chicane, we will get the green flag. It's very going to be soon, Neil. Can you feel the tension? It's happening.
Indeed, the drivers will be extremely nervous as well, just waiting for that green flag call from Jimmy Allison. Ho ho, here we go. 24 hours of action ahead of us.
We just wait for Stephen Bailey as he comes down the straight. We'll be waiting for the call from Jimmy Allison. The cars will accelerate to their potentials. We will see racing go ahead. I'm sure it's going to be a frantic start. I won't be able to get a breath in, and I am just going to be so happy to be commentating on this again. But yes, we wait now for the cars to be given the command by Jimmy Allison, race director, and the season 9 finale to begin as Stephen Bailey continues his run down the phenomenal back straight. So long, of course, but question is when he's going to get it. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The 24 Hours of Le Mans is underway. The green flag has been given. It's a good start from Bailey. Wisniewski, Johnson behind. Manasakis as well. Barkley, Taylor. Look at how many cars. Right? Oh, problems for Taylor. That's gone wrong for the virus car already. We got Barkley around. We got Taylor lost his front bumper, and John Davies in the undercover cars had a spin as well. There is havoc on the back straight of Le Mans, but cars dealing with it. And we've got a code 80 within 30 seconds of starting.
The GT field has just been absolutely annihilated. Oh my goodness, we've got to see what GT cars have got damage. I saw the number 94 Velas, our current championship leaders, has got damage. I think the number 72 Atlantic Motorsport car has damage. I think number 68 Texas Scorcher Corsa car has damage. Salva Sardina in the 91, another one of the championship contenders, has got a lot of damage. He's missing a rear wing and he's missing a bonnet. Absolute carnage here in the first lap before we even get to the chicane.
Whew. Well, that's interesting, but if you're going to start a race, Start it with interest. James Johnson in the Vodbull car is up in a second place. Nick and Wisniewski's only dropped one place. Jimmy Broadbent's up to fourth. That is a great start from the JNS car, putting themselves right up there. And well, Dallas Sport, I think, oh dear, I think we got, the magenta cars got damaged. The number 24, Adam Taylor's got no front bumper, and then we got cars left, right, and centre with damage. For the 48's got damaged. Luckily, the 139's escaped damage. As I think the 94 Velas car, I think the championship, is that the championship leading entry?
They've got damage, yep, they have.
They've got damage as well. The 46 car's front end, the Seawolf car's front end's been decimated. Absolute damage going on there. We have damage as well to, I believe, the one Echo car, the 7's got damage. And then, oh, dearie me, the 72 Atlantic car's got no front right wheel. Felix Antoine Fortin at the head of that. Paul Schumann has taken damage as well in the number 38 car. And Salvo Sardina in the GT Italia, I believe, is out already.
I'm just looking back to see what started all of this, at least trying to, I do believe it has started. Oh, I think that whole melee was started. There were 3 wide coming down towards the first chicane. Jimmy Broadbent on the left in the 22 car, Nico Barkley in the middle, and then the Velas 21 on the right hand side with Yuri Kazdorp at the wheel. And I think Broadbent just moves across. Onto Barkley. Barkley goes out of control, has to try and save it, and applies a little bit of brake, and then the Virus has absolutely nowhere to go. Then the Virus darts to the right hand side into the barriers, and then the one Apple car bounces off of Taylor and into the magenta number 24 car on the left hand side. So I do believe that that whole melee was started by Jimmy Broadbent cutting across the front of Nico Barkley.
And the GT Italico, we mentioned Salvo Sardina, actually 4th place in GT, so that is pretty important for them. But yeah, I'm just watching the replay back. Yeah, I just like from where I'm looking, Broadbent comes off the outside of Barkley, tries to go through, then he comes back over. Yeah, he comes back over, and was he turning at the time? I'm just trying to see this actually. Does he come over? Oh, I think he just wanders over slightly into Barkley. So easy to do. You know, you can't really blame him for that. You know, it's just a slight, tiny touch, but that puts Barkley into a frenzied spin, and then he spins it, knocks into Taylor, and then from there on it's a domino effect because Taylor's been hit, and Barkley behind. There's cars left, right, and centre hitting each other. Then Barkley has to rejoin, gets hit by the undercover car, and then the Seawolf car hits Barkley as well. So it's just a domino stack effect after that. But such an easy slip, so easy to do. Broadbent seems to have gotten away without damage, but it was just the smallest of hits, really, wasn't it? It was so tiny.
Indeed, but like I say, I do believe that was caused by the number 22 car. Oh dear, it did start with that, but we just have to see as it goes on what happens. I do believe that is a car already in the pit. Salvo Sardina is already out in the number 91 car, so that's Scuderia GT Italia's GT hopes over.
Yeah, that is them out, and well, both in the title running, they won't be happy about that. They actually took the win in their class at Sepang and then Sebring. So they were in a real run of form, probable championship contenders, and they're out on the first opening minute of the race. That is a shame. And I'm actually just seeing, we see Adam Taylor in 8th place there in the Team Virus car. Nikki Jakovic waiting in the driver's area. So they must be thinking, with the damage taken, they're going to get Nikki in that car straight away.
Indeed, they must be. If it's going to take that long to repair the damage, they might as well just replace the driver as well. It's going to be essentially a free driver swap with the damage they have to repair.
And we know how hard a charger Nikki Jakovic is. Always gives 110%. Probably just the man they need to get Virus back on the order, especially considering how high they are in the title. They are leading this, and it's gone disastrously wrong already. This might be what they need to get themselves back in the order. Nicky Jakovic behind the wheel of that Porsche 919. Maybe this is not over for Team Virus, but it's not the start they wanted.
It's certainly not the start they wanted. You are absolutely correct. It's just gone horrifically wrong from the get-go for that Virus car. In the lead, of course, they need to finish second or above to guarantee the championship. If they finish third or below, they're at the mercy of other teams. So Virus with a little bit of damage at the beginning, but you still got just under 24 hours to go.
Yeah, so easy to do, and well, 24 hours is still a long race. Do not let this, by any means of the imagination, do not let this, you know, think that this is over Team Virus. This is absolutely on it. You know, this is still, so much could still happen. This is not over. This is not over. Right. So, cars coming into the pits now, and it's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, no, continue going up. I'm just looking at my window at the moment, it's fine. But it's currently snowing here in Glasgow in the middle of June. Wow, extraordinary. But anyway, not quite as extraordinary as the beginning of this race though. There is still 23 hours and 50 minutes to go. There's still a lot of time left, and this time can easily be brought back if any of the other cars have an instant.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see how this goes, but yeah. Adam Taylor in, Alexander Van der Weyden are in the cars that have got damage starting to pit now. Penalties have been applied to Wisniewski, Schumann, Palapikos and McDonald, the drivers of the cars who we said had the penalties. And we're coming back to green in 20 seconds, says Jimmy Allison, slightly longer count, and just telling the drivers to, you know, get back into it. So, trying to G them up, keep them positive. 10 seconds till the resume of the race. We're going to go racing once again at Le Mans. Yeah, green flag racing, here we go. Back to green. Stephen Bailey gets another good start. James Johnson gets another good start. As is Wisniewski. Broadbent gets a good start. Manasakis, though, straight past Broadbent, who I think is letting everyone by. He's very slow for some reason. I think he's waiting or doing something. He was quite slow off the start there. He's gone back to 6th. I don't know what that's about. But Kastorp, Manasakis, Wisniewski, though, chasing Johnson for 2nd.
Indeed, Wisniewski chasing Johnson for 2nd. We know how fast Wisniewski can be. Looking back in the GT class, though, it's Eunice Ravio, number 89 car, is in the lead. The Velis Simsport car. And 2nd is Fabio Cagnoli in the number 169 Witchwood. And 3rd is Ware in the Porsche 911 number 54 Atlantic Motorsport car.
Yep, this is a great chase on between everyone involved at the moment. It seems like a lot better restart, and that's a good thing, Neil Heatley.
Indeed, a lot better of a restart. No massive incidents yet, as we have. That's Pinto going up the inside of Wire, the 84 and the 54 going side by side. Of course, the 84, the dark racing car, currently 2nd in the championship. They're just battling for 3rd at the moment for that final podium position, coming down the 2nd straight of the Honda side by side of Pinto appears to have the draft of Cagnoli in the 169 car. We just have to see, just easing ever slightly ahead, and that is a full car length. Almost they have, but Wire pulls back just slightly into the draft. Does he attempt to try and make a move into the 2nd chicane? Moving to the inside again, looking up the inside, just letting Pinto know that he's there, but no, that's Pinto in the dark racing car through into 3rd place.
Great move from Pinto. There's so many battles going on. DT, Hadlack, Byrne and Demikar, Ukic, Garasino, Toll and Maybach side by side. This is how hard they're pushing in the opening races, these GTs. There's so much prototype action going on in the front as well, but I want to look at this. This is great. This is fantastic stuff from the GTs. Absolutely superb racing. I mean, look at this. Bram Bierland on the back of Dennis Hadlack practically on his rear bumper going into Mulsanne. And the GTs just giving no quarter in this opening part of the race. Absolutely giving each other full strength coffee here. Gunning for each other like there's no tomorrow. This is absolutely great stuff.
Indeed, as the P1s come through the first flying lap through the Porsche curves, Bailey is still in the lead in that 3 car, followed by Johnson, followed by Wisniewski. So the Vodbull cars managed to finagle its way up into second place. Wisniewski, we know, is an absolutely supremely talented driver. We know how fast he is. Just have to see if he can get the better of that Porsche 919 in his Audi R18.
Yep, great stuff at the moment. And, well, Johnson, Wisniewski so close at the front of this. This three-way train is absolutely great at the moment. Bailey, Johnson, Wisniewski all giving each other strife at the moment. About a second separates all three of them. Stephen Bailey, of course, still leading this race after taking the start and leading that. Wisniewski, Johnson, 2 and 3 at the moment. Kazdorp, Broadbent, followed behind Radiali, McDonald, Philipakos, Capella. Your top 10 running order overall, but of course, those cars in different classes because Capella and Philipakos and McDonald all P2 drivers, and the chaotic start has actually managed to get themselves up the order.
Pardon me, indeed, yes, you can tell the difference between each of the classes. The LMP1 are red, the LMP2s are blue, and the LMGTs are green. So you can easily tell the differences between the classes on the timing totem. But indeed, this lead battle for LMP2 between McDonald and Philipakos. Philipakos appears to have gained a little bit of time in the last lap over McDonald.
I tell you who just gained some significant time. Nick Wisniewski, he's got Johnson on the... Oh, he's got Johnson going into the first chicane there with a little bit of a cut-off on the Ignis one there. Cut him off slightly, I believe. But he's gotten through one way, goes on the inside of the first chicane. Then he just pulls back in front of Johnson and then gets the place done. So resuming the 1-2 for Doug Henson Racing. 3, then 2. Johnson, obviously in the straight line, not really able to defend against the draft of Nick Wisniewski there. Gets straight through, nicely done. Yuri Kazov's going to go on George Manasakis as well. Look at the draft he's got in that Velas R18. And Jimmy Broadbent behind chasing down too.
Indeed, but now you've got to remember that Wisniewski in that 2 car has that stop hold 60 to serve. The question is, when is he going to do it? Is he going to do it as late as possible, or is he going to do it the next time by? We just have to see as they come down towards Mulsanne Corner.
We'll have to see when the stop goals are taken and who does what when. Manasakis and Kazdorp so close into Mulsanne. Oh, he's got the break in his Kazdorp, but then backs off a little bit. I thought he was going to go for it from a mile back, but he's not. Yuri Kazdorp, we know he's a brave driver, a very talented driver too, but he didn't go for that one. Jimmy Broadbent, though, in these fast sections in that Nismo is going to be in his element. It's very quick in a straight line. Not as quick as it was in other parts of this season, but still very quick. He's going to look down the inside of Kazdorp now, and he can't get through in the run down to win your lap. He's probably going to have another look. Kazdorp's going on Manasakis though. He's going to actually go for him into the corner before Indianapolis, then backs out again. I don't think he has the confidence to go for the overtake in this opening stages. I imagine he probably will as soon as he sees the opportunity, but Kazdorp at the moment just not able to get the move done, and Broadbent catching up as he does.
Indeed, a fantastic battle, and indeed, while we've been doing that, Nero Pinto's got past Cagnoli up into second placing car for the class, I should say rather, for the dark racing car. They seem to have a lot of pace fairly early on.
Yep, very early pace from a lot of cars in this field. I mean, I'm looking up and down the field, even still at the GTs, and there's battle still going on there. Whole Demicon, Balen, Bert, Hadlack, Vijay thing, all of that is happening as well. You know, we can't forget the GTs and all this fantastic action. They put up some fantastic racing, and he's opened a couple of laps. Lapping is occurring already. Stephen Bailey and Nikolai Wisniewski going past Nicholas Papadnik in the Seawolf car there, and James Johnson to follow. Kazdorp and Manasakis, though, back at the front, still chasing it through the 4 chicanes here. They are keeping very, very close in these opening stages of the race.
Indeed, this is a 3-way battle for fourth. They can through all of them under a blanket as Kazdorp has pace, but Broadbent in the GNS. That we know that Nissan GT-R LM has absolutely superior straight line pace. It does go a little bit worse in this first sector, for example, and through the Porsche curves. It does suffer a little bit, but it has supreme straight line pace, and that's where it gains all its time.
Yeah, a big advantage they have in the straights, you know, just because of the straight line speed. It's not as big as it was in earlier parts of this season, but it's still significant. Still the best car in a straight line. That cannot be argued. And as, Nicholas Papadnik here as traffic could actually provide a good way for Broadbent to get through. Kazdorp's going to get Manasakis before the chicane. I can see that happening. But how's Broadbent going to fare on the Mulsanne straight? He's drafting both of them. He can't go for both of them into the chicane, can he? He's sizing it up.
Oh, he's trying to...
No, he can't. He's backed out, he can't go for it, there's not enough space. He's just waiting for Kazdorp and Manasakis to battle it out. That's what he's doing. Smart thinking from Broadbent, doesn't want to get too involved in this, but Kazdorp through into 4th place.
He tried a little bit of the antis under there as Sam McDonald, number 33, has came into the pits. That's to serve at stop hold 60. So the leader of P2s have came into the pits. It's now Lazarus Philippakos in the 32 car is in the lead.
And now Broadbent goes through on Manasakis. Can't defend against the straight line speed advantage that he has. But Manasakis can tuck in behind and maybe get a bit of a boost, but it's not going to be enough. You'll have to try and get him to the next set of corners. But Broadbent into 5th position there is, as you say, cars coming in for the penalties and serving them now, getting them out of the way. 24 hours pretty much of this race still to go though. So it's not like they can't undo those penalties with sheer speed.
Indeed, and of course the stop hold 60 is only about, I'd say it's only about 70, 75 seconds here at Le Mans. It's only a third of a lap. It's so easy to lose a third of a lap through a silly mistake. So it's certainly not out of the question yet.
Anything can happen in a 24-hour race. We've seen it already at the start. But yes, Broadbent now in the run down to Indianapolis. Surely this time with it just been cards up, he's got to go for it. It's like he's a different class in the straight lines. Wisniewski has actually passed Bailey for the lead as well. I've just seen. And Bailey dropping down now. Maybe team orders going on there. I'll have to go check it out. But yeah, Bailey dropping behind the number 2 car that now leading the... in the championship challenge. Broadbent past Kazdorp 2 into Indianapolis. Great move by the GNS driver. But yeah, Wisniewski passed on Bailey, and I'll see when that was. Was it a straight move from... Oh yeah, I think Bailey lifted off before they got to Indianapolis. So may have voluntarily let him through there, but the number 2 car in the lead of the race now and on course for the title if all else goes their way.
And just having a look further down in the GT class, Dennis Hadlack in that PR Logitech number 75 has supreme straight line speed. He managed to pass Weyer in the Porsche before they even got halfway down the straight into the first chicane. So obviously that number 75 car is completely trimmed out for straight line speed. I say that as Weyer is in the slipstream over his rear wing, just going to see what he can do. Moves towards the inside. This is for 4th place in class, of course. Weyer in the Porsche 911, the only Porsche we've got here, looks towards the inside. Does he make a move into the chicane? No, he allows Hadlack priority.
Yeah, he does. And Dennis Hadlack, as a result of that, you know, gonna get himself... Hadlack's in a good place at the moment in that 15th place 75 car, and well, ET's still very close to each other at the moment. I mean, look at this, we've got a train, 17, 18, 19, all chasing each other. This is great stuff in the GTs. Broadbent through into 4th on Kazdorp, I've just noticed. He has gotten through again, so Broadbent gonna start making a charge for this now. But as it stands, Nikitin and Wisniewski in that DHR car, that number 2, if the race were to end now and 4 points were to be... If this was the result at the end of the 24 hours, DHR would win the championship. Velasim Sport needs to be ahead of Jimmy Broadbent. They need to be 4th to win the championship in this scenario.
Indeed, but of course there's still 23 hours, 38 minutes to go, so a lot can change. Van der Woude in the number 24 Magenta Warriors Racing Nissan is making his way through the GT class after having to pit for damage from that first lap incident, and indeed he's managed to get past them all in the run-up to Indianapolis. Yeah,
he has done, and well, actually just behind Van der Woude, and then there is an interesting battle brewing. It's for 5th in GTs. It's Cito Vijay versus Dennis Hadlack. And it will be Atlantic Motorsport versus PRL Logitech, Porsche versus Chevrolet. This is a beautiful battle brewing because it's, well, Vijay and Hadlack. This could be an interesting one as the Porsche comes into the run onto the Porsche curves. I want to see where this goes. I want to see if Cito can catch up to Dennis and if we can have a battle going on here.
Indeed, we could have a rather lovely battle going on here, but 18th, 19th, 20th overall. Under blankets, Tony Ukic goes for... He almost went for a move up the inside of Bert and the second part of the Porsche car. That would have been extraordinarily brave if he went for it, but I think it might have been slightly overdriving, which led him to go slightly out wide. But indeed, extremely close between the front drivers in this GT battle, but looking up towards the P2 field, only 4 cars have been unaffected by that first lap incident. We've only the 40 of Capella, the 31 of Bernard, the 139 of Roy Schroten, and the 32 of Philippakos have been unaffected. And I believe that is Philippakos coming in for the drive-through at the moment.
This is such a close GT battle. Garasino, Devacar, Ukic, Bert, Bale and Vijay, all of them in it, this GT field at the moment. Ukic and... Bert are quite close as well in the 3 wide and Sim HQ cars. Demakan chasing down as well in that Caspian car brought up from VLMS, of course. But this is such a good GT battle. Balin on Vijay as well. Bram Balin's made up ground, and in that SLVN car, the Dutch entry, he could be in with a fight.
Indeed, it could very well be in the fight. It's extraordinarily close. You've got to remember, they are fighting this hard just in the beginning 20 minutes of the race.
This is a brilliant battle to kick things off with, and it's in the GTs. I mean, the GTs, it's not really a surprise. They always throw up fantastic racing. It being, you know, a tin top class, it always throws up some fantastic fighting compared to maybe the prototypes, which can be a bit more strategy-based sometimes. But GT racing, you know, it's great in its own right, but especially when you throw it in at Le Mans, it's absolutely superb, and they're proving just why we love them so much, because they always throw up this sort of great battle.
There's always an, as we're too wide going back between Demirkan in the 175 and Ukic, I believe that is. Ukic allows Demirkan pass, knowing that you only lose time going to the chicane too wide, so Ukic perhaps looking to follow Demirkan through the rest of the field.
Taking a Wisniewski into serve his penalty. Maybe that's why he was let through then. Bailey resumes the lead of the race. Johnson second, Broadbent third, but this battle... Oh, look at Balin with the speed advantage on Cito Vijay there. It's going to storm through. Dutch power proving itself to be the power here in the GT field. SRVN through into the position then, and I believe that now puts Balin and SRVN into 5th in class.
That does put them up into 5th in class. A fantastic move there from Balin. That SRVN car appears to be trimmed out. He's now just pulling away from Ryer coming out the second chicane. So perhaps that Porsche has a little bit more wing on it to help it through the corners.
Vijay now is actually trying to defend from Marius Bert as well behind Tony Ukic as well. Ahmed Demirkan wants to go on Ukic. Look at the speed he's got in the Caspian car, but he doesn't get there soon enough. Has to break at more sand, and he's not going to get through, unfortunately. But that just goes to show just how quick you have to be. Bad exit from Ukic. I think the Demirkan and the Z4 is going to have a run down into Indianapolis now. Remember, that is the VLMS brought up car, the Caspian car, and they're sticking it to Tony Ukic's SimHQ team there. This is for P8 in class, and Demirkan's going to go around the outside.
And they're trying to go around the outside on the run up to Indianapolis. Still side by side through the second of the Kings, through the third of the Kings before we really start the braking zone. Oh, are they going to go too wide? No. Oh, very close, but Ukic lost the pass. Ukic perhaps looking for the crossover through the main, through Indianapolis itself. The banked corner allows you to get a little bit more speed through there than you would have thought of, but no, Demirkan makes move stick. The 175 Caspian car has made that move stick on Ukic up into 7th place.
Beautifully executed from Demirkan there, just pulled in front, gave the minimum amount of space. That's what you need to be doing to get positions done in a GT race. Done brilliantly from him there, perfectly executed, and well, Sam McDonald as well in the Velosim Sport car is making his way back up the order. He's moving to 23rd overall. That is a P2 car. Remember, must have got involved in the start incident. He's making his way back up. That is still 5th in class, even though they're 23rd overall. Doing a good job at the moment still to get themselves up the order, but he's going to come right through this huge GT battle.
You say that, and I'm just going to be how big a gap does Ravio have to second place, because it's absolutely massive. It's the Flying Finn. It's it's almost 7 seconds. Only after a few laps of the race, the Finn is absolutely flying.
Well, they don't call them Flying Finns for nothing, do they? He is absolutely on fire at the moment. He's doing a great job, Jonas Ravio, in that number 89 Velis GT car, leading class, running away from Nuno Pinto. He's doing a great job. That cannot be denied, really. Ravio, Hoyt, Lakota, Barros, that car, remember. Very, very international field in that Velis Corvette. So we'll be seeing those drivers throughout the race, I'm sure. And
this is our first, just looking at Stephen Bailey, our current race leader. He's currently lapping the first of the racing GTs that haven't been affected by the incident. So that's only 25 minutes in, because remember, a lot of that was under Code 80, so only really about 18 minutes of racing, and he's already started lapping GT cars. The marshals will be tired after about 15 minutes, just have to wave the blue flags for the rest of the 24 hours.
Yeah, and well, blue flags are going to be a big thing in this, because obviously, you know, stuff going on and drivers getting out of the way, but Bailey's just slicing through this traffic like a knife through butter at the moment. He's really going for the maximum attack strategy. He wants to win this race, you can be sure of that. And well, let's hope that the DHL number 3 does have a good run, because they've had a fantastic start at least. James Johnson in the Vodball car second, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Broadbent third, Kasdorp fourth, so some good scoring going on for the teams at the moment at least. Kasdorp is actually not far behind Broadbent at all.
Indeed, very close. Kastrup in the 21 car is, of course, in one of the Audi R18s. Broadbent in the Nissan GTR LM. Two very different makes. The GTR LM has absolutely extraordinary top-line speed, as I said before, but really struggles through the twisty bits, if you like. The Audi R18 is a little bit of an all-rounder. The Porsche 919 is fantastic, accelerating off of corners. So that's really the three. The differences between the three marks, and we've seen the balance of performance has done wonderfully. The fact that these two marks are so close together.
Yeah, it is. It shows just how good the BOP is. And, Roy Straughn just overtaken by Nikodem Wisniewski there. Wisniewski's trying to make ground back up after the penalty served by the number 2 GHR car there. But yeah, Broadbent and Kazdorp. Oh, Kazdorp getting past Bryson nicely there in the Flatline GT. Got to catch up to the Nismo again. But yeah, P1 field, kind of a technical battle at the moment rather than any on-track action. But it's the GTs where you're going to find on-track action. Sam McDonald getting through the GTs, of course, as we mentioned. But Vidra and Burt are really close now in these Corvette and Porsche battles. Cito Vidra and Marius Burt, 19th and 20th. And this is the battle for 6th now.
Indeed, the battle.
That's close. He's almost shoved him off into the grass there, but he gave him enough room in the end, and Bird is going to get through nicely. Marius Bird gets the place done in the 3 wide car, and Cito Vidra relegated into 7th. He's going to have to try and get through in that Porsche.
Indeed, very nice. Vidra looking for a move into Arnage. Of course, Arnage, the slowest corner on the circuit, and doesn't get a move in there. Stephen Bailey comes up to lap them. A very nice place, very opportune place that Bailey has managed to lap them because it's on a massive straight. But James Johnson right behind him might not be so lucky. Might have to stay behind them through the Porsche cars. Will they balk him too much? Johnson up the inside of Vidra. Does he manage to pass Bert before the Porsche curves?
Oh, he does.
Indeed he does. Bert is allowed a nice amount of room there. Very cooperative from the GT driver.
Yeah, that's what we like to see, and Ahmed Demakan's going to be rubbing his hands at this, as is Lance Garasino. These cars are going to be catching up behind, but Vidra and Burt, the real battle on at the moment. I'd love to go on board with Vidra if it's at all possible, just to see how close he is to Burt as he comes around the back end of this circuit here, and listen to that Porsche, of course, flat 6 engine in that, you know, all of the power in the world. Tony Ukic actually out of proceedings in that same HQ car. Don't know whether that was a disconnection or what. You might want to go investigate that, Neil. But Vidra, as he comes around into the 4 chicanes, still chasing Burt here, giving it absolutely no quarter. Not going to let up in the slightest is Cito Vidra. And that flat 6 powered Porsche is really giving the chase to the Corvette now. In fact, I'm going to be quiet for a little minute just as the run down into the first end so we can listen to Vidra. Flat 6 fire, that is what it sounds like. A great sound, a fantastic sound. And Cito knows a sound of a position would be great if he can just get past Marius Burt. But Ahmed Demakan is starting to catch him up now. In the Caspian car, that BMW Z4 looking super strong here.
As he just going looking back to Tony Ukic, it does appear to be a disconnection for Ukic in that number 95 car. The Sim HQ Motorsports car was looking for a good result to round out their season. They're 4th last in the GT Championship. You're looking for a good result to round out the season, but that disconnection certainly isn't going to help.
Not going to help. Luckily, he can get back into the race, but it's going to knock them down the order in the meantime. Burt and Vidra, though, down the Mulsanne straight here. Really looking good here. Vidra down the inside into the first chicane. Burt's got pretty much no defence of this. He breaks early, in fact, hoping that Vidra's going to overshoot, but he hasn't done. Cito Vidra through, and Burt's going to have the chance to go for the overtake now.
Something really important here is when you hit the draft of a car behind you, of course that means there's less air resistance in the car, which means your car does go faster, and that can sometimes catch you out in a massive braking zone, such as for either of these chicanes, such as for Mulsanne Corner. That really can catch you out, and there is the real possibility of going deep, but he's managed to control that nicely.
Controlling it nicely at the moment indeed. Marius Burt is back through on Cito Vidra then while I wasn't looking there, I was just drinking a coffee. But yeah, Vidra is going to have to go for it again in the Mulsanne Corner, and this is the thing, it's such a back and forth battle between these two cars down the straight.
Indeed, such a back and forth battle. You can see that with the drafting, that it really is kind of the position swap every single braking zone. But this battle has allowed Ahmed Demirokan in the 175 car to close up.
Yeah, we got a lovely swivel onboard camera as well, so you can see exactly what the moves are going on, exactly who is where, very IndyCar-esque, or at least we had it. But yeah, Vidra giving full chase at the moment. And, well, down the back end of this circuit in the run-up to Indianapolis, one of the very fast sections, of course, pretty much the whole run from Tetra Rouge to the Porsche curves is so quick, isn't it, Neil?
Indeed, it is unbelievably quick. There's only really, between Tetra Rouge and the Porsche curves, there's only really 4 big braking zones. Both the chicanes, Mulsanne Corner and Indianapolis are the massive braking zones. You have Arnage as well, but that isn't quite as fast because you're not approaching it at the speed as you do the other braking zones, because there isn't that much of a straight from Indianapolis. But indeed, those 4 massive braking zones really put some wear on the brakes, and of course if you heat up those brakes too much, they start to fade, and fading brakes is really not what you want at Le Mans.
Well, we got this fantastic GT battle between Vijay, Burton, Demicar. We've got another GT battle up front. Fabio Canglione in the Witchwood car. My pick for the GT win in 4th place at the moment, going for the podium on Dennis Hadlack. Now, they're in the VLMS entry as well, the 169, but they're sticking it to the big boys already in this race. And Canglione, not that far off Hadlack really, only about a second in it.
The 33 car will be coming to the pits. He's lost his front end.
Oh no!
The Vélez Simsport number 33 car has lost his front end. McDonald just outbroke himself for Indianapolis and just slid into the barriers on the outside of Indianapolis. So has lost his front end. So that will be the 33 car coming in for repairs.
Oh, that is a shame that they were running well to get back in the order and now they're going to get put down again. But I tell you, this battle is going to become a 3-way battle because Bram Belen, our favourite Dutch hero, well, yeah, he's gotten involved in, oh, here we go, Nicky Jakovic through. Jakovic is coming through, and he's getting past all these GTs, moving himself up the order, only a lap down as well. Team Virus not out of this.
Indeed, Team Virus certainly not out of this, as just having a look at the PRL Logitech car of Dennis Hadlack coming through the Dunlop chicane, deciding the better of it. There's a lot of time left. You might as well just lose a second or two behind this slower GT car than throw away your race by having an incident with him. So that was good thinking there by Jakovic.
Smart thing, and indeed by Nicky Jakovic, moving himself up the order as soon as he can here. We know he's such a hard, aggressive driver. You know, he really pushes as hard as he can. If there was ever a driver who only ever gives 110%, it's Nicky Jakovic. He either does that, or, well, that's all he does. He's always on it, and he's determined to get through these GTs. And, well, we'll see how that goes for Nicky Jakovic the rest of this race then. But yeah, Belen and Canglione and Hadlack seem to spread out a bit. But yeah, the old Dutch SRVN team having a good race so far.
Indeed, the Dutch team in that iconic Dutch orange. It really is a very nice livery. It's very easy to pick out, isn't it?
Very easy to pick out, very easy to know when they're doing something interesting because you can see it from a mile off. Jonas Raivio, though, is probably going to get overtaken by Jakovic. Obviously, class leader is Raivio. Really looking good at the moment. Belen does seem to be looking closer. And I tell you what, we got a little bit of multi-class battle here. John Davies and the undercover car starting to move up overall position. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how that's going to help Belen get up closer. That's all going on as well. And I'm just trying to keep an eye on the prototypes as well to see if there's anything going on with those. But yes, great battling in the GT field.
Your current leader in the P2 class is the number 40 car with Capella at the wheel. The Scuderia GT Italia currently joint second in the championship, and if it finished right now, that would mean the 40 car would take the championship. So,
yeah, the 40.
Lazaros has to Lazaros Filipakis at the wheel of that Orca 05 Nissan has to improve his game.
Yeah, really got to, you know, I think everyone needs to be on edge all the time. Belen into Mulsanne here. I missed that almost, but Bram Belen with a superb move into the Mulsanne corner. Pulls it off brilliantly. Had the speed, had the braking, has everything. If you have the Bram Belen, you have everything. And Fabio Canglione, he's hoping to take it away from him, but he's, oh, well, could have gone for it, but Belen moved over. And wisely yields does Canglione, but he's going to go for it again into Arnage on the run up to it. And, well, Bram Belen, if he can pull this off, that'll be a sensational move. But let's see Fabio Canglione, the recon, he's backed off. Belen into the position in a move that was, there's only one word for that, magic racing.
We've seen that Belen has been very quick in the straight, so definitely that Ferrari F458 seems to be trimmed out. So we just have to see what he can do to compare to Cagnoli in the 169 Witchwood car. Indeed, he does appear to be pulling away from the run-up to Arnage. The next target for Bram Belen is Hadlack.
Yeah, the next target, Dennis Hadlack, of course. And, well, what a move it would be if he can catch him and get through. That would put them into the podium, I believe. SRVN, and, well, that number 66 car, the Porsche. He's chasing a Porsche, I'm sure, at some point. Chasing some Porsches and prototypes ahead, but it is a Ferrari, that car, and, well, number 66, not necessarily in title contention, but they have had some decent results this season. They had a second place at Silverstone, remember, so they are capable of getting on the podium.
Indeed, Silverstone are ever so slightly longer race this season. We've had 8 races so far this season. 5 of them have been 6 hour. We had the 8 hour at Silverstone. We had the 12 hour at Sebring. Then now our finale here at Le Mans, the full 24. So indeed, the slightly longer race the SRVN car was good at. So perhaps they're slightly better at the even longer races than normal.
Yeah, slightly longer races, but that doesn't seem to be affecting them in the absolute slightest. I think they're doing a good job regardless, but yes. Interesting little battle in the P2 is actually forming here. Yes, you heard us right. Nicholas Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors car is starting to close up John Davies in the undercover car. Now, they are having a great race. That undercover team, all things considered, they are going to need a massive miracle to win the championship, but Hillebrand in the Magenta car starting to close up, and, well, I know Nicholas Hillebrand very well, a very capable driver, and he'll be very happy if he can get past Davies.
Indeed, Hillebrand is currently joint 6th in the championship as that Magenta Warriors racing car, trying to close up on Davis, coming down the first section of the Mulsanne Straight. Perhaps ever so slightly out of slipstream here. Just not quite close enough to have to see what they do under braking for the first chicane. Coming through the left and the right hand. He appears to have gained a little bit of time through that chicane, I do believe. So perhaps he's now in the slipstream.
Might just be getting a bit of a toll from Davies here, and that's going to help him catch up, of course. And Hillebrand, well, if he can get through, that will put the Magenta car into 5th in class, because that's where we're undercover are now. Jonas Raivio ahead in the leading GT, of course, the number 89 car in first place. Really just running away with it, Raivio. Really is a flying Finn, but as traffic, he's going to be interesting to deal with for the P2s. And look at the gap coming down from Hillebrand here. Are we going to see an SRVN style move into Mulsanne?
We have to see Hillebrand seems to be on fire in that number 48 car at the moment. Coming out towards Mulsanne corner, they've got Jonas Raivio, the current GT leader, in between them. But of course, Raivio won't get flagged. This is technically for position, even though the P2s are much faster. Raivio lets both of them through. Hillebrand trying on the inside, won't have an ideal line through Mulsanne corner. Goes out slightly wide, has lost a bit of speed there, lost a bit of time. Got to see what he can do on the run up to Indianapolis. 3 kinks before the main braking zone.
Yeah, gotta see what he can do here, but we'll see what he does. I do believe that at the moment he's well in contention. That is absolutely for certain, but we can see if he can get this done. 7 tenths in it as it stands, almost 8 tenths. As I think Davies is only ever so slightly faster in the straight, but it really is marginal. Hillebrand, though, into Indianapolis. Oh, look at the braking from Hillebrand. He's made it all back up again. That's the thing. You be aggressive into the braking on that, you can have some serious gains, but the gains only come through risk. Risk equals reward at Le Mans, but sometimes it also equals catastrophic crashes if you're not careful.
Perhaps perhaps Hillebrand at the wheel, that number 48. Maybe they've set up that car for braking rather than straight line speed, because if you're in the draft of another driver, you can easily keep up with them. It's where the brake is in the braking zone that most of the moves happen. Perhaps they've set up that Magenta car to be good under the brakes.
Back to this GT battle with Demacan, Schoenfleet and Viger then, because there was a great, I know it's, well, then Schoenfleet's not actually in it, he's lap traffic, but Viger and Demacan are in a bit of a battle at the moment. If Nikita Wisniewski's just gone through the 7th place DHR car trying to get themselves through on the traffic, but Demacan and Viger are all very close on to Schoenfleet as well, giving chase to Cito Viger, and Viger and that Porsche really holding well at the moment, of course, in 7th in class, but this is still a good battle with the Caspian car.
Indeed, that 54 car is very spectacular. It's the only Porsche 911 we have in our field.
Yep, the only Porsche, and they're doing a good showing around the Porsche curves. Well, maybe you'd imagine it would be the best bit of the track for that car, all in all. But yes, I mean, Arne Schoenfleet here is really not giving up. I mean, maybe a lap down on Viger here, but he's not giving up. He's still going for it. He wants to get back through.
Of course, every single point matters for that 94 car. After that terrible start for the Valley Simsport car, they need every single position in order to come back.
They need quite a lot to go their way now, but it might happen. It is Le Mans. Anything can happen at Le Mans. We know this. And, well, we also know a lot of things are going on track at the moment, not just this. Nicholas Pabadnik's making his way back through the order in the Seawolf car, the 46 getting through some traffic as well, but keep an eye on that car. Hillebrand and Davies are just as close as they were before, and we got this whole massive GT battle, and this is only the first hour. I don't even, what might happen in this glorious race? Well, I tell you this, it certainly looks glorious and brilliant. DirectX 11 on the stream at the moment. Of course, you know, we got our lovely standing tower as well. There's like the graphics for that done by Populous Machinist as well. So thank you for that. And of course, we've got some other thank yous to do as well. Stephen Bailey for our billboards and Thomas Beer for our graphics that we have on these streams. So yeah, all good.
I do believe that is our first pit caller in the P2 class. I believe that as Bernard in the 31 flatline car has came in for the pits. These P2 cars can do 10 or 11 laps on fuel. Of course, these P2 class are all Arco 05 Nissans. It's a spec class. I do believe that is our first pit caller for fuel. Indeed, no, I think he might have actually lost the front end to that car.
I'm just checking, Michael Barnard in 12th there, and, oh yes, he has lost the front end. He's had an incident in the flatline car. Something has occurred, I'm not sure what, but Barnard is in the pit in 12th, and Nicky Jakovic is going to gain an overall position from that, I do believe. But yes, that's not good for them. That's going to hurt their chances, that much is for certain. Going to hurt them, and it's not going to help them, because damage can't be helpful. But that's not going to be good for flatliners. Oh, Neil! What have we got? We have a battle for the lead of the race overall. James Johnson has made massive inroads on Stephen Bailey in the number 3 DHR car, and he's drafting him like mad down the straight here. I imagine Johnson is going to give Bailey some serious Liverpudlian food for thought. Of course, Liverpool run Vodball entry, chasing down the Doug Henson car. Audi versus Porsche, the classic battle. Johnson down the inside into the first chicane, and Bailey gets the braking. Not going to happen this time, JJ. I'll have to wait until the next chicane.
Indeed, Johnson perhaps just showing Bailey that he is there, as if Stephen Bailey didn't already know he was there. Just perhaps trying to spook him to a little bit of mistake, but I know that Bailey is absolutely unflappable. He will be cool under the collar. We just have to see what Johnson can do. Perhaps he lost all his... I think it looks like he lost all his speed trying to go for that move into the first chicane. Falling back a little bit through the second, perhaps Johnson's next chance will be at Mulsanne Corner.
We go on board with James Johnson in the Porsche 919 for Vodball Racing. Very interesting car, of course, a V4 engine, petrol powered compared to the V6 diesel of Bailey's Audi R18 TDI. Very interesting battle between these two top-end prototypes. And it is the classic battle, Audi versus Porsche. Very German battle in terms of car manufacturer, but Johnson can't get it done into Mulsanne, but he can get the braking done. Lazarus Philipparkos providing traffic. Maybe this is what Johnson needs, but Bailey out of Mulsanne, the superior acceleration.
We know just because of the way these cars are set up, the Porsche tends to have a little bit more acceleration out of the corners. Audi tends to have a little bit more top-end speed, so we just got to see what they can do as they come up into Indianapolis through the third kink of the three, and Johnson is nowhere close enough to make a charge at Stephen Bailey. But the awesome speed they get through that right-hander just before Indianapolis is extraordinary. They're still flat out through there.
It is absolutely sensational. Of course, you know, the two cars that they're driving, Bailey and Johnson here, could not be more different. I mean, that Porsche that Johnson is in and that we're on board with, very, very good out of the acceleration. It has a bit of an acceleration advantage over the Audi, and it's a bit more pointy in the corners, a bit more twitchy, lively car. I actually prefer it over the Audi, which is a bit more lackadaisical. You can get a bit more... Oh, Neuenhoff there in the Sim Racing for Holland car, providing some nice traffic there. But yeah, Johnson's car is more pointy, more twitchy, better in acceleration than Bailey's car. But I think Bailey's car, the Audi has a slight top speed advantage and is a bit more lackadaisical, a bit easier to drive.
That Audi appears to be very stable. They've worked all season for a setup, and perhaps they've just finally found the sweet spot on the Audi R18 as he comes into the pits.
Bailey in indeed from the lead. Johnson will assume it, and Vodball lead the 24 Hours of Le Mans with Stephen Bailey in the pits. 47 minutes into the race overall, I believe, for a scheduled stop. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. They're on the hard tyres. I imagine they'll be double or triple stinting these because they are going to last a long time, these hard tyres around this track. I do imagine they'll be trying to take them for as long as they can as Bailey comes into the pits now. What will occur with that number 3 car? Very careful on the brakes. I think this is fuel only for the Audi.
It will be fuel only. We're 12 laps into the race. The Audis can do about 12 or 13 laps on a tank. So, but I do believe the Porsche has better fuel economy. As Jimmy Broadbent comes in as well for his stop after 12 laps. Perhaps that Porsche has better fuel economy. That might become a factor at the end of the race, because we've seen how close these two are. If the Porsche can save a pit stop or two over the course of the race, that could make all the difference towards the end.
Yep, it can make all the difference in the end of a race. And while Kazdorp will move into second, Manasaka's third, Bailey comes out in fourth, which is a great result for him. He'll be happy with that, that's for certain. Broadbent's going to come out in fifth by the looks of it, unless Radiali gets through, which I think he will do actually. He's just going to pip him in the GT Italia LMP1 there, and he does. Radiali gets out just ahead of Broadbent.
Indeed. Just at Broadbent, having a look at Stephen Bailey, just behind Paul Schumann there, a little bit of traffic. Nicky Jakovic is right behind Stephen Bailey, though, trying to get one of his laps back.
Yeah, Schumann trying to get a lap back. He got a stop-go penalty assigned there, and I think he's at 2 now, actually, it's Paul Schumann, and that's not great. But Nicky Jakovic's going to go through. Speed of the Porsche in the P1 class compared to the P2, showing there. Mind you, Champion Racing will know that. They used to be an LMP1 entry in Season 8, and I think they moved down to P2 for Season 9. I think they were one of the Porsche teams. So they have a lot of experience in prototype racing, so don't count them out of this race in their P2 fight either. You know, because they have the experience, as we said, and they know what they're doing in these prototypes, so can't be counted out. Davies and Hillebrand into the pits, and Hillebrand has gotten past Davies while we weren't looking there. So Nico Hillebrand, upper place, both have come in, and this, I believe, is the first pit window really opening now.
It will be about 12 laps for LMP2 cars. That's what we were expecting as well. Sorry, is that 11 laps? Of course, there'll be a lap. Down by now. Yeah, this is kind of what we're expecting from the fuel economy of these P2 cars. Expecting the GTs within the next 15 minutes or so as well.
Just seeing from Thomas Jacobs in the chat that Barnard Stop has not put the front downforce back on the cars. He's got to do a whole lap without a front bumper. That's not going to help Michael Barnard's case any when he comes out. But unless he's already done it, he's going to suffer through that outlap because he's not going to have any front downforce unless it gets, I think it does get put on right at the end actually. No, in fact it has gone on there. Sorry to Tom Jacobs, well he said that, but the front end has gone on Barnard's car, so he will go out and he'll be fine, at least graphically at least. He will be fine unless he doesn't actually have the front.
Indeed, and just having a look at James Johnson coming through Virage Corvette, the final left-hander of the Porsche curves, through the flat-out Maison Blanche, the right-left flick. Does he come in this time round? There'll be 13 laps for the Porsche car, and indeed he dives into the pits. We just have to keep an eye on where Stephen Bailey is. Stephen Bailey has just came out of Arnage.
Yes, I think he's going to be really close to him again. The battle will be afoot once again. Yuri Kazdorp, is he going to pit in the Velasim Sport Audi R18, the 21 car? Obviously, Johnson comes into the pits now. I'm keeping an eye on Kazdorp. Will Yuri Kazdorp pit? He's got a GT in front, and he does, yes. Dives into the pits. Matt Strand in the GT there. Now, George Manasaka's behind in the 19 CMHQ car. Will this be pit stop from CMHQ? Are they going to react? Yes, they are. They come into the pits too. So I'm on Bailey watch at the moment as he keeps an eye on the time. James Johnson, you'll have to keep an eye on Neil as Bailey comes into the Ford chicanes.
Indeed, still stationary is James Johnson. He's got the first pit box. Indeed, still stationary.
Look at this, Bailey into the final. Coming off the final shot now. Johnson's not going to get out. Bailey's pulled the master stroke. What he's done is he's going to get out at least 5 seconds ahead.
And indeed, that's been a fantastic outlap there by Stephen Bailey to get that amount of gap on James Johnson. So a fantastic outlap there from Bailey in order to make that gap.
Traffic though for Bailey, and Johnson's going to make the time back up now, but he's pulled out a couple of seconds by doing the undercut on James Johnson. Well done by Bailey to get that, and asserting the number 3's lead at the moment, although he is getting stuck behind some traffic. Jimmy Broadbent, though, in third in the GNS car, still having a good race at the moment. Kazdorp fourth. Manasakis exiting the pits. Radaeli in as well. Nikan and Wisniewski, though, still down in 7th place. Jakovic has moved up into 9th, but is a lap down. That's how bad, that much time Team Virus have to get. That's how badly they were affected by the start incident.
Did you just have a look at Wisniewski in that number 2 car? Does he dive into the pits this time round? No, he doesn't. So perhaps when he came in to serve the stop hold 60, he filled up the car as well. Perhaps they're in a slight alternate strategy. We've got a yellow in the first sector for something.
Yeah, I have to go and check that. I don't know what's going on.
Sim Racing for Holland car with Neuhoff at the wheel.
Oh, Neuhoff has had an incident. Yes, he's slow, but is there damage? That's the question. I can't see. Oh dear. But he is off the track indeed. He's staying off the track here. I don't know what this is about, but he's going to get back on the Mulsanne straight. It looks like they're okay, but he's very slow.
He's just put the clutch in. Oh, has he ran out of fuel?
I don't know what's going on. It stops. Stop. This is strange. Neuhoff has just stopped there. I think the engine's still revving, but he's just pulled off entirely. I don't know what this is about, but if anyone would... I don't know what this is. I don't understand this. Has he disconnected? He has. Maybe problems there, and he's disconnected in an attempt to get it back to the pits, but problems for Sim Racing for Holland.
I'm not sure what's going on with that 52 car.
We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Very interesting.
That, of course, the car with Marcel Offerman's in it. And, Sim Racing for Holland, a very well-established team. So, strange to see them have problems like this. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to see if we can get find out. But we're seeing Justin Gordon in the comments saying, hello, stream, hello, commentators. Hello to you too, Justin. Mitchell Smith saying, hopefully we got a bad luck out in the first 50 minutes of this race. Well, yeah, if you're going to have bad luck, have it in the first bit. I don't know what's happened with that Sim Racing for Holland car, but Neuhoff is actually back now and he's accelerating again. Maybe just problems with hardware. I don't know, it could have been a hardware problem. Happens to some sim racers sometimes, but Neuhoff is off again.
I did notice when he was pulled off just at the exit of the Tetra Rouge S, he kind of had half brake on, half throttle. And again, that kind of happened when he stopped in the Mulsanne straight. He had the clutch in as well, so perhaps it did some hardware issue with his pedals. Perhaps his pedals disconnected.
Yeah, it can happen, but he's fixed the issue and he's going again. That was a real shocker, a bit of a scare actually for Sim Racing for Holland, but it's good to see them back in the race. That's what we like to see. Just really keeping going regardless of the scenario. Must have fixed whatever problem they had, and they are going again. So yes, just a slight change there for the driver, and they are back in the running of this race. Fabio Canglione is exiting the pits in the Witchwood GT. I've just noticed one of the cars I tipped for the race win, perhaps in their class. And, well, we got quite a few battles still going on in the GT class. That's how good it is at the moment. Still battles going on. Vija, Dimacar and Garasino still the ongoing battle for 6, 7 and 8 in their own class. Aside from that, though, really starting to spread out at Le Mans, and the tactical battles are really going to be starting soon. But Garasino, Dimacar and Vija could be a really good battle for 2019, 2021 and 22 rather.
Indeed, there's Yuri Kastorp zonting a couple of GT cars there.
Yuri, let's see what you did, mate. Yuri Kastorp, well, in that Audi R18, and I'm saying, oh yes, he did. He just went straight through the middle of them. Ricardo's onto it, will you? Indeed, that is a good move from Kastorp. I thought he was saying that in a bad sense, but he's done a good thing, Yuri Kastorp. He has Ricardo's onto this. He has acted as the traffic and the overtaker all in one, and Kastorp nicely through there. But yes, GT traffic being overtaken, and we got some GT battling going on with this whole Vija scenario, and I believe that's actually barely coming up to lap Vija.
Indeed, that will be Stephen Bailey to put these GT cars yet another lap down. Oh my goodness, Nicky Jakovic, I just saw in the background there, holding no prisoners getting around this GT traffic coming out of the second chicane.
That's what I said, isn't it? He only ever does absolutely 110% Nicky Jakovic. Is either get through or die trying with him, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but, you know, it's helping them get through this traffic, that is for certain. I mean, he really wants to get through here, doesn't he, Nicky? He's desperate after that bad start for Team Virus to get them high up the order as they can, and Team Virus, in the current scenario with the DHR number 3 leading, I do believe what they need is really to be where they are.
If it goes as it stands at the moment, me trying to do my mental maths again, if it is as it stands, I do believe the 21 would take the championship.
That is the Vela Simsport car in the 4th place of Yuri Kastorp. But yeah, Jakovic knows he just needs to make as much time as possible. And, well, when we see a certain Nicky Jakovic on a certain get as much time back as we can drive. That's when we see him when he's best, and he's absolute quickest, and he's most determined. That's when we see the Nicky Jakovic that really does take no prisoners.
Indeed, we know how fierce a driver Nicky Jakovic can be. Indeed, the entirety of that Team Virus car can be. They absolutely take no prisoners to the Team Virus.
Yeah, their absolute aggression can be a good thing, can't it? Sometimes, you know, because it provides exciting racing and drama and excitement, you know. I love teams that do that. They give it absolutely 110% all the time. If any team was going to treat it as a 24-hour sprint, it would be Team Virus, as Jakovic did. Rivio's in as well. The GT leader has came in for his pit stop, an hour gone in the race. This is roughly where we'd expect it. So Rivio will come in just for, very close actually. Nuno Pinto almost hits him in the pit lane. Bram Bueller in SRVN goes out for an extra lap, so SRVN will take the lead of the race just for this moment at least. Bert in the 3 wide car also stays out for another lap. Hadlack has came into the pits as well. Rivio's just gone out again, so just a fuel stop for the GT car, the number 89 Vela Simsport. It has been a mad first hour of this race, hasn't it, Neil? We've had crashes, we've had code 80s, we've had fierce GT battles, we've had prototype battles for the lead, we've had everything, and there's still 23 more to go.
It's been an absolutely bonkers start to the race, hasn't it?
Can we just have 23 more hours of this? Because this has been sensational. Oof, I want 23 hours more of brilliant racing. I'm only covering about half of it, unlike Neil, who's so mad he's trying to do all of it. As Nicky Jakovic exits the pits, he will come out in 10th place overall. But yeah, I just want this to be going on for as long as possible, because this has been a mad first hour of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but it's been a sensational first hour of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And if this isn't as much of a case for you to continue watching and get your friends watching, I do not know what is. Get people involved, get tweeting about it, share the links, get involved on social media, and show people why you want to be watching the Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans here on the 3rd of June. July time, sort of mid-month. I don't even know my dates anymore, the race is that good. But what I do know is that we are about to take over into the hour marker, and indeed we have, so it is time for one of the 23 rFactor 2 hourly updates we're going to have this race. And you want to do it, Neil?
Indeed, the first of our rFactor 2 hourly updates. So, the P1s have all gone through their pit stop cycle. Stephen Bailey in the number 3 DHR car is currently in the lead. 10 seconds behind him is the number 14 Vodbull Porsche 919. Championship winners elect at the moment. And in third is Jimmy Broadbent, number 22 GNS Endurance car. 3 marks in the top 3. Couldn't ask anything better for that. In fourth place is Yuri Kazdorp in the what car is he in again? In the number 21 Veles Simsport car. Indeed he is. And fifth is George Manisakis in the number 19 SimHQ Motorsports car. So that's your top 5 in LMP1. In LMP2, your current leaders Vincenzo Capella in the Scuderia GT Italia number 40. Championship elect for them as well. In second place is Roy Schroten in the 139 Fanatec Drag Racing car. Fantastic showing for a VLMS entry. Third is Lazarus Philippakis in the 32... the 32 Atlantic Motorsport car. In fourth is the Magenta Warriors Racing car with Nicola Hildebrand at the wheel. And fifth is Michael Bernard in the Flatline Racing number 31. In your GT cars though, part of the way through the pit stop cycle, so not exactly representative. In the first at the moment is Bram Bielen in the SRVN 66 car, the bright orange Ferrari F458. Second is Marius Burt in the 3 wide motorsport car. Third is Ahmet Demirkan, the 175 Caspian Motorsport car. Fourth is Yunus Radio, current leader in the 89 car. The other 3 in front of him have yet to make their pit stops. And fifth is Dennis Hadlack in the PRL Logitech car. So that's your top 5 in each class at the moment after 1 hour in the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans. Indeed, Stephen Bailey in that last pit stop cycle appeared to gain a massive advantage, an absolutely fantastic outlap for the number 3 driver. And not only an hour in, but that 3 car looks absolutely strong. I believe that was Josh's pick for the race, if I remember correctly. My pick was the number 2. It was the number 2. car. What did I just say? My pick was at number 2. Josh's, I believe, was the number 3. So that is currently working out very well for Josh. But indeed, Nikodem Wisniewski in the number 2 car is currently making up that time after having to serve that stop hold 60 in the beginning of the race. He's managed to make up a lot of time compared to leaders. In fact, he is only, if I have a look at the timing again, Nikodem is only 1 minute and 8 behind the leader. If you take out that stop hold 60, he would be in the next lead of the race. Only 10 seconds behind Manasauskas in the Sim HQ Motorsports car. Closing up very rapidly is Nikodem. But Vincenzo Capella in that Scuderia GT Italia car has a massive lead compared to Roy Schoten. Schoten just coming through the Tetra Rouge S. Capella about halfway down towards the first chicane. Very nice lead that they've managed to pull out in that GT class. Of course, something that is you have to keep in mind is that the VLMS entries are non-championship scorers. They do not count towards the finishing positions. They do not score any points. So, for example, with Capella in first, Schoten in second, and Philippakos in third, Philippakos will actually get second place points, as if the Fanatic Drake car was not there. So that means the 32 car would currently be winning the championship. So that's something we've got to keep in mind for the later stages of this race. Indeed, very close at the moment for second place in GT between sorry, that's not second, that's for third in GT actually, between Dennis Hadlack in the number 75. That's one of the many Corvette C7Rs we have here, and Marius Burt in the 3-wide car, which is also another one of the Corvettes. We have so many Corvettes. I believe all but 7, if memory serves me correctly, are Corvettes. So the Corvette very popular within our GT class. Marius Burt trying to get the slipstream of Hadlack coming down into Mulsanne corner, closing up over the Mulsanne hump where Mark Webber had his massive incident in the Mercedes that was part of the same year that Peter Dumbrek went into the trees. But indeed, closed up massively under braking has Burt. Have to see what he can do on the run up to Indianapolis. 3 kinks before the main braking zone. We just have to see what he can do. Coming up to the first kink, he's got Paul Schumann behind him in the 38 car. That's a champion racing car who had 2 stop hold 60s to begin with in this race. So a lot of penalties they had to serve from the last time out at Interlagos. Through the second kink, through the third. Here we go. Burt moves to the inside, shows Hadlack that he's there, but decides against it. Not enough time for Indianapolis corner. Breaking through the left hand of the kink, extremely close. A little bit of front locking there. Lost a bit of time there to Hadlack. Schumann looking for a way past. Nowhere there, but now it is Arnage, the slowest corner on the track. Very clumsy actually, Arnage. It's very difficult. It's ever so slightly off camber, so it's very difficult to get the power on at the exit, and it's actually much slower than you expect it to be. A Schumann has to take to the grass to lap Hadlack. I'm not exactly sure that was the best course of strategy there for the champion racing car, but indeed he did take to the grass as to come up to the first section of the Porsche curves. Indeed, he appears to have lost a little bit of time. Right behind him is a very nice battle between Matt Strand in the number 64 Satellite Racing car, the Ferrari F458, and Cagnoli in the 169 Witchwood car, being sandwiched by Arne Schoenvliet there. Schoenvliet in the number 94 Velis car, the championship leaders, of course, laps down, but that is Strand coming into the pits, and indeed Schumann as well, so they're both coming in for a pit stop, so I do believe this might be Satellite Racing's first pit stop. Toll in the number 76 car, that's the rear endurance car, is also coming into the pits. As is Bacchio in the number 71 Talking Door, the only Aston Martin Vantage we've got in the field. indeed looking up towards the front of the field. Yes, indeed. Sorry, I was just saying, slightly distracted. They're looking up towards the front of the field. Stephen Bailey has managed to gap James Johnson rather nicely. He's gained about a second and a half since the hourly update. So gained about a second and a half in 10 minutes. Very good going there from Stephen Bailey in the number 3 car. Perhaps a little bit of a wild card here is the 3 car to stop the other teams getting points. That'll be something to look out for towards the end of the race, as we're 68 minutes into 1,440. Has that gap got any bigger over the last lap? James Johnson just coming out of the Ford chicanes across the line has actually lost about 0.7 of a second to Stephen Bailey on that last lap, so Bailey appears to be flying. Having a look as well further down, the number 2 car of Nikodem Wisniewski, the DHR car, who's currently in contention for the championship. With Virus being down in 9th place, they can win this race, win the championship, but they need to get into the lead first before they even have a chance of doing that. Nikodem, an extremely fast driver, now has Manasaukis in his sights. Perhaps that's a little bit of an incentive there for the number 2 driver. As I say that, Wisniewski comes into the pits. Oh, takes to the gravel. Slightly outbreaks himself at pit entry. Has to take to the gravel, but no harm done there. Coming in for what I imagine will just be a fuel stop. You won't want to change tyres yet. As the 7 car, the 1 Echo car, has changed drivers. Now Osvaldo Angeloni is at the wheel of that. Obviously changed drivers at the last pit stop, perhaps changing tyres. They are good 4 laps down on the leader, though. Hope is fading for a good result for that 7 car. But Eunice Revio has done a fantastic job in this GT class. He's just coming out of the last Ford chicane. That's him crossing the start-finish line now, and Bram Bielen hasn't even exited the Porsche curves. Eunice Revio is absolutely on fire in that number 89 car. Of course, something to talk about is the speed differences between these 3 classes. The fastest lap at the moment by, say, let's just take Stephen Bailey, is a 22.666. Compare that to the fastest lap of Capella in P2s, which is 38.596. So 15 seconds difference between the P1s and the P2s. And for the GTs, the fastest lap is a 38.5. So an extra 20 seconds slower is the GT. So 35 seconds between P1s and GT cars. Of course, a lot of that time is lost through the turning, through the Porsche curves, through the first sector up to Tertre Rouge. That's where the P1s absolutely shine with their absolutely insane amounts of downforce. And of course, on the straights, they're about 40 kilometers an hour faster on the straights is the P2 cars, P1 cars, I should say. But indeed, after that absolutely insane first lap, where there was a little bit of an incident, let's put it that way. It appears to have all settled down a little bit. The only incident we've had since then, I do believe, is the the 33 car losing its front end at Indianapolis. That's the only incident we've had since then. So everything seems to have been calmed down, and everyone else is a little bit spread out. However, we know at Le Mans, strategy and a little bit of luck is more important than anything else. I can just see Osvaldo Angeloni is just behind Jimmy Broadbent, perhaps trying to throw follow Broadbent through the traffic to allow them to try and gain those laps back, because they were the car that was mainly affected by that first lap incident. A massive amount of damage for that car. As Broadbent goes 3 wide with the 3 classes there, halfway down the second part of the straight, lapping McDonald and lapping the flatline GTE car as well. That's the 53, lapping 2 of them at once. Very nice to see the 3 classes side by side, and you really get to see the speed differences between the 3 of them. As Weyer is now under attack from Maybach, the 54 and the 88 going at it. Maybach going round the outside on the straight up to Indianapolis, but still side by side. Will Maybach... Oh, almost contact between the 2 of them on the right hand kick just before Indianapolis, but Maybach takes the position. That is contact on the left hander of itself of Indianapolis. Contact between the Porsche and the Corvette. Weyer in the number 54 Atlantic Motorsport car looking for the crossover coming through our Nash corner. Not there, but they've got to try and let James Johnson pass behind him. Second place overall, but is going to be able to lap them nicely on the run up to the Porsche curves. As we do have Joshua Anderson back with us.
Yep, we do. So, this is a great looking race so far. It has been indeed, and well, continuing on in its own brilliance, really. I'm sure Neil Heatley's kept you entertained while I just went and grabbed lunch there. So, yep, and I'm back now, so I can keep an eye on the action. And, well, there is a lovely battle brewing. We've seen Viger and Maybach at the moment. This is the 25th and 26th overall, but more importantly, within the GT class, it is for 8th and 9th. So, you know, a reasonably important battle in its own right. Maybach and Viger both duking it out here. You know, down the 4 chicanes, and we just find really hard to push that Porsche with pure limits here. And well, Maybach in the Corvette ahead is having a good race too in that no limit car. Both having a good little run at each other here. Really hard battle going on between the 2 of them, although Viger has lost a bit of time here. Maybach seems to have made it up in the first part of the track, but then Cito Viger just might have the advantage in the corners. That Porsche, of course, very handling focused car. Remember, it's very good in the turns, maybe struggles a bit on the straights, but they'll be running less downforce to compensate for that, and of course they might have the slipstream to deal with that also. Maybach in the Corvette driving a car that really is a bit more of a straight line speed natural, but still a very good all-rounder, that Corvette. Very good in lots of sections of the track, one of the most popular cars in the VEC, and for good reason, really. It is very good at what it does. Jimmy Broadbent just getting past Maybach there. Viger in the draft is not matching Maybach's speeds, I believe, doing 290 kilometers an hour. Viger might actually have a couple of kmh because of the draft, but it's not much. They're pretty even, and I don't think Cito's going to get through until the braking zones, where he can close up more, get a stronger draft. He's going to have to build this up throughout the entire section of the back straight. Paolo Marinaro has disconnected, I believe, in the number 68. Now, as is Maybach, all P1s and P2s trying to get through. That is what the traffic does at this point in the race. Cito Viger really trying to catch up to Maybach, but it's mostly under the braking where he's going to gain the chance. And then Maybach just has it on the straights. As we said, that Corvette good in the straight line. Porsche struggles a bit. Vajja, though, is not giving up. He's really going for it. And, well, he's going to keep going regardless of the circumstances. He doesn't give up, and that is fantastic. Because we love it when people don't give up, but yeah. Going to be seeing how Vajja gets on in this battle with Maybach. In amidst all this, it's not just this battle that's going on. We have some developing battles too, with like the likes of Marius Burt and Dennis Hadlock, 2 seconds away, but could get closer, all going on as well. And Neil Heatley rejoins us now as we're just watching this Vajja Maybach battle. And it is very close between the two, but Cedo can't catch up in the fast sections, as we mentioned, because that Corvette is so good in the straight lines.
Indeed, Maybach did a fantastic move coming into Indianapolis. And, it's very, very sideways. That back end just stepping out to the right-hander there. Lost a little bit of time, but it appears that Corvette is very fast in the straight line, but you see the Porsche gaining in the braking zones.
If we went on board with the rear wing camera of Maybach, you'd see for sure just how close Vajja gets in the corners. I mean, you can hear the Corvette just roaring away, and then you got the Porsche that catches up in the corners, maybe going to line something up through the Porsche curves. I mean, it is the namesake of that car, but yeah, Maybach really going to be chasing down here, though that Porsche of Vajja should catch up through this section. It is a handling-focused car, and it will have an advantage here.
You will have an advantage here coming through the Porsche cars, but indeed, you've got to remember that these GT cars will create a little bit of turbulence as Hildebrand in the Magento Warriors P2 car, number 48, is trying to get behind them. But you've got to remember that being behind another car will create a little bit of turbulence. It will create a little bit of understeer, and perhaps this, the higher downforce setup is a little bit of a curse under the turbulent air, because it will understeer ever so slightly more.
Yeah, Marinaro rejoins. Vajja, though, still on the hunt on Maybach, who we're still watching the rear view camera from. You'll see just how we can pull away in the faster sections of this track. That Corvette has a slight advantage in the faster sections, but then Vajja, under braking, just gets all the time back again as he comes through turn 2 here. Vajja, you see, that Porsche better in the turns. He has the advantage, but he can't make use of it because he's not getting through and getting enough speed where it matters. Although Nicky Jakovic here just gets past Vajja and now passes Maybach. And oh, look how close he is now. Now might be a slightly better chance for the draft.
Indeed, very close. That lapping by Jakovic just allowed higher to close up a little bit, but coming down out of Tetra Rouge. Both teams have got an even run through Tetra Rouge. Got to see what the Porsche can do down the straight.
We'll have to see what Vajja can do with this draft here. In fact, I think this time around, he might actually be close enough to put him a challenge here. Yep, Maybach's got a speed disadvantage. This time Vajja in the toe, down the inside into the first chicane, and a draft-assisted Porsche gets its way into the lead of this battle. Vajja moves up after a whole lap of not being able to, but now it's Maybach's turn. The slipstream battle continues. This is not over, and it's the Corvette which will have the advantage.
Indeed, this is for 8th place in classifier, up into 8th now. Got to see what Maybach can do as George Manisakis, the number 19 SimHQ car, tries to lap them both as they go 3 wide down the straight.
Gets through, does Manisakis, Maybach through as well, but Cedo Vajja still in line, and Iauki gets him on the braking. Vajja on the braking into the second chicane, but it's not enough. Maybach stays ahead, and now once again with a rotating camera, Cedo Vajja, the run into Mulsanne, third battle, third chance to get ahead as Michael Barnard gets past them both. Here we go then.
He gets past the bus, but Vire has that slipstream again, pulls towards the inside, towards Mulsanne corner. Vire will have the inside line. Let's see, does Maybach. Maybach lets him past.
Got him on the break and did Cedo. Bit of a lock-up from the Porsche, but the Atlantic car through, and Maybach. This is technically part 4, but he's starting to pull away now, and maybe into Indianapolis is going to be harder still. But if Vajja can hold this, then he's going to have the position, but it could still be a battle on, and it could continue afterwards, remember. These two really starting to battle it out, a real battle of the slipstream. In fact, Maybach might actually go, well, no, Vajja covers the inside, but it's not going to stop Maybach. Will this be a go into Indianapolis? He's got the speed if he can just hold the outside line. No, brakes earlier, Vajja gets the speed, then brakes again into Indianapolis, and Cedo Vajja holds it.
Fire holds out a fantastic defence there from the Atlantic driver.
Yeah, Jamie Hudson, he's loving the Indy-style camera work at the moment. It is nice to have this sort of camera following the cars and rotating around as they have a go. Really is a lovely view to have, but I think Cito Vajra might have this now. Through the Porsche curves, this is the section of the track where you'd expect to have the advantage, but keep an eye on Maybach as he goes through the later sections of the track where the slipstream battle may resume itself. This is not over between these two.
As we said, that Stephen Bailey's came in for the pits for his second coming into the pits for his second pit stop. He's now back out on track, so James Johnson takes the provisional lead of this race.
Yep, lead goes back to Johnson, Jimmy Broadbent second, and the positions for those teams definitely at the moment really going all right. And well, I'm still transfixed with this Vajra Maybach battle, because you think actually he's a bit far away now, but if mistakes are made by Vajra, Maybach will be in contention for the running to get back into the slipstream again. But for now, at least, you imagine this has really got to be, well, actually, you say that. Look how close Maybach is now. He's closed up a bit. Vajra maybe with a better exit, but he might close up slightly more. But yes, things going all right at the moment for him and the other cars as well. And lots of racing going on in the 24 Hours of Le Mans at the moment between different cars, different classes. Cito Vajra and Daniel Maybach is just one of the many interesting sort of battles that are brewing or occurring at the moment. But really, at the moment, all about Vodball at the front. James Johnson still leading affairs.
Indeed, James Johnson followed by the GNS with Jimmy Broadbent at the wheel, the Nissan GTR LM. And third is currently Stephen Bailey, but Johnson and Broadbent still have to make their pit stops.
Yep, they still have to pit, and that's the crucial thing here. So Bailey not really losing out, because pit stops still have to be made. And well, after the drastic first half hour in terms of actual on-track accidents, we've been reasonably accident-free. And that's a good thing, because it's better when there's no accidents and no co-80s. But yes, it allows for straight-up racing, and that's great. In fact, I'm just keeping an eye on this Maybach situation. I don't think he's going to be close enough. So I think Vajra may have won that one, to be honest with you. So we'll come back to that in a short while, but yeah, definitely some good battles going on at the moment. It's times like this, Neil, where, you know, we're an hour and 25 minutes into the race, and you keep forgetting there's actually still 22 hours to go.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing with a lot of these cars as well, is that they're just really thinking about the car and thinking about their position and how long there is left in the race.
It validates your statement from before that it's a 24-hour sprint these days, because we've seen some fantastic racing and there's still 22 hours more of it to come.
Indeed, just like between Maybach and Vajra, as you said there.
We have the 10th, 11th and 12th overall placed cars in the pits. That's Shorten, Capella and Philipparkos. And those cars are 1, 2 and 3 in the P2 class. So Nicholas Hillebrand behind is not going to be close enough, I believe, to take advantage. But we have the top 3 from P2 in the actual 1, 2 and 3 in the pits at the moment. So and it's interesting to see that. They've all come in at the same time, possibly all reacting to each other. Hillebrand not close enough to take advantage, as we just mentioned, but yeah, really at the moment, interesting to see all the prototypes in at once. I don't suspect we'll be seeing any driver swaps. Well, actually, we might in the Drake car, because Nick Newcomb is waiting about. So I imagine Newcomb will be getting in that 139. Roy Shorten will be getting out, the Dutch driver. And my fellow Geordie, Newcomb, will be getting in. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes in the 139. In fact, Newcomb is in, and he'll be exiting the pits very soon. Capella has already exited. Newcomb just waiting. Philipparkos now is waiting about as well. Yep, Philipparkos exits as Newcomb waits. As Neil Healy rejoins us.
So a driver change for the Fanatec Drake car.
But Newcomb isn't going. He's in, but he's not going. This is weird stuff for Fanatec Drake Racing. I think he's in first gear, but something is awry with that car. Can't go yet, or he's not going yet, or something's happened, and they're getting stuck in the pits, which is a shame. But either way, we'll hope that it can get out. Nicholas Hillebrand comes into the pits for Magenta Warriors in the number 48, and this is going to benefit him.
Indeed, it is going to benefit that 48 car.
It is going to benefit them because he's still not moving. His Newcomb here.
The Fanatec Drake car was second in class. A fantastic drive by them in the first hour and a half of this race. But I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Nick Newcomb.
But he's in the car, so we'll have to see what happens. But either way, at the moment at least, they are not on track, and well, Magenta are probably going to get the overtake done here. And maybe there's damage. But then Newcomb wouldn't get in. Apparently the change has gone wrong, says Ben Willis in the chat. Oh, that's happened before, we've seen, but part and parcel, it seems, of problems that you can face. Sometimes driver changes can go wrong. Of course, network settings are proposed. I don't see one of the checks you need to do by Jimmy Allison at the start, because we ruled that out to potentially being some network settings. In fact, Newcomb's disconnected in an attempt to get back in, and he will be the driver that gets back, so going to be a delay for Fanatic Drake in this race. But yes, not going to be good for them, but sometimes it just happens.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. We've had this before, but the car wasn't moving apparently, and there was no drive in it, but there has been a little bit of a disconnection there. They've done that to try and get back in again, as we've seen teams do this season. Newcomb will get it back in the car, and they'll get going again. They're going to lose some time, though. Pobadnik and Davies in the meantime.
James Johnson appears to have got a lot of fuel out of this tank, though. The thing with Jeremy Broadbent, perhaps Stephen Bailey short-fueled ever so slightly. Perhaps they're doing a little bit of an alternate strategy. Perhaps they're finding doing the laps on more fuel isn't worth it. And James Johnson goes past the pits again. So Vaudeville continuing in the lead of this motor race. You've got to see what Jimmy Broadbent can do, rather. Coming through Virage Corvette. Coming up towards Maison Blanche. What will the GNS driver do? Will he dive into the pits this lap? Coming up towards the pit lane.
Yes.
And indeed he has. So that's pitting for the GNS car.
Yep, gonna get into the pits now on those hard tyres, Broadbent, and is this the first pit of the race for the GNS car? I believe it might be, actually. I haven't left the pit while I was not. This is the first pit of the race. They've managed to make those tyres. Oh, the second pit.
It's their second stop of the race. Perhaps they'll change tyres this time round.
Yep, maybe they will.
We know with that front wheel drive orientated drivetrain, it's so harsh on the front tyres. The rear tyres are absolutely fine. They can do entire races. They just have to keep on changing those front tyres, though.
Yep, changing the tyres, and that's what they're doing. They are changing tyres as Broadbent gets up on the jacks. So that JNS car going to change some tyres around now. And, of course, you know, as we said, front-wheel drive uses up the tyres more. But, yeah, Broadbent in. Manasakis is going to gain time as a result. And the likes of that. But yes, at the moment, still James Johnson leading in the LMP1 field. Wisniewski really actually starting to catch up with Radaeli now, only 3 seconds down. So we could see a battle for 6th in class.
Is he coming in for it?
I've just noticed actually the whole battle between Cino Vidra and Daniel Maybach's back on. By Maybach has caught up again. We're going to have this battle go on in GTs again. Maybach.
Indeed, coming through our Nash corner now. Maybach trying to find a way past the Atlantic car. No such luck yet, though.
It is so close between them. We saw it before. We're going to see it again. And, well, Jonas Ivio in the Valis GT is actually now past Nick Newcomb. That's how long it's taken for them to get back in the server. But Maybach is still chasing down Vidra here. And you imagine this is going to kick off again because they are so close to each other. Half a second in it through the Porsche curves.
Going through the Porsche curves, Maybach is trying to find a way past it. It seems Maybach has fallen back ever so slightly through here, and that goes with the idea that I think that the Porsche has more wine.
Yeah, more handling focused car is the Porsche, and well, a Chevrolet Corvette behind it. You know, it's a bit of a straight liner, so going to see how this goes. Maybach and Vidra, see if Daniel can catch up again. They were so close through Indianapolis, but yeah, not really close enough yet. But getting there, definitely. In fact, look at this, how much he's getting to the front chicanes.
As I was just scrolling through the field there, Marius Burt in the 3-wide car had an absolutely fantastic save coming into the Dunlop chicane and almost lost it about 3 times. A massive fishtail, but he managed to catch it very nicely. Fantastic car control from the 3-wide driver.
Yeah, he's coming under threat from Fabio Caglioni in the Witchwood car, maybe as a result of that little spin there, but yeah, interesting to see how this is going to work out for the Witchwood team because they're having a solid race as well. They are in that 169 car, 5th in class, and that is the VLMS entry with the VLMS behind it, the Caspian car, 165. So, and then there's the other one. We got with 3 GT entries within 3 cars of each other, Witchwood, Caspian, RSA, 5, 6, and 7. That's interesting. really are showing that they can stick it to the best of them, aren't they, Neil?
Indeed, they are, and that's it. That's part of the wonderfulness of it, is that showing that the GT cars in VLMS are certainly something to be reckoned with. They are fast, if not faster, than some of the VEC entries.
Yep, they're proving their stuff here as well. I tell you what, we talked about a battle between 5th and 6th. It's on now. Niggin and Wisniewski has called up to look at Radiali, and it's DHR versus GT Italia. And I think Radiali's actually lifted off to let Wisniewski through here. He got a bad exit out of the finals. Out of Mulsanne, I don't know, but Wisniewski is through either way.
A fantastic move there by Wisniewski.
Well, it was well placed. Radiali, I think, may have lifted off, but he's gonna, maybe he just knows he's slower and he decided not to fight it too hard. I don't know, but that number 2 car getting up the order now, and that's the important thing. They are moving up as Kasdorp pits from 3rd for Velis Sim Sport. Now, that is the team that needs to be 4th or higher in the championship if the number 2 Doug Henson car wins it. So, in 3rd at the moment, it's a good place for them, though. I imagine George Manasakis in the same HQ car will go through. And as made Jimmy Broadbent down in 5th.
The Broadbent just coming through the Porsche, the Ford chicanes at the moment. I've made that mistake too many times. Came through the Ford chicanes in that classic Nissan liveried car, and it appears that he will gain that position. Oh no, Kasdorp just came out of the pits. This might be mightily close. Kasdorp just getting out up to speed. Flips the speed limiter off, but extremely close behind Broadbent. Not too far at all.
Paolo Marinaro is slow on the straight. He's just holding off to the left here. Don't know what he's doing, but he's got damage. That's why he's got big suspension damage. He's practically turning that wheel 90 degrees to the right to get down the straight. And he's keeping to the very right of the straight here. He's not in really a good place, but he's just keeping as far right as he can here, Marino. I don't know what happened, but he's got big suspension damage. And Jimmy Allison calls a code 80 as a result of that. And enforced, I don't know what happened, but he's had big damage. I don't know where he got it.
My God. Very similar to what we saw in the VLMS race, Josh. He lost control coming up into Dunlop chicane, goes over the gravel at the inside, jumps up and does that's a quadruple roll he's managed to do.
Oh yeah, Marinaro, it's happened again. Yeah, Marinaro goes off, hits the sandbank, and it's pretty much, Pain City from there on in. He lands, well, I tell you what, he gets a full 10 out of 10 for the landing and the execution, but it's not helped their race, because that car is crabbing like crazy.
That Texas Corsa car wasn't 39th overall, second last running, indeed the last car running in fact, and he's managed to do a quadruple roll coming into the Dunlop chicane. Very bad luck in this race, just going from bad to worse for that 68 car.
Yeah, it's how much suspension damage. They're practically going side by side on the straights. I don't know how he's managed to keep it. He has kept it going very safely. Props to Marinaro. Didn't get involved in any incidents, but he is just wiggling like just side by side. He is really doing the crab down the straight. Oh, well, interesting developments.
Second code 80 of the race.
This will be a godsend for any teams that need to get a pit stop in now, because they're on the car is Marinaro just coming out the second chicane now. So any cars that are about the stop finish now are pretty much going to get a free pit stop, or at least a severely discounted one. They'll be going to the B&M bargains for their pit stops today.
And you can see Bram Beal in the 66 car is in. Maris Burton, the 77 is in, as is the Witchwood car. I went to American, the 175 is coming in. Garacino's stay out in the 170 car. So a lot of the GT cars are electing to make their pit stop at the moment.
Yep, a lot of cars electing that now is the time to make their stop. And with serious reason. There's always bailing in. Canglioli and Demicon in. There's a lot of cloud forming over the front straight, mind. Keep an eye on that. But yeah, McDonald out. Bailing out. Girls just deciding now, and maybe it might be time for top up.
It might well be time for a top up. These GT cars can do just about an hour. So perhaps they're doing this and banking for another code 80 towards the end of at some point during the race to help them gain that 22 minutes.
Yep, and well, Interesting stuff happening here then at Le Mans. I mean, we've got this Canglione as well, so cars just deciding now is the time. Marinaro was, he's at Mulsanne, so we're going to be in this for a while. Maybach in, though. And there's another car, Van der Waerder in as well in the magenta car. James Johnson might jump, Stephen Bailey might, but he's very close, Bailey, actually. I don't know whether he will. Johnson's close as well. Broadbent is way off, and I don't think he'll even get the chance. But yes, under this code 8, it just gives you a nice little bit of time to reflect, doesn't it? And calm down a bit after the drama of before.
Indeed, it's been quite a hectic 80 minutes or so since the last green flag, especially between Varia and Maybach. Those two have been going at it for the best part of the last 40 minutes.
Here's a battle that might be close on the restart. Jimmy
Maybach
Broadbent
actually came into the pits.
Broadbent versus Kazdorp. They are about 5 seconds away in this code 80, which translates to about 1 and a bit seconds on track. So, yeah.
That might be very, very nice between Kazdorp and the number 21 Velas, Audi R18, and then the GNS Nissan GT-R LM.
This could be an interesting battle between these two at the start, because Kazdorp can just make them out of time. He'll be within a couple of seconds of Broadbent, and that's important because, you know, he'll be there, he'll be ready to attack, and that'll put them into the 4th place that they need, Team Velas, because Velas Simsport pretty much need 4th or higher to win the championship, and then everything has to go their way. Is Johnson in? Johnson does come in. I imagined he was. Bodbull in, and Stephen Bailey's just coming around the Porsche curves. I don't know whether he'll be able to, because Marinaro is actually in the adapter, so Bailey might be able to.
Bailey may well be able to. We've just got to see what is this dude. Does he decide to take that track position to get a little bit closer to Johnson?
We'll see if he can do that. Maybe going to go for the on-track position rather than the quick fix and get themselves the back up the fixed section. What the heck? I mean, just get themselves filled up and fueled up and tyres changed, etc. But yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what that does. Marinaro, though, is obviously still coming around, as you'll see on the screen. Johnson out, though. Johnson is out, and Bailey's not going for it. He's gone for the track position. He's going to close up a little bit, and that might help.
Very interesting. James Johnson just coming out of the pit lane, and Bailey just entering the 4 chicanes. So, and ever so slightly closer is Stephen Bailey. Would have bet on Johnson having to make a pit stop under green flag conditions in order to catch him up. Hasn't really happened for the number 2 car. Luck just hasn't fallen their way. So we've got to see what the Audi can do from here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on from here. That much is sure. As it's really just a case of waiting now for the racing to get back underway while we wait for Marinaro to get back. Oh, and apparently Emmanuel Marcelli in the chat says Marinaro got a screen freeze while driving in turn 1, and when the freeze was over, he couldn't keep the car on the track. So, yeah, screen freeze caused him to go off, hit the bank, do that magnificent quadruple barrel roll, and damage the suspension to eternity.
I must say it was a wonderful barrel roll, though. It was a wonderful, wonderful
you get a 10 out of 10
attempt.
for the execution, yes. Osvaldo Angeloni, I've just noticed as well, is in the Monaco car. That's a driver change that's happened when I've not been watching. So Angeloni in the Monaco now, rather than Nico Barkley. So yeah, and down in 34th place. Newcomb's back going again, but he's in 35th overall. Paul Schumann, 36th in the champion car. So a lot of P2s down the order after the problems at the start and throughout the rest of the race. But yes, at the start, there's going to be an interesting battle between Broadbent and Kazdorp here at the front.
Indeed, the two different marks, the Audi and the Nissan, two very different strengths the cars have. You just got to see what Broadbent could do to try and keep Kazdorp at bay.
There's an even closer battle going to be on as well. Lance Gavasino and Bram Balin as well. They are going to be super close in the GT battle, and that is actually for 4th in class too. So we got just as significant a battle going on in the GTs as well for track position. And Balin and Gavasino could be fun. As could Charles Baccio and Matt Strand for 12th, further behind. So there's 2 or 3 battles we can keep an eye on.
Indeed, Balin doesn't really have that much experience racing against Garcino. Of course, that 170 car being one of our VLMS specials, a special invite for the races. We're just about to go back to green.
The green in 10 seconds, says Jimmy Allison. We're going to go back because Marinaro has managed to get himself into the pit lane. And here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We're green flag racing once again. Everybody accelerates to full speed. Keep an eye on Broadbent, Casdo, Bale and Garasino, the whole lot here. I'm going to actually keep an eye on this GT battle because it could be seriously good. Balin is in the slipstream of Garasino, and he will be coming into Indianapolis, and this could be a feisty GT battle.
It could well be a feisty GT battle as I keep an eye on the prototype battle between Broadbent and Castorp.
Yeah, you do that, Neil Heatley. Jimmy Broadbent has actually gone past George Manasakis, who's in the pit, as has Yuri Kasdorp. But Balin and Garasino here are going to go to battle. 4th place at stake in the GT class. SRVN and the RSA car, neither in the championship order. And the RSA car, of course, the VLMS entry. So, you know, pretty much going for glory here and overall track position for the GTs. Although Balin not really looking to be closing in at the moment. Lock up from Garasino lets him.
Indeed, and with Manasakis being the pits, Wisniewski in the number 2 cars just managed to get past him, although Manasakis is not that far behind.
Manasakis is not far behind, he's only a couple of seconds down, so could be interesting to see how this goes, and keep an eye on the battle, so gonna give it a good shot. Garasino and Balin though, still going to battle, although I think Brahm is gonna have to wait until maybe the straight again. As we've seen, we're gonna have a slipstream battle on perhaps. Garasino in the Corvette, Balin in the Ferrari, both reasonable all-rounders, the Ferrari better all-rounder, but yes, the Corvette might have a slight advantage in the straight line.
The Broadbent appears to have pulled away from Castorp since the green flag was called. Just pulling away slightly, as I said, so that's 3rd place for Broadbent, trying to secure it even further. As Michael Bernard in the Flatline Racing P2 car, 12th overall, 3rd in class, just behind this battle, had a massive slide coming through for Ash Corvette and almost lost it into the barriers on the left-hand side, but managed to catch it. Fantastic car control from the Flatline Racing driver.
That wouldn't have been good if he'd lost it, but he didn't, did Barnard. He'll try and get through this battle. Balin and Garasino, though, so close at the moment, giving each other the ultimate battle that both want, really chasing each other. Balin and Garasino. Barnard will want through as soon as he can. Is he going to look at it? He's going to look through it. No, he's not. I think he thought of that turn, but he thought against it. Did not go for it there, did Michael Barnard, into the Dunlop chicane. Maybe he'll wait till after the S's through Tetra Rouge for his actual move. In fact, he's sizing it up here. He wants to be passed in the S's, but it's not going to work, Michael. You'll have to wait. Braun, Balin and Lance Garasino are busy having a battle here.
It appears the main advantage that these P2 cars have over the GTs is through the straights. You manage to gain about 15 or 20 kilometers an hour on them on the straights, and you can see that as Bernard moves to the inside.
Oh, and this is hurting because here's Hillebrand. Hillebrand's caught up behind, and now Nicholas Hillebrand wants through too. He'll draft Barnard and then move out of the way as soon as he can as Garasino and Balin battle. But Hillebrand at the moment goes to the outside of Barnard. This is a P2 battle that's come out of nowhere. Can Hillebrand get through for track position here? He's going to go for it. This is the 3rd, and Hillebrand through onto the top 3.
The 48 car up onto the podium. That was one that needed a little bit more fortune. In order to get a good result today. As it stands, Atlantic Motorsport will take that P2 championship with Lazarus Filipakos currently at the wheel. We've got to see what he can do, but indeed Hillebrand's managed to pull away from Bernard slightly, and right behind them, Bram Bielen in the SRVN car trying to get the slipstream of Garasino in the 170 car. No can do, coming down into the 2nd chicane.
He has got a speed advantage of sorts. He's got about 6k on him, but it's not enough, unfortunately, and Balin will have to wait. But maybe into Mulsanne. He's very close now. If it was ever going to go, it'll go this time, because the toe is immense. It's like you put the towing hook on the back of that car as Van der Water gets through. You would imagine he's pulling him along here nicely. Balin and Garasino. This has got to be enough this time. 275 kilometers out for Garasino. 285 now for Balin. He has the advantage. Bull breaks early, Garasino. Didn't let him through.
It did let him through, decided it would be a little bit too risky to go too wide through Mulsanne corner.
Balin wide a bit there. That's going to give Garasino a better exit. And it's going to be take 2 for these GTs. Garasino and Balin. Look at the speed that Lance has this time. He's gonna chuck it down the inside, but Balin holds it. Then he has to go to the outside. Gonna swing to the inside, get more of a slipstream in that Corvette. Go for it. Twice times the charm. No, Balin moves over again. Garasino can't get through, and Bram Balin, with some very nice placement out of the Ferrari 458, holds on to the top 3 in his class, I believe.
That's for 4th in class, actually.
Well,
it's a
close
battle
enough
at the moment.
Close enough. It may as well be the podium. It's the 4th podium place. We've invented one for Le Mans. There you go. Brown Bailen in 4th, though, holding on to Garasino from 5th.
So we just got to see what the RSA Protea Sim Sports driver can do. The South African team has been very good throughout the entirety of the VLMS season. They applied for an entry here into the VEC for Room 1 for the 24 hours and managed to get it from race director Jimmy Allison, allowing them to race as James Johnson, the current leader, has gone right the outside of Garasino in the Porsche curves. Very brave move there from Johnson, but of course because the P1s have so much more downforce, they can do that as Johnson goes around the outside of the long right-hander through the Porsche cars, and that just shows the speed advantage and the downforce advantage these Prototype 1 cars have.
It's brave, but it needs to be brave because Stephen Bailey's just 10 seconds down the road and chasing. That's why he needed to go for it. Didn't want to get held up. Otherwise, he'd have let Bailey get some free time on him. And he doesn't want that. In fact, it might have already hurt him because Bailey's got the gap down to 9.8 seconds. He is chasing down. He is a determined man. He's one of the most talented drivers in the VEC. So great to have him back, of course, after not really doing all of the season. Got to have him back at Le Mans with DHR and showing that he's not lost any of his talents.
It is Stephen Bailey, a little bit of a Le Mans specialist, and he's showing it here by keeping that car up in 2nd place as Garasino just shows his nose to Bram Bailey there coming into the Porsche chicanes, the Dunlop chicane, even though he's nowhere close, just showing that Bailey that he is still there as Bailey comes between the two of them, slicing and dicing between the two of them. A fantastic awareness of traffic there by Bailey.
Always has been one of the best drivers when it comes to traffic as well. Just has this iron-like consistency. I mentioned it in the qualifying. But Bailey, he just has a knack of being so consistent, so infallible. Pretty much never makes mistakes. Such a dependable driver. One of the drivers you always have to keep an eye out. Always a threat. Always want to be concerned about. And if he's catching you, you know you're in for a battle.
Oh, Stephen Bailey is an absolutely fantastic driver. Very clean, very consistent, metronomic. Like that's why he's with the DHR team. Although he's in the number 3 car, the 2nd car, if you will, for this year's championship. That doesn't mean that he is a slower driver at all.
Yep, slower driver is not something that Stephen Bailey is. He's absolutely quick as anybody else. In fact, one of the quickest, as we keep mentioning. He is that good, and it's so good to have him back. But catching James Johnson is no easy feat. He is doing it. He's 9.7 seconds, so he's maintaining the gap, rather. But Johnson as well. Let's not forget, that Vodbull driver is, again, been one of the better drivers this season. He's always seemed to be able to do well in that Porsche.
Indeed, that Porsche seems to have done fantastically well this season.
Yep, doing a great job at the moment, James Johnson, and continuing it, of course. But Bailey's got the gap down to 8.6 seconds. He is scything it down, is Stephen Bailey. Cutting it down, just chopping away like a woodsman at the trees in the forest. But Stephen Bailey, as it comes through the sort of forest section, he is playing the role of the woodsman here. He's just chopping down James Johnson's lead. You may as well call the story Little Red Riding Hood, because, Stephen Bailey's coming to get James Johnson.
Indeed, and Bailey just metronomic, as I said before, just there doing consistent lap times, just slowly cutting down that lead. And James Johnson will be able to see that he's cutting into his lead. His team will be telling him that, and the same with Stephen Bailey. The DHR teammates will be telling him that he is gaining on James Johnson ahead of him. Could be a very tasty battle once they catch up to each other.
A little bit held up behind Dennis Hadlack there, but he managed to get away, and that is good for Stephen Bailey. Managed to get away from the GT traffic and continue his quest to catch James Johnson, as it were. And, we got Derry Tapper in the comments saying having some luck in traffic works. And, luck in traffic is always helpful. If you get some traffic holding your opponents up, that can help you gain time. And it's one of the key parts of endurance racing, So that can help. And, I hope you are enjoying this race. We're about 2 hours in, Do share the stream with your friends if you want to get your friends and family involved. Show them why they should be watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is a fantastic race, and I'm sure, even if you've never watched sim racing before in your life, you can enjoy it.
Indeed, it's just lots of fun, and of course, the better part about sim racing is that it isn't as expensive. If you have an instant, you can still come in and fix it in a relatively short period of time, as opposed to real life. So that allows the racing to this allows the cars to be on track for longer and the racing to be that much closer.
Yeah, remember, we have a Twitter hashtag going on as well. Hashtag VECLM24. Use that if you like. Get yourself involved on Twitter. We do watch the tweets come in and we'll read any that come in as they do. A lot of people excited on Twitter about this race so far in the build up to it, of course. So, going to be very interesting to see how this goes. 112 minutes into this race then. 8 to go until the 2 hour mark. Stephen Bailey still catching up on James Johnson though. The gap has gone up a bit to 9.7 seconds. And, well, still trying to chase him down here is Bailey, really doing a good job of that. Battle on for 12th in class in GT though. Charles Baccio and Robin Tall battling it out. This is SRVN, I believe. No, this is a Rare Endurance team, another orange Dutch car. Got it confused with the SRVN car, but Charles Baccio and the Talking Dog car chasing down as well. First, we've seen the Aston Martins in this stream as well. Charles Baccio, of course, and that Aston Martin for Talking Dog Racing. Doing a good job in that 71 car at the moment. And Aston Martin, a very, very power-hungry car. It is one of the powerhouses, straight-line speed cars. Struggles a bit in the corners compared to the all-rounder Ferrari, but Baccio putting it to good use at the moment.
The 71 Talking Door racing car has got 54 points so far this season, 8th in the championship, but you've got to remember as well, Josh, that this race is a double points race. It's quadruple the length of a normal race, double the points. This could cause a little bit of trouble for many cars in this GT class.
It can cause problems, but it could bring excitement in terms of the double points. Oh, let's just swim on that. Parkos is getting involved with Sebastian Rodriguez in front of him, and that is a lapped car. So Rodriguez there in the MVD Racing Team car, not in the LMP2 Championship, but still in the battles here at Le Mans, getting involved with Lazarus Parkos. It might have been contact, but it doesn't seem to have resulted in damage if there was. Baccio, though, is passed through on Rodriguez. Parkos and Rodriguez have to get past Toll, though, there, Robin Toll in the rear endurance car, which was infamously involved in a bit of a space mission in Little August, but we've glossed over that. They've glossed over that, and they're trying the hardest to win at Le Mans now.
And in that dark racing car, the 84 did so well earlier on. It's now down in 31st position overall. That's somewhere in the region of 13th in class. They're not. Yeah. That's not going to do their championship chances any well. But the highest placed car in the GT class that's still in with a shot of the championship is that 3 wide car. The number 70. Sorry, the number. It is indeed the number 77. There we go. The number 77, currently 5th in the championship, is in 3rd place overall. Just going to see what you can do. It's looking in GT to pretty much be won by TEAMSPEAK at the moment, though. That 89 car leading the championship, leading the race. The Carnivas Ferrera, Jonas Raivio, and he's doing a good job. It's the 94 car, the sister car, is in the championship. 94, Danny Schoenfleet's down in 34th. Oh yes, so it is my mistake. I'm getting my balances mixed up. Jonas Raivio on the 89 is not in the championship, but doing a good job. But yeah, Schoenfleet there, so 3 wide might come out as champions at this race. But there's still just over 20 hours to go. You still can't count your chickens before they've hatched. But indeed, it's been a fantastic job still by those 3 VLMS cars, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th in class. All 3 of them together in a little group. It's just going to show that VLMS is certainly a training ground for the VEC, and show that the caliber of VLMS is absolutely fantastic. Emmett Khan and Canglioli are actually looking pretty close to a battle here, and it is a fantastic battle between them. Matthew Arlington in the comments says, this race might be a better ambassador for e-racing than Formula E's efforts ever were. Well, I wouldn't say you're wrong, Matt. This is a fantastic race. I mean, a full 24 hours of quality racing like this. This is absolutely brilliant stuff, and it proves just how good sim racing is these days. Indeed, the sim racing is such a high caliber, and the fact with these endurance races that we've got, and the fact that all 3 championships can be as close as they are just now, just shows the caliber of all of these drivers is extremely high. It is such a high quality field we have at SRC, and of course that helped by our license system which we have. Of course, you need a SRC License 1 or License 2 to be able to race in the Virtual Endurance Championship. License 1, I believe, grants you entry into Room 1. License 2 into Room 2. License 3 gives you entry into the Virtual Le Mans Series. License 4 gives you access to all the other licenses. But you have to complete the SimRacing.Club Academy to complete. You may have noticed, actually, on our banners, very nicely done by Stephen Bailey, of course, the trackside banners.
but it actually, one of them actually with the SRC Academy says, start your endurance racing career here. And that is so true. It is the entry point to the simracing.club series by doing the Academy series. It's a 3-race championship. Your best 2 results are taken, and if you do well enough, you can get a license for and compete in the Virtual Le Mans series, and then move up to the Virtual Endurance Championship. In fact, it's so good, Neil Healy tried it. Tried but failed. But yes, if you are successful, you can get into the VEC or VLMS too, and it really is the way you can start your career.
As you're saying that, we've got a fantastic battle, for the top 3 in GTs are absolutely nose to tail. Eunice Ravio in the 89, Marius Burton 77, Bram Balin 66 are nose to tail, the top 3 in GTs.
This is a battle. I completely missed that. Thanks, Neil. Ravio, Bert, Balin, all nose to tail. This is for the lead of the GT. 1, 2, and 3. The battles are going, and Bram Balin, the Dutch hero for SRVN, is chasing down Marius Bert in the 3 wide. Of course, they're going to win the championship if this continues. But it doesn't matter for Bram Balin whether you're going to win the championship or win something else altogether. He wants to get through.
Indeed, in the slipstream coming down towards Mulsanne Corner, Eunice Ravio is going to... this is allowing him to pull away ever so slightly, because as these two battle, they will slow each other up. Coming down to Mulsanne Corner, Balin just putting his nose to the inside, making sure Bert knows he's there. He's managed to close up massively in the braking zone. Let's see what he can do in the run-up to Indianapolis as Wisniewski comes to lap all 3 of them.
Yeah, negative Wisniewski coming to lap all 3 of these cars. Yeah, Caglioli, Balin, and... well, Balin's already... Caglioli's already been lapped. Balin and... Ravio's actually starting to come under pressure here for, I think, the first time in the race as a GT driver, you know? He's pretty much led it from the start, and now he's having to actually become under pressure from Marius Bert and then Bram Balin behind. And Balin, he doesn't care about the fact that, you know, there's 2 cars he's going to overtake. He's so determined. Bram Balin's just like, look, Marius, I know you're champion-elect here, but I don't care, mate. I want to go through for second.
Indeed, Bram Balin, that bright orange Ferrari F458, doing a fantastic job there in 3rd, just trying to close up to Bert, just as close, coming on the run up to Porsche curves, but you've got to remember the braking zone for the Porsche curves is not that large.
MR817 in the comments says, I want some of the stuff the commentators have. Well, the only thing we're high on at the moment, mate, is the pure racing action and what's going on in the GT field. Balin and Bert and Ravio all chasing each other in this fantastic battle for the GT lead. That's the only thing that we have at the moment, and it's a great battle going on. Matthew Anderson says, did Josh try SLC though? I haven't. I'm more of a commentator than I'm a racer, but I might in the future, as we now tick over into our 2-hour mark. So it's time for a second rFactor 2 hourly update, which I'm going to do this time because Neil did the last one. And in the first position of everybody at the moment is James Johnson in that Vodbull car, the number 14 leading the race in the LMP1 field. Then it's Stephen Bailey second in the number 3 DHR. Do not count out Bailey by any means, he can still get this. Jimmy Broadbent third in the GNS Nismo, and that is a good result for them so far after problems at the start. Yuri Kasdorp fourth in the 21 Velas car, possibly the odds on for the championship in LMP1 at the moment. George Manasaga's fifth though, rounding out top 5 in the LMP1 for Same HQ, and well, they may not be in the title hunt, but they're still giving it a go nonetheless. To LMP2 now, and it's Vincenzo Capella first leading in that in the 40 car, the GT Italia car, and then in second is Lazarus Philipakis in the 32 championship. I think either, is that the championship leading car? It might, yes it is, in the second place, doing a good job, odds on favourite in LMP2. Hillebrand third in the Magellan Warriors car, the 48, then it's Michael Barnard in the 31 in the Flatline car, and then Frederick Schroeder rounding out your top 5 in the 46 Seawolf Net Race LMP2. To the GTs now, we got a 3-way battle going on. Eunice Ravio leading in the 89 Velas car. Then Bram Balin, who's through in a second in the 66 SRVN. Then Marius Bert, our champion-elect with 3 Wide Motorsports in the 77 Corvette. Fabio Caglioli is the first of our VLMS entries, the 169 Widgewood car in 4th place. Ahmed Demakan rounding out top 5 in GTs in the 175. In 6th is the 75 Pirwell Logitech car. Then 7th is the 88 No Limit Corvette. 7th place for them. 8th place is the number 170 SRRC Protea Racing car. Again, a VLMS entry, 8th place. Pat Strand in the 64 Ferrari is 9th. Rounding out your top 10 in GTs and rounding out this hourly update, Chris Horn in the number 53 Flatline Racing Chevrolet Corvette C7.
And indeed, Josh, as you're doing that rundown, Bram Balin's managed to get past Bert.
It has, as we mentioned, Balin past Bert in that rundown and into second now. I said he didn't care whether he's champion or not. He's gone through anyway. He doesn't just want second place, he wants the lead.
Indeed, Bram Balin now trying to chase down Ravio in that number 89 car. That's going to be a very difficult task, though we know how fast Eunice has been this entire race.
Eunice Ravio really has been a flying Finn, and, well, he's being caught now a bit by Flying Dutchman in Bram Balin, because the gap between the two of them now for the lead of GT is 1.4 seconds, and coming down.
Very, very interesting, but of course, Bert in the 3 wide cars right behind there should anything go wrong.
He is, and a battle just ahead of them actually. Frederick Schroeder and John Davies, Undercover Sim Racing versus Seawolf Netrate Motorsport in the P2s. This is 6th in class between the two of them. Well, Davies is in 6th, so he's going for 5th on Schroeder there in the Seawolf car. Seawolf again, a team that have been very good. Both of these teams in contention for the title, of course, but Undercover Sim Racing need a bit of a miracle.
Undercover do need a little bit of a miracle in that 50 car. They need, if I can find my stats here, yeah, they have got 78 points compared to Atlantic Motorsports 126. They're 48 points behind the lead. They need Atlantic to DNF to even have a chance of winning this championship. Just got to see what can happen in the next 21 hours.
I do hear that Jimmy Broadbent's actually just on the fastest lap of the race. 3:22.354 in the GNS car. As a bit of an aside to all this, that is a fantastic lap by Broadbent, really getting his stuff on. Great move from him to do that. But yes, as we mentioned, this undercover car, John Davies in it at the moment, to go through their exact requirements for the championship is a bit of a miracle. They need to win this race, obviously. They need Atlantic to DNF. As basically, they need everybody but Magenta Warriors and Velas Sim Sports, and they need a lot of DNFs to occur here. Because other cars need to be around 5th or 7th, so basically, they'd need every single car to DNF for them to win, but stranger things have happened in endurance racing.
Indeed, stranger things have indeed happened in racing as the 38 car with Paul Schumann at the wheel that is still trying to gain those positions. The same with Fanatec Drag Racing car. They had a fantastic run before that mishap during the pit stop sequence.
Yep, obviously he just needs to get on with it, John Davies, really, in this case, around this Le Mans track, of course, specially created for us at simracing.club. Had a lot of in-house work go into this, as we mentioned, with the signposts and all that, but the track itself as well is our own modification, and it's doing really well, obviously. It's really, really nice, and it's quite cool to see that. Jonathan Dewar in the comments, obviously, liking Le Cirque est top. Merci, Jonathan. Bit of French for you. But yeah, John Davies really going for it at the moment on Schroeder here. I think he's got enough of a total to maybe go into the second chicane here. Schroeder
coming
versus
down
Davies.
into the second chicane, yep.
It is an interesting battle, this, in the LMP2s. John Davies, if we went on board with him, we'd see just how close he is to Schroeder here. And we're going to listen to that Orica 05 Nissan. Maybe as he comes out of the second chicane, he's going to hit the brakes for it now. Going to chase down Schroeder, and we can just listen to the sounds of this Orica 05 Nissan. Of course, a spec series LMP2, just one car and one engine. Orica chassis, Nissan engines, V8s all round. But Davies looking to get a go into Indianapolis here. He's got a bit of a toe off Schroeder. Will Schroeder go defensive though? That's the question. You imagine he will. But Davies has got the throttle down fully as they accelerate towards Indianapolis at 300 kilometers an hour. Now 310 kilometers an hour. Davies, I don't think is going to be able to do it because Schroeder is defensive enough into Indianapolis. He's not going to get through, and Seawolf are going to hold this position for now. Or is he? Because he's gone wide on the exit there, and Davies, it's going to be brave if he does. Down the outside of Arnage, gets the brake on Schroeder, but runs wide. But regardless, he's through, and that was some move from John Davies.
Absolutely fantastic move there from Davies. Davies almost overshot the Arnage corner and went to the time burst on the outside, but managed to pull it back somehow. A massive squiggle coming back onto the track, then immediately moved into the middle to allow himself to defend as easily as possible. But fantastic move there from Davies in the 50 car.
That was a stunner there. Just got the advantage done on Schroeder there. Took full advantage, committed himself through Arnage, and he got through the place. I do believe that's now 5th in class for undercover. A very nice little move there, and Frederick Schroeder will be kicking himself. He'll be so annoyed he let him through. He's thinking, what am I doing? I've looked up and he's gotten through. What do I have to do? I have to be perfect. Well, interesting things happening here at Le Mans.
Indeed, extremely interesting. It's been an absolutely fantastic race between these two, but Schroeder's managed to pull away from Davis has managed to pull away from Schroeder since that happened. So obviously, the undercover sim racing car of the faster car at this point in the race.
Battle for the lead in GT's really kicking off now. Bram Berlin within half a second or so of Jonas Raiville. And if Raiville was not under pressure before, he certainly will be now. It is very much Holland versus Finland in this battle. And when it sounds like a World Cup fixture, it's the one the Dutch could very easily win. Because Berlin has shown himself to be so good this race so far. And he'll continue to do so throughout this battle with Jonas Raiville, the flying Finn. For Vela Simsport, it's SRVN on the chase. Ferrari versus Chevrolet. So many battles. Place your bets now. This should be good.
Indeed, coming up and towards the Dunlop chicane, the first braking zone of the lap, the left and the right, then coming down through the S's. Can Bram Berlin catch up through here? It appears no, but these two cars appear to be very evenly matched, as Jonas Raiville has a bit of a lock up through the first section of the Tertiary Rouge S and loses a bit of time to Berlin.
Loses a bit of time, yeah. Bram Berlin, if he gets enough of a slipstream here, could find himself in the lead. But it depends on how good this rundown is here. I mean, the gap to Raiville, you can probably see it from Raiville's rear view camera. Nick Newcomb's coming through as well in all this. But Bram Berlin, you'll see that bright orange car if you look from behind Raiville, just closing in at every possible opportunity.
Indeed, closing, but it appears they're not quite in the slipstream yet. Is Berlin just ever so slightly too far away to catch the draft from Raiville.
He closes up in the corners though, doesn't he, Bram? He's just closing up, and that Ferrari obviously better in the corners, the exits at least, than the Chevrolet, but then again, he just pulls away. That's what he does. Gets away and manages to accelerate.
Indeed, but coming out of the first chicane, Berlin appears to be a little bit closer this time, doesn't he?
He does. Bram Berlin looks closer. Maybe he's setting a move into Indianapolis. We've seen this before. Sometimes cars gain and set it up in a certain corner. It's a lot like when you play darts. Sometimes you have to set up your checkouts, and in this case, sometimes you have to set up your overtakes. And Bram Berlin's done enough setting up. Now he wants to slam the move into Mulsanne corner.
Bendy Philippakos is currently coming through second place in P2, trying to lap both these at the same time. This isn't allowing Berlin to pull out, but indeed he's not really gaining that much time down towards Mulsanne corner. What can Berlin do? He's just going to stay behind unless he's going to put a dive in. No, he isn't. But Berlin is right on the rear wing of Raiville.
He is right on the back wing now, and this is a serious battle for the lead of this race. Holland versus Finland. Place your bets indeed. All eyes look down now. This is not bingo. This is sim racing. This is a heck of a lot better than bingo. Bram Berlin might be saying bingo if he gets on Jonas Raiville. This is utterly brilliant racing for the Battle of GTs. This is GTs as well. We keep saying, Neil, they provide such good racing. Don't look over them.
Even though they aren't what you would term the premier class in the VEC, they do sometimes provide the best racing, just the way that they are equalised, and the fact that they have different strengths and weaknesses as well makes for fantastic racing. Berlin, his Raiville has a little bit of the rear end steps out ever so slightly under acceleration from Arnage corner.
He was just dominating before, wasn't he, Jonas Raiville? Now he's dropped off and Bram Berlin's come back from absolutely nowhere. The Dutchman has just decided now's the time to really just catch up on Jonas Raiville here, and he's caught up here, gets the chance, and well, I believe we're on board with Berlin as he chases down the Finn here through the Porsche Cars Vincenzo Capella pits, and Bram Berlin now gotta be thinking about this lead.
Indeed is. Oh, James Johnson!
Just through.
My goodness!
That was brave, but again, he has to be, because with Stephen Bailey behind, I think he's actually pitted to Stephen Bailey in the meantime, but yes, and interesting to see how this is going to go. Balin, oh, Van der Water gets past Balin into the 4 chicanes. That was a brave move from Alexander Van der Water and the Nismo there, but well placed, and Jonas Raivio now going to be overtaken as well. That's actually hurt Balin, but I'm sure we'll catch up.
Paul Schumann's had an incident at Indianapolis. That 38 car just far too wide coming through the right-handed kink. Does a complete 360 and doesn't touch anything. Fantastic luck there from Schumann in the 38 champion racing car.
Yeah, well done indeed, and well, Schumann manages to get through that nicely. I'm transfixed with this Raivio battle. It's just so great at the moment. Balin just catching up again. It's brilliant.
Philippakos has came in to make a pit stop.
Yeah, Philippakos in, and well, that was Philippakos. An interesting quantity, because we know he races with a controller or a joystick or something. His inputs are far from smooth. I've been commenting on that for a while, but somehow he's still as competitive as everyone else, which goes to show you don't necessarily need a proper high-end controller to go sim racing, though it certainly helps sometimes.
He does race with a controller. I've absolutely no idea how he managed to be that fast and that consistent with a controller. But looking back, Davis and Schroeder back together again.
Yeah, back together. Davies and Schroeder. Round 2 between the P2s, and John Davies is now under threat from Frederick Schroeder, instead of challenging like he was before. Interesting how positions can change and rules can change in a race sometimes. Schroeder now. Will he go into Indianapolis? Will he do what Davies did to him before? That's the question. Frederick Schroeder here. Maybe if Davies goes wide into an Indianapolis, he doesn't show any signs of doing that though. Or will it be? Will it be deja vu all over again? No, it won't. Schroeder messes up the exit of Indianapolis slightly, and he gets the dishonor of having to wait. It's not deja vu all over again. We have not just been in this place before, and so the song goes. But John Davies leading at the moment from Schroeder, not leading his class, but leading this battle.
Indeed, in just a few seconds ago as well, Schumann, after having his massive spin at Indianapolis, had another spin up at the Dunlop chicane. Again, didn't touch anything. It appears that Schumann is having real trouble with that champion racing P2 car. Yeah,
Paul Schumann not having a good time of it at all at the moment. I mean, he is down in 36th place. He's having a difficult time of it, and
as Balin's got past Ravio.
He has been missed that. Jonas Raivio has been overtaken by Bram Balin. Lead change in GT. Bram Balin has gone through. The Dutch lead it.
Oh, I've just had a look at the replay, and it seems to have been a bit of an accidental dive bomb from Bram Balin. Just the front tires were locked up all the way through the braking zone. The tyres were locked up, and somehow manages to make it stick. An accidental pass there by Balin.
If it's possible, I'd like to get that on the replay, because it was a sensational move. It was about 50 seconds ago. Balin commits down the, well, he doesn't commit. He brakes, and he then has to he locks the front right up. It'll be a massive lock-up. But Balin, he makes a mistake, and then he's actually, you know what, I'm going to go for this overtake. He makes the best of a bad scenario and goes through in a GT lead. Well,
absolutely extraordinary there, and there's a massive amount of traffic right behind them as well. Right around them actually. That's Capella, the current leader of the P2 class, just having to wait behind Balin through the Porsche curves. That P2 car has not got the downforce or power advantage to pass them through the Porsche curves.
Yeah, has not got the downforce, hasn't got the power. Capella's got to wait, unfortunately. Balin moves over to the side to facilitate it, but then he still can't get through anyway. This is not going to help Bram Balin in the slightest, and Raivio starting to catch him already. This is it, back on. And remember, that'll be a big flat spot on that SLVN car because of the mistake Balin made, so he's going to struggle with that.
Indeed, Marisburg's just fallen off the back of this battle ever so slightly.
Bert has fallen off the back, some over 2-horse race now, but still in perfect contention to capitalise as the cloud continues to form over the front straight here. No rain in this race just yet, but I wouldn't put it past it occurring as Raivio really starts to hound down the Dutchman who just passed him. Round 2, ladies and gentlemen, get your snacks out. It's time for one to resume.
Indeed, Ravio, that's the first time this race that he's lost the lead. He'll be absolutely itching to get that back.
In pure finish fashion, he'll want to just get past through. And look, he's caught up already. Just don't bother giving us time to do it here. Let's just go straight for the move. Well, Jonas Raivio, he's not giving us the time to breathe here. He's just caught straight back up. He just doesn't want to waste a second not being in the lead. It must practically keep him up just thinking that he's not ahead. Stephen Bailey laps the both of them. Bailey, of course, currently still second place in this race, but Raivio Balin could be a really tasty battle.
Indeed, this is Arne Schoenvliet's right behind him in the championship leading 94 Vela SimSport car. So perhaps they're obviously needing to gain many laps upon the leaders, Balin. So we just have to see what Raivio does in relation to Schoenvliet.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see indeed. And well, Jonas Raivio in relation to Arne Schoenvliet. Schoenvliet really is further down the order, although I don't think he's still in the car, 34th overall, but a lot further down. Michael Barnard in the pits for Flatline Racing in the middle of all this, but yes, this big battle, Balin Raivio, the big battle for the lead of GTs.
And Raivio's let Schoenvliet through.
Yeah, Angeloni's got to go through all this as well.
Oh, that was a little bit of lag on my end.
I saw that as well.
I almost, my goodness, that was a little bit of lag.
Schroeder and Davies are close.
For that.
Schroeder and Davies are close in the prototypes ahead though, 15 and 14 again. And Schroeder gets it wrong on the break in there. That is such a tricky braking zone, the curved corner. As I said yesterday in qualifying, I called it that. I don't know why the hell I called it that, but I did call it that. And I called it a curved corner. That's because what they are. That's one of your Joshisms for you. But Frederick Schroeder under the curved braking zone really got it wrong.
Indeed, really did appear to get it wrong, but it's so easy to do.
It is so easy to do, like calling corners curved when that's blatantly what they are. Schroeder, though, still chasing, and Neil, you'll know firsthand, really, you know, having watched them this season, that the Seawolf team are a good team, but so are Undercover.
Indeed, Seawolf have been unbelievably consistent. It's tied second in the championship at the moment, that 46 car. But it appears that Undercover has not always got the luck it deserved. They're right on the edge of the championship battle, but it appears that they haven't really had the luck always to compare with the speed.
Yeah, I mean, not always the luckiest team in the world, Seawolf, but definitely very quick and consistent. Undercover as well, not had the best of seasons, but still in championship contention, although as we keep saying, they're going to need pretty much everything to fall in their favour if they're going to win it. But yeah, still in contention, and that's all that matters at Le Mans. All you have to do is have a chance, and you need to run with that chance, because chance, as they say in literally nowhere, is what makes winners.
Indeed.
Notice how I said literally nowhere, because I never heard anyone say that. Davies, though, will be thinking as long as he's got... Davies, I imagine, will be the sort of person, as long as he believes he's got a chance, he can do it. Literally, if you have a chance, you have anything. And John Davies, he'll know that as long as he's in this race, as long as an Undercover car makes the end of this 24 Hours of Le Mans, they can still be champions, and Frederick Schroeder can still overtake them in that Seawolf car as he goes straight through before the first chicane.
And he's straight through before the first chicane. Davis is now getting that substitution. Can he come back up immediately? No, Davis just falls back slightly. And he's obviously aiming for a run out of the chicane towards the second one. But that's Schroeder up into, that's 6th in class. Sorry, that's 5th in class.
Yeah, it was once said that John Davies could probably link this up into the second chicane, and now he's going to try and do that. I mentioned setting up moves before. He's going to try and set up this overtake into the second chicane, pulls out of the slipstream side by side, too wide into the second chicane. It's not going to work for Davies, but Schroeder overshoots! He overshoots into the wall, loses the front bumper, and what did I say about chance? He had the chance, and Schroeder's lost the chance. Chance lost, and chance card goes straight to jail for Schroeder. Do not collect £200, but collect damaged suspension and no front bumper.
That's very strange. I'm still not quite sure what happened.
I think he just overshot his braking. He hit the brakes at 100. He outbraked himself, tried to turn, but he was on the gravel, knocked the car, and there is slight suspension damage to that Seawolf car now. in addition to the lack of a front bumper, but it looks like he can still get it around nice and safely.
Indeed, it looks like he can get around nice and safely, but as you said, it's all about chance, as the 24 has changed driver. Van der Woude's now in it.
Yep, we have a driver change. Well, I think Van der Woude has been in that car for a while now, actually.
Oh,
yeah, but yes.
Well, I think it's the 21 car that's actually changed. It's like Michelle in it.
Yes, Christian Michel, driver change for TEAMSPEAK. Of course, Michel.
I saw a name change on my timing totem. I just couldn't quite catch who it was.
Yeah,
but indeed,
Michel's
now at the wheel of 21.
Was a defending champion in Season 8 with TXL before moving to then Revolution Racing, which is now TEAMSPEAK. So Michel been with that team for about a season now. Yes, definitely an interesting driver, Christian Michel. Very quick, very consistent. Definitely a very good asset to have for TEAMSPEAK. Interesting driver indeed as well. Sure, there is going to make it back nice and safely. But yes, Christian Michel going to pose a threat here to the other drivers.
Indeed, he is a large threat to the other drivers. He is the one that got provisional pole on Thursday night, but after reviews had time added for track extensions and track cuts, just general track limits, and indeed that caused him to start 5th, if I remember correctly, 5th or 6th. So we know that Christian Michel is an extremely fast driver.
He's a very quick driver indeed. Van der Woude in the pits now for Magenta Warriors. And, well, there's actually quite a lot of drivers waiting around. We see Alberto Pastorado, Ed Trevelyan Johnson, Matt Richards, Sam McDonald, Sebastian Rodriguez. So, driver changes may be inbound. And I'll tell you what, actually, I do believe that none of those are for Van der Woude. So, Van der Woude will be staying in the car. But, yes, Frederick Schroeder as well in the pits to repair the damage. Osvaldo Angeloni in the Monaco ECR car in as well, but they don't have damage. This is just a regular stop. If Matt Richards is going to get in any car, I believe it's going to be that LMP2 for Magenta Warriors, the 48. It is the car that has his name on it, of course. So that'll be the car that the Welshman will get in. And Ed is a driver for number 14, apparently, so that is the leader.
Yep.
Yep, Trevelyan Johnson.
Trevelyan Johnson.
I am not going to make mistakes. I thought he drove for Team TEAMSPEAK. He actually drives for Vodbull Racing. There's a Johnson, there's a Trevelyan Johnson. So double the amount of Johnsons in this race. Make of that what you will. But yes, James Johnson and Ed Trevelyan Johnson might be about to switch roles here.
Indeed, it's been quite a while since that car did pit. They're currently on lap 39. If they're doing about 13 laps a stint, which I do believe they will be doing, we will be looking at that Vodbull car coming in this lap or the lap after. So certainly not long till Trevelyan Johnson gets in the car.
Yep, not long till ETJ, as I very affectionately referred to him last year. Sometimes I do that. So JJ for James Johnson, ETJ for, you know, Ed Trevelyan Johnson, JB for Jimmy Broadbent. In fact, you'll actually see a JB logo on the back of that GNS car. A lot of drivers go by initials these days, don't they? So you're NH and I'm JA. But also Jimmy Allison, so that's a problem.
You have to change your name, Josh, I'm sorry. But
alright, okay everybody, suggestions in the comments what I'm going to change my name to Dean Paul by. I need help with this one.
Johnson appears to have quite a nice lead over Bailey at the moment. Johnson just coming up into the Porsche curves. Bailey just through the first kink after Mulsanne corner. So Johnson, I think, is possibly over a pit stop actually. So we just got to see what he has to do this time round. But if they are doing a driver change, they may well be changing tyres as well.
Yeah, let's see what happens with this Vodbull car then as Johnson rounds the final couple of corners, gets past Nuno Pinto. Nicely done there. Will Johnson pit? It is of absolutely no surprise to see that, yes, he does pit. Gets into the pits. Pit stop's done. Left, right and centre. Thank you very much, says James Johnson. I'll just make this pit stop. And Stephen Bailey still miles behind, but he probably will inherit the lead of this race if there's going to be a driver swap.
Indeed, we just got to have a look as Bailey's just coming into the beginning of the Porsche curve, so about 30 seconds till he crosses the line, about 35 till he goes past the end of pit lane.
Yep, Johnson in then, and, well, we've got a suggestion from Adam Hodgkinson then, Josh McJoshface. Well, there's always going to be that, isn't there? There's always going to be that, and, well, Craig Wallard says changing him to Neil Heatley. That's just going to cause more problems than it's worth, mate. If you have Neil Heatley in the broadcast, then you really will be doing the 24 hours all by yourself. Whew. James Johnson, though, knows that he can't do it all by himself. That's why he's going to change drivers to Trevellin Johnson. Stephen Bailey, though, does
Bailey
take the
has
lead.
just passed him.
Driver change to
So
number 5, though. Passed her out to win.
Indeed, so that's the 3 car back into the lead of this race. It's been to and fro between these 2 cars for the entirety of the race, hasn't it?
Yep, and yeah, it really has been the DHR show this race with the 3 and the, well, the Vodbull show as well, the 14. But yes, Bailey being in 3rd is probably good for him because it's going to mean he's in the lead of the race, obviously. But it also means that if Wisniewski were to catch up, they'd be able to do a tactical switch, and that would put the DHR car where they need to do to win this championship. But Wisniewski about a minute and 30 behind Bailey at the moment, so a long way to go.
Yeah, a long way to go. That stop hold 60 at the beginning of the race really did tend to hurt them, because if you take that off, they'd be right up.
Oh dear, might be cut off Neil Heatley there, unfortunately, but yeah, Wisniewski needs to do some catching up if he's going to catch his teammate. Broadbent a minute down as well. Trevellin Johnson, though, is now in that car. So from one Johnson to another Johnson, it's ETJ's time to shine in the VBM 14. At the 24H of LM.
So we've got to see what they can do. He's managed to get quite a bit ahead of Broadbent, as Manusakis was a little bit of an excursion trying to come into the pit lane in the number 19 SimHQ car. Will it be a driver change for him as well? Because it's been 2.5 hours in the car for all of these drivers.
Yep, really needs to get on with it now. A lot of drivers, and well, as does the likes of George Manusakis, who are coming into the pits. Wisniewski, though, is going to go into 4th. So we were mentioning him, now he's going to go into 4th. He is making his way up the order, and that's crucial.
Wisniewski, every single position counts for that number 2 car. With the virus down in 4th. Sorry, down in 9th. It's car 4, of course. It's the championship implications are very interesting at the moment. I do believe at the moment that Vodbull, that I'm not even sure what it would be at the moment. If you keep on commentating for a second, I'll just do some mathematics.
Kind of my job, Neil, but yeah, Stephen Bailey, obviously, as we say, leading things, but we're talking about the LMP1s and the battles that go, and then I am actually very much mistaken, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Richards has not gotten into the LMP2, he's gotten into the LMP1. He is in the number 24 car. I was not expecting that, because his name is not on it. But yeah, Richards in the Nismo. That is an interesting move. His name's on the P2, but he drives to the LMP1. I don't mind, it's just good to see Matt Richards in that car. But yeah, he is driving for them. Nicky Jakovic in 9th, obviously, as we mentioned, making his way back up the order. But he is on a flyer as Jakovic this race, yes. But at the moment, really, aside from that, more of a tactical race than anything else at this point. Though there are, as we say, GT battles and the sorts going on. Definitely an interesting duel or 7 going on track, though, at the moment. Really is a brilliant Le Mans so far, and we've only had about 1.5 hours, 2.5 hours of it. Neil Heatley, have you done your maths?
If I have, yes. If it stayed as it is at the moment, the virus and the the virus and the Veles car would be tied on points. So it then goes back to number of wins. So I'm not sure who has got more wins between the virus and the Veles. I would imagine it would be the virus car.
Says virus, yes. There you go. There is your question answered. And well, oh, Tommy Oyala says that he was changed in after the skin deadline. That explains it. Fair enough. So not enough time to change the skin back to put Richards on the P1 and whoever was supposed to drive instead in the P2. But that was a week ago, and I missed it, which shows how observant I am. Observant in Geordie, obviously, but yes. Question in from Matthew Presley. What is everyone's favourite corner on Lassard? That is a good one. His favourite's Indianapolis and the King before it. That is not a bad shout, Matthew. That is a good corner. I'm going to have to consult my track out to find my favourite. Neil, have you got a favourite corner?
They're all my favourite corners, Josh. I'm equal opportunities.
But do you have a favourite?
That's like trying to pick your favourite child.
But if you had to pick a favourite, if someone was threatening to shoot you if you did not pick a favourite, what would you pick?
It's probably the sort of like the S's after the Dunlop chicane. That entire sequence of corners, you just got to see the sheer downforce and power of these LMP1 cars. It's quite a sight to behold the way that they can change direction that quickly.
Yeah, you know what? this race has changed my mind. It was always Indianapolis or Arnage for me, but I'm partial to Mulsanne now. I'm partial to Mulsanne. It is the final one before Indianapolis, and it's the end of the big straight, and, well, we've seen some great moves down there in the past, most notably so far, Bron Bailyn, but yeah, great corner.
That, a very good job by Evan Gurdell in the 68 car and 39th overall. Outbroke himself for Indianapolis. They managed to get the car on the car width strip of tarmac between the grass on the right and the grass on the left, and slowed it up and stopped it about 3 feet before the barrier. Excellent job there by Gurdell.
Always Presunis in the chat, who very kindly did our overlay, says, as a GTR LM driver, straight is my favourite corner, but otherwise the Porsche curves. Yeah, interesting choice of you. Of course, he's so good on the straights, but yeah, interesting. I've just seen George Manasakis had enough at the 4 chicanes. What it was is he'd got past Bron Bailyn, he'd well cleared him, and then he just clipped the second turn, got squiggly, then undercut one of the corners to avoid spinning out. So yeah, Manasakis with a slight error there, but nothing costly.
Indeed, but it's just those small errors can add up towards the end.
Small errors can add up, but they're also very easy to, you know, get right. Ali Ferry says, if you ever liked Arnage, you are not allowed an opinion. That's a bit harsh. I mean, Indianapolis is good, but come on.
But indeed, just looking at Bron Bailyn's made his pit stop. He's now 23rd overall, 5th in class. That's allowed Ravio to get back into the lead of the race, but Marius burst is right on his rear bumper.
Yep, right on his bumper is Bert here, and Marius giving as much chase as he can here at the moment to Jonas Ravio. Obviously, was Bron Bailyn in the lead, but the SRVN driver has now pitted, and I imagine there will be a driver change. If there's not, it won't surprise me though. Bird versus Ravio, Corvette versus Corvette, GT lead in the balance, and Marius, he looks like one of the likely lads here, doesn't he?
Indeed, coming down towards the second chicane, I should say. Bert just pulling out slightly. He appears to have a massive overspeed on Ravio. Let's see what he can do. He just pulls back in slightly for the second chicane. The right, the left, and then the right again. See what Bert can do. Has he managed to get a better run out of the chicane? I'm not exactly sure, but he's most certainly going to have the slipstream.
Well, Marius Bert, he might be doing the setup into my favourite corner. Might be going into Mulsanne. Will he do it? Well, I talked about great moves into Mulsanne. This would be one if he pulls it off down the inside here. There's not going to be much room at the end. Bird breaks sooner than Ravio, but his Corvette just can't edge in front. If he just edged in front there, that would have been good, but he doesn't do it. Now into Indianapolis. This will be the run, surely, for Marius Bert. Corvette versus Corvette for the lead of GT.
Indeed, that was an absolutely brave move by Ravio there, sticking it on the outside around the braking zone for Mulsanne. A fantastic defence there by Ravio. Let's see what Bert moves to the inside, coming up towards the final of the Kings before Indianapolis corner. Side by side, Ravio into the grass on the left-hand side of the track. Is he going to stick it around the outside again? No, Bert's managed to get the full car length before Indianapolis corner. Will Ravio try the cutback? It appears no, so I think that Bert in the 3 wide car has managed to get into the lead of the race.
And that will make them champions elect, even if they weren't before, and it's going to really establish themselves as worthy contenders to the GT title. Of course, the 3 wide GT, the only representation of 3 wide. There was a prototype, but it's not here. Of course, that is the old German entry team of Faber Grau, Petrelio, Kovenbach, and Voitala. Petrozelio's not a driver who I've seen in that car this season. Might be a Le Mans special, but 3 wide, definitely here in GT form.
Indeed, I'm just doing some maths. Hang on a second.
Well, I might
Again, me doing maths can be very, very, very interesting, but I do believe if it did stop now and the race finished, 3 wide will have managed to pull off the steal of the century.
By winning the championship?
By winning it.
Of course, because they're leading, but Bird in at the moment. So that's going to undo itself, and Ravio goes back into first place. But yeah, going to be interesting to see. People still talking about the corners in the chat here, saying that Craig Willard saying Arnage is slow, it's clumsy and a bit off camber, the sort of corner Neil loves. And Ali Ferry responding with slow, clumsy and off camber sounds like Neil's Tinder bio.
My goodness, what can I say?
What can you say? Well, except for not be on Tinder because dating sites don't work. But Stephen Bailey knows that he's done his work well so far in the lead of this race. Gets a slide on in the pits. Don't scare me so, Stephen. Thought you were going to blummin' have an incident there, but you don't because you're too good. And he pits now. And Ed Trevelyan Johnson will start to catch up. And I see Maximilian Scheider waiting about. And... well, Scheider, I believe, is actually in the number 2 DHR car, not the number 3, so Bailey will not switch out.
Something that may well be worth looking for is Pastorato and Richards. They're currently nose to tail.
Yeah, this is a close battle in its own right. Pastorato and Richards, Dismo versus Audi, and look at the speed that Richards is carrying into turn 1, but he can't get through, surely. Can he? No, he doesn't go for it. Of course, he would not have got the cornering ability. Matt Richards gonna clip one curve, then clip the other curve, then keep behind, then Pastorato. He'll probably go for it down the straight because he's got the advantage in the Nismo, and Richards giving good chase at the moment. That's all he needs to do. It's all Pastorato wide, that's gonna help, and Richards in a Tetra Rouge here before they get there. That was a brave one from Matt Richards, that. Opportunistic, but brave, but Pastorato on the outside, and now it's going to be a case of draft him for all you're worth, because he's faster in the straights anyway.
That Nismo is absolutely fantastic. We just have to see what Pastorato can do. He just needs to stay under the rear wing of it. It's keeping up, but Pastorato will be able to catch up something in the braking zone for the first chicane, the last chicane, and the twiddly bit of the actual chicane, but he's been stuck behind Garacino in the RC Protea car.
Well, that was cutting it close from Richards to get through. May as well get himself down to the local Turkish barbers for a close cutthroat shave there, because that's how close it was. But, yeah, almost getting the knives out and getting through with a sharp sense of overtaking ability, Matt Richards. You know, really showing just how sharp a driver he is into 7th place.
The Matt Richards up into 7th in that number 24 Magenta Warriors car, the mustard gold coloured car, the special livery for the Le Mans race.
Yep, they've turned themselves into mustard warriors for this race, of course, with the gold coloured car and, well, Nissan team going on there. Obviously, special liveries, obviously the GNS have one, and one for Magenta as well. But yes, Ed Trevelyan Johnson still leading the prototype field, which will be annoying to everybody else because they'll want to be in the lead, because who doesn't want to lead a race, am I right? But Frederick Schroeder is starting to move in over Unistride VO. He's gotten through, that's a position overall gained, but still a while behind the next car in their class. Meanwhile, Dennis Hadlock's 23 seconds down on Rivio, so not much going on there, but there is a battle in GTs going on between Ahmet Demirkan and Fabio Canglioli, I believe. Oh, no, it isn't. It's Heiko Kalvenbach. But Canglioli's the next car ahead, so I wasn't that far off. Kalvenbach and Demirkan, I believe, fighting for a significant place here.
They are that's for 23rd overall. That's for 5th in class.
But it is significant. Demirkan is catching up too.
The Demirkan is right behind Kalvenbach, coming up towards Indianapolis, coming up to the third of the 3 kinks before Indianapolis. It's almost like a double braking zone for these GT cars. They need to brake, turn, then brake again, such is the nature of the corner. Through Indianapolis, ever so slightly behind. You've got to see what Demirkan could do, perhaps falling back ever so slightly through that section.
That's fallen back ever so slightly perhaps, and Demirkan needs to get the gap back up to Kalvenbach here. Obviously a change in that car. Heiko Kalvenbach from Marius Bert. Good to see Heiko in the car. Very capable drivers we've seen so far this season. Demirkan, though, really impressive in that VLMS entry car, the Caspian car. And Ahmet has really been one of the star drivers in that car this season.
It really has been, yeah.
The only BMW Z4 on the grid as well. I'd love to go on board with Ahmet to see how he tackles the Porsche curves and the subsequent corners, just to go through here in that BMW unique car. A bit more of a handling focused car. Not many teams picked it, but an interesting automobile. I've got experience running a BMW in a GT Championship. Wasn't the fastest car, but good in the corners, absolutely. Demirkan, as he comes round into the 4 chicanes here. I'm just going to be quiet for a moment while we hear him take the chicanes. You'll hear that BMW V8 power roaring as Holden Jones get past him. But Demirkan in that BMW is doing a good job here at the moment, definitely.
Indeed, I do believe out of VLMS and VEC Room 1, certainly I think that's the only BMW.
Yeah, definitely one of the only BMWs. I think Virtual Racing Entertainment run a BMW, but I'm not sure whether that's in Room 2 or not. But I think it is a Room 2 car. Yeah, but Demacan definitely, you know, being the BMW flagship here in that Caspian car, doing a good job as well. And that car looks sensational, especially in brilliant DirectX 11 as Nick and Wisniewski in.
Indeed, Wisniewski in. Will someone get into that number 2 car?
I suspect Max Scheider. Will be getting in. Because Maximilian Scheider is waiting about. I imagine that'll be him. Ben Willis is waiting on, maybe for the Frantic to Drig. Alejandro Fernandez is maybe going to be in the LMP2 Magenta Warriors car. Mark Hennebrey, maybe undercover, I don't know, but we'll have to see. Matthias Grau waiting as well, that'll be PRL Logitech. This is the advantage of commentating on in Season 8 and Season 9. You kind of know where drivers are headed.
Indeed, drivers tend to stay with the same team. Some do change, such as Wisniewski in that number 2 car has moved over from Vida Ragnar Simulator, who's not driving today. They're not defending their championship.
Nope, their championship defence seems to have stopped, so we will crown a new champion, brand new number 1 team for next season, and we threw open the possibility in qualifying of being DHR 1 and 2 next season, didn't we?
Indeed, but we just have to see DHR still need that little bit of luck in order to get it. That stop hold 60 at the beginning of the race certainly didn't help them.
Be very interested to see how this pans out for all of the teams involved, as we are on minute 163 of this race, about to come up to the certain sports people's favourite minute, that is minute number 180, and well, Alberto Pastorado not going to be anywhere really. He's probably going to be the actual first P1, apart from the Virus car that gets lapped. But Virus had issues, so maybe the first on pace that gets lapped.
Perhaps James Johnson's just looming in the rear-view mirrors of the Scuderia GT Italia car.
He is, isn't he? And Ed Trevelyan Johnson, rather, because, there is a Johnson in that car, but it's the Ed Trevelyan variant. Variety, that's what I mean. Variety's the spice of life. And Ed Johnson, can I call him just Ed Johnson? Do I have to include the Trevelyan? I think Trevelyan was the James Bond character, and he betrayed people, so not sure this is a good thing. But Ed Trevelyan Johnson definitely faithful to the Vodbull team, going to do a good job, I'm sure, in this race.
Indeed, he will do a fantastic job in that race. Ed Trevelyan Johnson keeping in the lead of this race, as he is closed up quite a lot of Pastorado. Pastorado just trying to pass Ravio at the moment, and indeed he does in the front straight. The next car ahead of him is that's Riviera, isn't it?
Yeah, Ravio ahead, as is Pastorado. To be honest though, just calling him Ed Johnson doesn't really make him sound posh enough. That's the problem, so we've got to include the Trevelyan in it to give him his full-on Southern heritage. It's Jimmy Broadbent in for GNS Endurance. Dismal car, Pitts and Broadbent going to be staying in the car, I believe, because there is nobody there that will take over from it at least. So we're going to get more Jamie Broadbent. We're going to get more Jamie Broadbent in that GNS car. You can't beat a bit of Broadbent, can you? As, well, he pits. And Bailey goes into second.
Indeed, that number 3 car just good to second. Perhaps, as I said before, that 3 car, a little bit of a spoiler. Just trying to take points off of other teams.
Perhaps so, but Stephen Bailey and the number 3 car, well, I'm sure, are going to be in it for the win. They don't care if they can't win the championship, they're going to win the race anyway. Prove a point. Well, really going to be interesting to see how this goes. And of course, you know, one of the better looking cars, I think, on the grid, that DHR number 3, especially in our brilliant DirectX 11, which we're running in this broadcast. You can really see the very best of the rFactor 2 simulator. And Bailey, well, that DHR car, a very lovely car indeed, as we say, but yeah.
Jimmy Broadbent with that pit stop has managed to maintain that 3rd place in that GNS car, still keeping the 3 marks in the top 3.
Yep, Nissan, Porsche and Ferrari are 3, 1 and 2 respective. Ferrari? No, they don't have an LMP1, maybe in the future. But Porsche, Audi, Nissan, 1, 2, 3, all 3 manufacturers in all 3 positions there. But then it's pretty much Audi Central until 7th place, which is Matt Richards. Really giving it a good go at the moment, though, is that Trevelyan Johnson. And, well, I'd love it if we could just stay with Stephen Bailey here, because, you know, just giving a full blast of stuff down into the Mulsanne corner, and, Well, he's a great driver. Maybe we could go on board with him, but see how that Audi runs into Mulsanne corner and through the rest of the track for a while. Keep on with Bailey for a short while and keep up with the Stephen as he rounds Mulsanne corner beautifully there and hits the exit. To see how these prototypes do the racing, and Bailey coming into Indianapolis now, doing a good job, doing a great job still. And, well, this is going to be a crucial race for the number 3 car. Not in the championship contention as we see, but how they interact with their sister entry, which, of course, is the number 2 car, which is in championship contention now.
The question is, towards the end of the race, because there's the 2 of them, because there's the 2 of them, will the number 3 sacrifice itself if the 2's got a chance of winning the race, of winning the championship, I should say?
It would be interesting to see if that happened. I'm not sure whether it's going to, because the future has not happened yet, because it is a feature, and the feature is in the future, so it's not happened. Stating the obvious once again. But Stephen Bailey knows that the obvious thing to do is to be in the lead in the future of this race, and that's why he's got to catch out Trevelyan Johnson and not get stuck behind Eunice Review, which he doesn't.
Review did a nice job there, just letting Bailey pass through the Porsche curves. Review, of course, in the lead, but of course, even though we are just partway through the pit stop stage, I think it's worth noting that we've got 2 VLMS entries on the podium, the 170 in second, the 169 in third, and then Ahmed Demirkan in 5th, so the 3 VLMS entries in GT are in the top 5.
Yes, come on VLMS boys, show them it's done. Up the VLMS lads, way! There's nobody ever, except for the VLMS fans, and people who like the VLMS entries, so there is a lot of support for them out here today. No, when I said no one ever, I meant in that accent, because nobody here, apart from Nick Newcomb, is really a Geordie anyway, so... I'm sure Stephen Bailey would be good with the Geordie accent. Make it happen.
I'm not exactly sure how to approach that subject, but indeed, Jimmy Broadbent just coming across the line. He's about 33 seconds or so behind Stephen Bailey.
He's just done a 4:06 because he's come out of the pits. But he was in the 3:27s before, so that's how much difference good tyres can make. I expect he'll find 3 or 4 seconds now. This is the thing. He's got to get this time back, and now he can because he's on fresh rubber.
And the fastest lap of the race is no longer held by the GNS driver.
Has it not? Has it changed
hands? It is held by Mr. Bailey with a 22.003.
Stephen Bailey, can he get the fastest lap? Yes, he can. He's gone and done it. Gets it in the Audi. Gets the song approval from me. 3:22 dead for the Bailey man. And, well, he is very, very on fire at the moment, isn't he? He's not actually on fire, but if he was, that would be very disastrous for the DHR team. But in terms of raw pace, he is on fire.
Indeed, that as we were saying before, Stephen Bailey is an absolutely extraordinary driver, just in for this race though, and just showing the absolute caliber of the DHR drivers and indeed the LMP1 drivers that we have in VEC Room 1.
Yeah, top caliber at the moment. Apparently Jimmy's actually still on old rubber, says Jamie Otis. Well, apologies, I thought he changed tyres, but I must be completely out of the loop because he hasn't. But Broadbent, either way, is going to want to start finding some pace and not overshooting corners like that. He's just gone a bit straight on at the second chicane. But it's not disastrous. He hasn't hit anything. He hasn't taken damage. And all is good in GNS world. Which in itself sounds like a theme park.
A bit straight on. But indeed, Trevelyan Johnson has Trevelyan Johnson actually lost 2.5 seconds to Stephen Bailey that last lap. We've just got to see what it is this time round.
I thought he was going to go on again, but he didn't. Kept it nicely held there, Jimmy Broadbent.
25.5 seconds between the two of them.
Yeah, Bailey and Johnson quite close together in the grand scheme of things. Not actually on track, of course, but in the grand scheme of things, they are quite close together. Because 25 seconds ain't much in an endurance race. And I'll tell you what else isn't much. The gap between several cars on track. I was looking for a battle there, but I didn't find one. So we'll just keep looking at Stephen Bailey, because Stephen Bailey is good.
Oh my. But indeed, the last lap by Trevelyan Johnson, just coming across the start finish line, was a 25 knot. We've got to see what Stephen Bailey does. Coming across, just coming through the Ford chicanes at the moment. The first is far faster than the second. accelerating out of the final turn. What is it for Stephen Bailey? It's a 22.2, so that's almost 3 seconds he's taken out that last lap.
Yeah, he's taken almost 3 seconds out of that. And we welcome our first guest of the broadcast in Paul Schumann, who drives, of course, for Champion Racing in the LMP2 entry. Not really going your way at the moment, Paul. Sean Campbell in the car now, though.
You could say it's not going our way. That's one way of putting it. I'm still not sure what happened on the start, but looking at the video now, it looks like a couple chuckleheads decided they go for the win in the first 100 yards of the race. I tried to check up, and I had nowhere to go. I got hit by a Ferrari. I don't blame the Ferrari. It's just one of those deals, but it's quite disappointing for a 24-hour race. So we had about 8 minutes of damage. I think the only thing I saw was Nico Barkley facing backwards. I know he had even more damage, so it's disappointing. Well, we're gonna keep plugging away. We still have some good pace in the car, and quite frankly, I'm probably the slowest driver, so now we have the 2 faster guys to go, and hopefully we can make some ground up.
Yeah, of course. You know, sometimes pace doesn't always come into it. Sometimes just the ability to keep going is just as important in endurance racing. You've done that. You've just kept going. You may be 9 laps down, but you're still trying, and that is really what we love to see in endurance racing. No matter what the odds, you just keep trying.
That's all you can do. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, we put a lot of practice in. We're not just gonna quit, and I still think, you know, depending on what happens, I think we could still be on for a pretty good result. Even though I was 2 laps down to him, I had a fun little duel with Nick Newcomb for one of my fuel runs. That was quite fun. So, I mean, other than the first lap incident, it's been pretty good out there. A lot of give and take in the traffic. So, just gotta. I hope it continues in that regard, because it looks like we have a pretty good race going in all the classes. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we have some fantastic racing going on at the moment, really, between all cars on track. Really, when the battle is a fantastic race. We've not had a race that has not entertained us so far this race, and well, I'm sure you'll be hoping to be getting back in the racing yourself. Any questions for Paul from you, Neil?
So when are you next scheduled to get in the car at all?
Well, we're trying to do 3-hour-ish stints. I had a little, just a bit under 3 hours. So I'm probably going to be getting back in at around 6 hours, so about 6 Eastern for me. So get some night driving in. That should be fun.
Yeah,
I must say I love the term that you use, chuckleheads, to use the first lap incident. I haven't heard that one before.
I realize that there may be children watching, and I want to sound somewhat professional and whatnot, but I use some more choice words when it happened. But
I imagine you would have
what
used
it is.
some more choice words when it did happen, yes.
Neil Heatley, the master of choice words, but just not on this broadcast. And I just try, definitely not on this broadcast. But yes, thank you very much for joining us, Paul Schumann. Hopefully, all race and Champion Racing's race goes better throughout the remainder of this 24 hours of Le Mans.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to go get some coffee.
Yep, coffee's the fix-all for everything. And I'll tell you what, we get 2 for the price of 1 today. We're also joined by a certain Hillebrand of the Nicholas variety, all the way from Germany.
Hello there.
Hello to you too, Nico. So, you currently have Alejandro Fernandez in your Le Mans Prototype 2, but a great driving mate to start this 24 hours of Le Mans from Magenta Warriors' Prototype 2 perspective, because Fernandez is now 4th.
Yes, obviously it's a very good start for us, as we qualified in last because of us being a little bit naughty in qualifying, but in the end it came around pretty good, and even with a crash at the start, where we got involved very slightly, we made the best out of it, and now we're up in the front again, and we hope to expand on that.
Yeah, just got to expand on where you are at the moment. Of course, chasing down currently Jason Holden-Jones in the Flatline Racing car. Alejandro is 23.2 seconds behind Jason at the moment, so a while to make up. But Holden-Jones is slowing down at the rate of knots here because he's in the pit. So you are about to make an overtake if Fernandez does not pit, and you're about to get yourself into 3rd place. But yes, really just got to keep going at the moment, Fernandez. Next up on the road for you will be Atlantic Motorsport, who are, of course, the leaders of the championship. Do you think you can take the fight to them?
I'm pretty certain over the course of the race, because we have obviously our other drivers as well joining in later. Now, for the next 3 hours, we've got Ale driving. He obviously hasn't had that much practice, race experience so far this race, or overall this season, but very consistent driver and generally very fast, and consistency is what you need most in this. And over the course of the race, especially with the night stints coming in and everything, we were doing pretty good pace in the nights yesterday. Oh, well, 2 days ago, sorry. So I'm pretty certain we can take the fight a little bit closer at least, or, actually to them, because you never know what happens in these races, as we saw so often this season already.
Yeah, but of course, Magenta Warriors winners at 6 hours of Interlagos. That is featured, of course, on your car. You won the last round, and you got yourselves the race here to try and win as well. Maybe make it 2 wins in that. Of course, your car, Stefan Holtzkamp, Demian Trapp are also going to be featuring in the car, perhaps.
Yes, both of them are actually planned in for this race. So we all did a lot of practice. We all did a lot of setup work together. We set the car up to go very fast in the rain, of course, as well. So I'm pretty sure that the other two are also going to have some great fun on this track. Like Stefan and Domian both love Le Mans. Obviously, we've been building up for this race the entire time already, and yeah, we're just looking forward to race here, no matter what the result will be.
Yeah, regardless of the result, really just going to enjoy the race here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and well, hopefully it's going to continue to go well for you. Thank you for joining us, Nico, and good luck to you and Magenta Warriors for the rest of this race.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Pleasure watching you on track as well. So yes, interesting words from Nico Hellebrand, and very optimistic as well. Going to keep a good going in this race, and I'm sure they're going to do very well indeed. Nick Newcomb in the pits in the number 139 Fanatic Drag Racing Virtual Le Mans Series entry. Making up time after the problems of before. Arne Schoenfried's actually just gone off for the second chicane, I've just noticed. Schoenfried, of course, in that Velas car, not having a good race after the problems at the start, and he's just going from bad to worse for them. Really clouding over in the front straight now, though, as I think we have everybody's favourite Scott Neil Heatley back. Just in time to watch this battle that we've got going on between, well, rather lapping manoeuvre with Jimmy Broadbent on Osvaldo Angeloni as he rounds this very cloudy front straight. Broadbent, of course, third place at the moment, trying to get past all this traffic. With about...
It'd help if my microphone wasn't muted, wouldn't it?
Neil!
But indeed, Angeloni in that Monaco car, after that massive incident in the first lap, just getting put another lap down. It's been a rather sad end to the season so far for the Monaco.
Yeah, not in championship contention, and this is just kind of rubbing salt in the wounds, so to speak. But, you know, they'll be happy that they're at least going to get to the end of this race. Just making the end of 24 is a bit of a challenge in itself sometimes. You know, because it can be difficult. It's such a big race, and they're going to do it at this rate at least. But it is time for update number 3 of 23 of the hourly rFactor 2 variety. And of course, Neil did the first one, I did the second one, and Scotland gets the third.
Here we go in the lead of the race at the moment is Ed Trevelyan Johnson at number 14, Avod Bull Porsche 919. In second, Stephen Bale in number 2, Doug Henson Racing Audi R team. And to complete out the top 3 is Jimmy Broadbent, number 22, GNS Endurance Nissan GTR LM. Only 57 seconds separating the 3 of them. In fourth is Christian Michel in the Vela Sim Sport car. And in fifth is George Manisakis in the 19 Sim HQ Motorsport car. In terms of the LMP2s, in first place is Vincenzo Capella in the Scuderia GT Italia car. That's number 40. In second is Lazaros Filipakis in the number 32 Atlantic Motorsport car. Third is Alejandro Fernandez in the Magenta Warriors Racing car. Fourth is Jason Holton Jones in the 31 Flatline Racing car. And rounding out the top 5 is Karsten Dindegaard in the number 50 Undercover Sim Racing car. In terms of GTs, we have one of our VLMS entries in the lead at the moment is Fabio Cagnoli in the 169 Witchwood Corvette. In second is Heiko Kalvenbach in the 3-wide Motorsport car. Excuse me. In third place is Ahmed Demirkan in the 175 Caspian Motorsport BMW 175. In fourth is Gergali Barros in the Vela Simsport car. And in fifth is Bram Beelen in the number 66 SRVN. As joining us now, we have the second Geordie in our commentary team. It's Nick Newcomb.
Good afternoon, guys. Well done on the commentary as well again, and SRC for another great event. Track's looking good. It's a pleasure.
Hey, by God, welcome to the 24 Hours of Newcastle upon Tyne, sponsored by Newcastle Brew Ale. It's Nick Newcomb. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing all right, fella. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. But your race hasn't gone so well with you in Fanatic Drag Racing. Problems with the driver swap. Spot you down the order, but Ben Willis in the car now.
Yeah, we had what you could say a fly-by-wire accelerator problem. So everything was working great apart from the one that said hot step it, so to speak. So we had to come out running P2 at the time as well, so it was a little bit disappointing. But to get the invite and then for Roy to get the car up to P2 in classes, I think we're doing okay for the VLMS P2 guys, showing what there is in that league as well.
Yeah, definitely doing an alright job at least, and well, if every throttle but the one that says go quicker was working, that was your problem. At least you're going quicker now, you got that fixed, and Ben Willis in the car. Willis, of course, very capable driver in his own right, so going to be interesting to see how well he can get back up the order.
Yeah, I think I came back in P35, went into my second pit stop driver swap P25, so we've made up in a gain of 10. We lost about 2 laps on some of the guys, but the traffic's been great, especially the guys GT class. Even though we were behind them on a lap down coming back around, they were great. Traffic overall's been quite good, just a little slip up into turn 1-2 Dunlops, but that was alright. Tyres went off a bit towards about 4 or 5 laps to go in the second stint. But that was alright. We're looking forward to the night. I'm driving through the night as well, so I'll be able to help with comms as well. I've got the coffee and the chocolate cake going, and I'll be fine. You know what I mean? I'll come into the booth and help you out. But it's good. It was interesting to see Jimmy Broadbent hit the 322s halfway through my stint as well. So it looks like the G&S has found some pace at least anyway.
Yeah, they have found some serious pace. They're going like quite quickly now, and Broadbent in the wheel of that car, I'm sure, will be doing a great job as well. Of course, you guys are actually one of the virtual Le Mans series entries for this race, and you're the first we've had the pleasure of talking to. So, how has your Le Mans experience, apart from the incidents, been actually being in a VLMS team that got to take part in the 12 hour, which of course didn't quite go to plan, but then actually getting the chance to take part in Le Mans anyway?
Well, we were running quite well until obviously the problems that hit a number of teams came up. So we were happy with the way the race was. We made some adjustments following that race that were highlighted and brought upon as the race was going on. So we worked them out, and we're quite happy with the way the car's handling. The qualifying didn't go quite to plan. There was a couple of times won hot laps and got held up, obviously, and then the time that we did put in, there was a couple of quick times went in, but they got added on to. But then, obviously, we heard Roy shout straight away, and we were like, "What's happened? What's happened?" And then we just saw the carnage, and somehow one of the cars that was being caught up sort of disappeared and made a gap for Roy to go through, and so we were lucky in that instance. And then that took Winter fourth, and then a couple of penalties, and then suddenly, I think it was Ben says, "Oh, we're P2," and I just went, "What? What P2?" And Roy was doing great and just so cool and calm. I didn't realise that he'd picked up that spot. Good pit stop, then came out, and then obviously we had the old fly-by-wire problem, or would have been further up the grid. But the thing is, Jimmy invited into the VEC Fanatec Drake racing, and I think we're doing okay. If that fly-by-wire hadn't happened, then we would have still been up there and within the top 3-4 probably. So our aim is to get back and just to equip ourselves for the VLMS, and I'm sure the guys in the GT who got the invite as well, that's their main aim as well, to show that they deserve hopefully a spot in the VEC next season. That's our aim, to be there next year and hopefully have a junior team in the VLMS as well.
and he kind of just took the next question out of my mouth. Obviously aiming for VEC through this, and I'm sure proving himself to be a very capable entry. Any questions for Nick from you, Neil?
What did you have to? Did you and your drivers in your team have to quickly make new plans and clear your schedule when you found out you were joining the 24?
Yeah, we did. We had a driver in, but he hadn't driven enough laps with Black Hawk Racing, which we didn't know about. But he'd driven hundreds of laps, helped with the setup. The car that we're driving now, a little bit of input from Thomas Lutti, and it sort of like worked the setup quite nicely. And then he was okay about it. He was disappointed, but he was ready to drive, and it was unfortunate, but hopefully next he's going to be driving. If we get a spot in the VLMS, it'll be myself and him in the VLMS, and Ben Russell, Roy Shorten, Ben Willis, and hopefully Mr. Greg Hall in the VEC car. What aim is to do what Jimmy wants a lot of teams to do, is try and develop drivers and bring them through the ladder and eventually get them into the VEC car after proving their worth in the VLMS.
Really is the helpfulness of the ladder that we have, our ladder system now, our sort of progression that we have from, VLMS to VEC through the SimRacing.Club Academy, which, is going to be, I think, really in the next couple of years, a proving ground for the drivers of tomorrow, and maybe you can recruit talent to your VLMS team from there, Nick.
Yep, that's the aim. VLMS or SSCA. I'm staying with the VLMS guys to help bring everybody through. Obviously for the 24s, if we get into VEC, jump into I'll be like a reserve driver for VEC team. But the guys who have taken the Drake Racing car 139 through most of the season, they'll be the main guys in the VEC if we do get a spot. That's the aim. If we don't get a spot, we'll just concentrate on the VLMS and try and get there by good results. But we're confident we're going to work through the summer, get everything right, and hopefully push on season 10 in VEC if we're able to get a spot, or season 2 in the VLMS.
Yeah, it will be a landmark season 10 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic one. Thanks very much for joining us, Nick. Pleasure to have you as ever, and hopefully we will be able to catch you later.
Yeah, I'm driving through the night, and then my last spot is due. I think I'm finishing about 7 a.m. in the morning. Myself and Ben Russell are driving through the night, so the rest of the guys can get plenty of sleep. Ben, in his normal work day, drives all through the night every day. So
no difference there.
So it's like a busman's holiday, as you would say, isn't it? Except instead of driving an 18-gear wagon for the boys that drive in the green and white wagons, if you know who they are, he's going to be driving a P2 at VEC Le Mans. So myself and him are going to go through, and then once I'm finished my stints, I'll get myself sorted, and then I'll be able to help in the booth for the rest of the race. So I'll be there for about 6 hours, basically, helping you in the booth at the end of the race.
I'm sure that laps would be lovely to have you about. Thanks, Nick, and see you later then, I guess.
Yep, have a good race, guys. Keep calling it. Well done, everybody. Well done, VEC, guys. Bye.
Such a lovely thing to have Nick Newcomb about, isn't it? It makes us feel slightly less alone in the world.
Well, in fact, there's another Geordie in existence.
Another Geordie in sim racing. It makes us feel slightly less alone, it does.
As I do believe the Warmup car has changed to Nico Barkley now.
Yep, Nico Barkley in that car now. The number 7 gets the Peruvian in, and he'll be hoping to have as good a race as he can at the moment. I've just noticed, actually, Stephen Bailey is starting to close the gap down to Trevelyan Johnson. It's 11 seconds. It was 22 when I looked a while back.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Stephen Bailey seems to be a man on a mission in order to get to catch Trevelyan Johnson.
It is, and you know what? This whole brilliant sort of battling scenario, it's great. We love to see cars catching up to each other. Bailey might be able to go for the lead at this rate, and that would be great, because we'd love to see a battle for the lead of everything. I'll tell you what we have a battle for. We have a battle brewing in Prototype 1, and you ain't gonna believe it. It involves Team Virus. Nicky Jagovic is in 9th, chasing 8th.
Are they on the same lap?
Hmm?
They are indeed. The two of them are on the same lap, and Matt Richards is a little bit further up the road. Nicky Jakovic, of course, that virus car trying to come back from the opening lap incident.
Yep, that's what they need to do, come back from it, and I'm going to get my nice Dutch Gouda cheese and cheese chive bites out now, because this is looking like a nice battle.
Yes, Jakovic just flashing the lights as he does to Lazaros Filipakos, the current second place in LMP2, but indeed Jakovic trying to hunt down.
Oh no!
Trying to,
Richards out! Is that a disconnection from Richards?
I do think it is a disconnection.
Well, let's put Jakovic up to wait. Either which way.
But indeed Jakovic is literally catching the Scuderia GT Italia car at 3.5 seconds a lap. There's no way that Pastarato can hold off Jakovic, surely.
Manning Johnson and Bailey both in at the lead. That might put Broadbent into the lead of this race, but Jakovic, yes, catching Pastorado. This might all of a sudden be going well for Team Virus. Let's see if it does as Jakovic continues to chase. Pastorado continues to be chased. Jimmy Broadbent is probably about to take the lead for GNS Endurance here. They're going to get the lead for the first time this race. And Broadbent, round the 4 chickens, no, Trevelyan Johnson beats him out. Bailey might beat him out yet. It's going to be close. Broadbent and Bailey. Yes, Bailey makes it out before the GNS driver, but it's going to be so close between the two. The classic battle, GNS versus DHR, about to get underway.
Jakovic has just came into the pits himself, but indeed Bailey has still eaten into that lead by Trevelyan Johnson. It's just absolutely fantastic how fast he is.
But now Broadbent just a couple of seconds down the road. This could be fun. Broadbent then. Gonna try and chase. He has the speed advantage, remember? Down the back straight. And Jimmy will be wanting to use it. I'd love to go on board with that Nismo just to see the way, the difference that he tackles the corners compared to the other prototypes. Just getting on board. And Jimmy Broadbent and see just how he does this. Coming into the turn of the first chicanes. Gonna turn it in. Lots of steering input as you need. On the throttle as soon as you can. And the acceleration occurs. Let's just listen to that Nismo V6. Only 5 gears, of course, in the GTR LM. We're going to be doing 340, 345 kilometers an hour into the second chicane. Hits the brakes, gets it turned in, clips the corner, repeats the other direction, and accelerates once again. It's a very different car to drive, that GTR LM Nismo, because it's so front-wheel drive. 70-30 the power differential, so you've really got to turn it in. The back just there to keep its back end off the ground.
Yes, and something you mentioned, it's only got 5 gears as opposed to the other prototype 7, so a little bit less flexibility in terms of gearing for the Nismo.
Yeah, not as much flexibility. You've got to be more ready to do with anything. Adam Taylor's actually gotten in the Team Virus car, I've noticed as well. So Jakovic out, Taylor in, and that is a changeover that I didn't see. But it did occur. Taylor did get in the car.
Indeed, Virus just came in the beginning of the last lap for them. The beginning of the last lap for them, and that's obviously the driver change from Jakovic to Taylor yet again. So just the 2 drivers that have been in that car so far.
Battle on between Broadbent and Bailey, though. This is going to be a good one. About 2 seconds separates them now, and this is the battle that we're talking about at the moment. Broadbent Bailey, 1.9 seconds. The speed advantage of the Nismo will help through here, but to the Porsche curves, Bailey will have the advantage. Audi versus Nissan, with a Porsche in the lead of this race. Still 3 manufacturers in the top 3, but we now have a battle on for second.
Indeed, coming through the Porsche curves, this is really where the front-wheel drive Nissan flounders a little bit because it hasn't got the turning ability of the rear-wheel drive based Audi and Porsche. So it really, as I said, it really struggles there, but along the straights it's an absolute rocket. A
classic battle really, isn't it? DHR versus GNS. Broadbent, of course, PHR driver in Season 8 before then going off to set up JNS Endurance, and now they find themselves in this eternal rivalry, the number 3 versus the number 22, and it's Nissan versus Audi, as we mentioned, such differing cars, such differing styles. Broadbent and Bailey, though, equally as quick as each other.
Indeed they are, it's just just having a look at the next lap, I think Bailey is still catching Trevelyan Johnson, so they might have a nice three-way battle for the lead soon.
Yeah, could be a three-way battle for the lead. We could have the Trevelyan Johnson, the Bailey and the Broadbent all battling it out. We could have all 3 marks battling it out, all 3 teams battling it out. This could be brilliant, and it could all be for the LMP1.
Very interesting times ahead for the race so far, and still we've got 20 hours and 40 minutes to go. We're not even a sixth of the way through this race.
Battle on, actually, I have to divert. Battle on for third in GT. Bron Beelen gets past Armand Demacan, going into the Porsche curves there, moves himself up into third. I was gonna get there, but I didn't get there soon enough. Bron Beelen through, back on the charge in the SRVN car, and that has been one of the most impressive cars this race so far, the Dutch outfit.
Indeed, the SRVN car, the number 66, has been one of the fastest cars all day so far, hasn't it?
In the GT, certainly. Demacan, though, with his Barkley being in front, might find it slightly easier to get back on it. Of course, 1 second the gap would not be good. 0.7 is at the moment. Bailing into the front chicane. Demacan chases. Look at the speed he's taking it in that BMW Z4. Very handling focused car. Bailing, though, still ahead, has the advantage, and all problems with the exit on Demacan.
Just a little bit of a problem there as I'm continuing keeping an eye on this prototype battle, just seeing what is happening between Trevelyan Johnson, Bailey and Broadbent. Of course, the 3 marks all have different strengths, all have different weaknesses. We're just going to have to see what happens when they eventually converge, because it won't be long until they do.
And it won't be long until we have this 3-way battle for the lead. Hopefully, Demacan and Bailin and GT still battling it out, and well, these two are really giving it the full leads here, and that's the thing, the GT drivers are going to be even more battle to get a bit more touchy-go than the prototypes, because GTs are tin tops.
Indeed, the GTs are tin tops. In fact, they're all covered cars, but these GT cars are the slowest of the 3 classes that we've got based on actual road cars. The Corvette C7R we've got here. We've got a couple of we've got a single Porsche 911. I think we've got 3 Ferrari F458s. We've got an Aston Martin Vantage. We've got a BMW Z4. So all sports cars that you see on the road that you always want to have.
Yeah, these are pretty much the, yeah, there might be supercars, but you could own one of these theoretically, but theoretically, but you're not going to, in theory, own a Porsche 919 because it is a manufacturer's special. It is really the Porsche own club. You're not going to own a 919. It's not even road legal. If they did a road legal version, you might not own it anyway. But yeah, you could own a GT car.
But Broadbent's just sitting there in the background, ready to strike.
But he's not. He's in the pits. He's not going to strike from there, is he? Unless he just decides to jump back onto the track and then engage the rocket thrusters. But Broadbent can't do anything with the pits. He's in the pits. And Bailey can, though, catch Trevelyan Johnson. The gap coming down. 3.8 seconds.
Indeed, the gap coming down. Bailey seems to be on absolute fire. Trevelyan Johnson spun!
Oh, no!
Up chicane!
He's bolted up as Trevelyan Johnson. There's no other way to put this. He has made a right hash of things. It's gone terribly wrong for Modball.
Maserato's also spun, just coming through a Virage Corvette, through Maison Blanche, but indeed, Trevelyan Johnson throwing away the lead of the race for Vodbull.
He locked the back brakes into the second turn, and then he just missed the wall, but Trevelyan Johnson blows it into the second turn. Stephen Bailey reassumes the lead of the race, but my oh my. Now, ETJ, that is gonna hurt. It couldn't have done much. Just brake too hard. But Trevelyan Johnson, with that one move, has given the lead to Doug Henson Racing. Wow.
Indeed, and just while you were saying, I said Pastorata did spin. It was through a Maison Blanche. It got a little bit squirrely and smashed into Karsten Dintegard.
Well,
so Karsten Dintegard has quite a lot of damage as well. That was the undercover sim racing car, the number 50.
I think we're just deafened half of our audience, Neil, with that little tirade. But yes, Dynagard there in the undercover sim racing car. Problems as well. But wow. Trevelyan Johnson. Whoa. Not going to be a happy chappy. Not going to be a happy chappy.
Indeed, the poshest man I know is not going to be happy at all.
But there's still 20 hours to go, let's not forget.
There's still over 20 and a half hours to go, so Trevelyan Johnson, just a slight hiccup, and that could easily happen to the number 3 car. It could easily happen to GNS. It could easily happen to Veles. It could easily happen to any of them. All it takes is a little bit of misconcentration, not concentrating as hard as he can, and that's exactly what happened to Trevelyan Johnson.
Yeah, ATJ, it's so easy to do. You can't blame him. It's so easy to do to lock the back brakes, but unfortunately, it's cost him the lead of this race. He will not be happy. He will feel like he's let the team down, I think. He's that sort of person, and he's just going to try and get his head down and get it back. That's what he's got to do. As hard as it is, he can't dwell on this.
Indeed, but I'm sure he will know that there's over 20 hours to go. He will know that probably in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be inconsequential, but I say that they're going to lose the race by 3 seconds now.
If they lose the race by this much time, Trevelyan Johnson will be kicking himself for years to come. But I doubt that's going to be the outcome. Still, Broadbent will be... I don't know when he's going to be coming in, actually, Jimmy Broadbent. But when they do, I imagine there'll be new tyres on it. Kieran Parker noting that in the chat, of course. But yeah, Broadbent, when is he going to come in? Well, he did just come in, but...
He did just come in, yeah.
Yes,
when's he actually going to swap drivers is what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking, yes. When's he going to swap drivers? What I meant to ask, but what I didn't ask, but what Neil Heatley has allowed me to ask. When is Broadbent going to come to an end of his stint? Probably the 4-hour mark.
When? What are the other drivers in the GNS car again? They've got Champa and they've got...
They've got Machinist as well.
Yeah. Machinist. Is that it? They've got the 3. They're bound to have a 4th driver.
Yeah, they do. They have several drivers in that JNS car. They have Machinist, they have Champa, they have Broadbent, of course. I think Nate Lupson. I'll go check. I'm not massively clued up.
That sounds familiar, actually.
I'm not clued up on my JNS drivers, but I can definitely go check.
Oscar Hardwick as well, no?
Oh yeah, Oscar Hardwick, of course, as we saw at Interlagos. But I imagine they'll have brought extra drivers in for this race, you know?
Perhaps, but you can't do it with 4. You can't do it with 4. I know. I think the number 2 car is doing it with 4 drivers, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, GNS, Hardwick, Machinist, Lupson, Broadbent, and of course Champa, the squadron for GNS Endurance. I got it, and yeah, that's cool. Nate Lupson, of course, going to be interested in seeing him in that car. Oh dear, crumbs are getting everywhere off my snacks. That's not good.
Please don't do that.
It's not
Anyway,
good. It's not good.
So, Stephen Bailey is going to continue his chasing. Well, he's going to try and extend the lead of it, at least extend his lead, should I say, rather, because we knew he was catching Trevelyan Johnson at a great rate of knots, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was catching him at quite the rate there.
Indeed, Stephen Bailey is now in the lead of this race in the number 3 DHR car. Not one of the ones in championship contention though. Second is Trevelyan Johnson, and third is Jimmy Broadbent in that Nissan. Still the 3 marks in the top 3. Still the 3 marks in the top 3. And we should be able to see, I think Broadbent will be closing down on Trevelyan Johnson. We just have to see, but there is quite a large gap between the two. Broadbent's just entered the first part of the Hono d'Hier, and Trevelyan Johnson's just halfway, is just coming down on the run down to Mulsanne Corner. So quite a large gap between the two of them, but Broadbent will no doubt be trying his hardest to chase that down. In the P2 class, Vincenzo Capella is still in the lead in that number 40 Scuderia GT Italia car. That number 40 second in the championship, joint second, but even that win is not enough because Lazaros Philippakos in the 32 car is currently second, but he's a long way ahead of Philippakos. Capella just coming down towards... He's coming down towards Mulsanne Corner, isn't he? Yes, and Philippakos has just crossed the start-finish line. So, a rather large gap between the two of them at the moment. And in GTs, it is Heiko Kolvenbach in the number 77 3-wide Motorsports is in the lead. One of the championship contenders. Second is Barros in the 89 Vela SimSport car. Really not that far behind, only about 5 car lengths between the two of them. And third is Bram Balin in the 66 SRVN car. We know he's been fast all day, but he's also so close to Barros. So the top 3 in GTs are again starting to come back together.
Yeah, Kolvenbach, Barros, Balin, really close battle here at the moment, and I imagine it's going to be really good when it does, because that's what we've seen so far this race. You know, these GTs put up some sensational battles, don't they? Even further back, Matthias Grau and Mark Hennebury in the RSC Proteus and Swords Imperial Logitech cars, they're quite close for 7th and 8th, and Dark Racing Tani Al-Sakti is 6 seconds down the road as well. These GTs really showing that they can race closely.
Indeed, Hani Al-Sabti is one of the more recent graduates of the SRCA, isn't he?
Yeah, Hani Al-Sabti, yeah.
I think he graduated 2 seasons ago, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Hani, the season I drove in.
Coming through recently, yeah, the season you failed miserably in. But yeah, Hani...
Whoa. That's a bit too far.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I only had several accidents.
Yes, he only had several. But yes, yeah, that season saw Hani Al-Sabti graduate, and now he's driving. So this is what you can do when you can do good. Do simracing.club academy. Then you can race in VEC.
But Kolvenbach is currently trying to use the slipstream of De Witt in the Sim Racing for Holland car. Really De Witt in the Sim Racing for Holland car, trying to use that slipstream to get away from Barros. But De Witt will have to heed to blue flags at some point. You can see the blue flashing lights in the boxes above the track. That's it so much easier for drivers to see those boxes as it compared to normal. But indeed, Kolvenbach is just trying to get around De Witt, try and get the most slipstream he can, but Barros is right there behind him.
Yeah, Barros behind, doing a great job with the chasing at the moment, Gergely. And well, in that Velas car, that number 89, taking all of them, Jonas Viewer, of course. Not the championship leading car, that is the 94 with Daniel Almeida down in 16th, who is really not doing well at the moment. Not his fault though, obviously he was put in the car in a very bad position anyway because of the problems that they encountered at the start. So at this point, you might count them out, but it's not over. There is still a lot of the race left to go. As I keep having to say, there is a lot of 24 hours of Le Mans racing. This is only, we're not even at the 4-hour mark.
Indeed, only 3.5 hours gone, and we're still seeing this fantastic battle between Barros and Kolvenbach. Barros just getting past De Witt almost closing in as we have a yellow in the middle sector. I'll go see what that's for.
Please do, Neil Heatley. You go investigate the yellow flag. I'll go investigate the Gergely Barros chasing down Heiko Kolvenbach, even though I can't necessarily see it at the moment. I will see it in a minute. Barros, though, still doing a very good job of chasing, though, and well, this is for the lead of GT, so this is pretty darn important, this battle. There's Barros closing in nicely here. Loses some time, though. It's such a close-run battle, isn't it?
Just having a look through it, and I can't seem to see what it was for.
Maybe somebody had an excursion.
Mystery. Perhaps maybe an excursion mystery. Yellow flag there in the middle sector. But indeed, the middle sector is the entirety of the Honda DR. It starts just before Tetra Rouge and finishes just in the braking zone of Mulsanne Corner. So that entire back straight is the second sector. So it's essentially just the 2 chicanes. Maybe
a car going slowly then. I don't know, but either way, if that's where it is, that's probably what's going on. And, well, we'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. But either way, still an interesting battle going on between Kolvenbach and Barros here, still duking it out between the two of them. Caroline Johnson and Broadbent must have pitted in the meantime because he's 52 seconds off. But
and Brad Balin's came into the pits.
And Balin into the pits, so he's going to drop positions. But Barros ahead for the lead is now dropping time, but gaining him back again. That's the important thing.
Indeed, that 89 Vela SimSport car seems to be absolutely on point at the moment as Stephen Bailey, the race leader, comes through to lap them.
Yeah, this is definitely some great racing, and of course, we like to hear what you like to say about this, so keep your comments rolling in the not just in the YouTube chat, but keep tweeting to us at hashtag VECLM24. Use the hashtag, and oh, apparently screen freeze for number 72, says Martin Vindis, so that's not good, and apparently we aren't going to see Nate Lupson in this race. Says Pablos Machunas, because no internet yet, so no GNS driver there. But yes, interesting to see how this is going to go.
Oh my! Maxi Scheider's had a massive accident! Maxi
Has
Scheider
he?
has had an absolutely massive accident!
Has he? Well, I haven't seen it, but Scheider has come off scot-free if he has just had an accident. But he's in 5th gear. Yeah, he's in 5th gear. He's not in 7th. He's traveling 270 kilometers an hour. I don't know what... Oh, yes, he's lost his front bumper. I've just seen. It's graphically reset for us. Something has occurred with Max Scheider.
Scheider lagged backwards into Bonatti.
Oh, no. Is that a screen freeze?
It was just a small lag backwards into Bonatti, and it sent Scheider. He flew for about 100 meters, did a complete 360 in the air. Rather impressive. Again, another 10 from me. The second gymnastic performance we've seen in the race today. But indeed, that's Maxi Scheider's front end gone. And Bonatti had a massive incident as well. A massive crash for them. So, it's all gone terribly wrong for the number 2 car.
Is that the end of the DHR title dream in one fell swoop? That could be it, because that could be big damage, and I don't know what to say. I do not know what to say. I didn't see it, but okay, that's happened. I think we saw this in Interlagos. There was screen freezes, which resulted in people going backwards, and it was Max Scheider there, obviously having such an issue. He's now into the pits, and that was the number 2 car, which could have been in title contention and now might lose out.
Indeed, but there's still over 20 hours to go. We can only wait and see what happens to all of these cars. As the next car behind is Adam Taylor. Adam Taylor just coming down towards the second chicane, so he might not lose any more positions. He might still be in 6th place. We just got to see how long that damage lasts.
Yeah, interesting to see how the repair is going to be for Scheider.
Bonatti was the leader in P2. It was the Forte Scuderia GT Italia car. He's going very slowly in the run-up to Indianapolis with a massive crabbing.
Oh, he's got big damages. Look at Bonatti here. He's got serious damage. No front bumper, suspension damage. I assume that this will probably going to hurt them big time in terms of repair time. He's turning at 90 degrees. Code 80 cold, says Jimmy Allison. Not surprisingly, so much damage on that car, but well, not really scenario we wanted to see it done. Bonatti is going to be code 80'd here, as is everybody. And interesting. And Jimmy Allison just calling the code 80 in there. And yeah, Max Scheider obviously being in the pits now. Bonatti, this is taking a turn for the worse. There's no other way to put it. That has put P1 leader in trouble. It's put the number 2 car potentially out of championship contention, but such incidents occur in endurance racing sometimes.
Indeed, that is just endurance racing, but there are twos and fro's in endurance racing. There are swings and roundabouts. It comes and goes for each car. We just got to see there is no doubt going to be trouble for other cars in this race. But of course, because this code has been called, it's allowed Maxi Scheider more time to fix that damage, and he's less likely to lose a place.
It's going to lessen the blow. It is going to lessen the blow, that much is for certain. It's not going to be such a hard pill to swallow. It might save the race, actually, but it's still going to hurt the damage that has to be repaired, that's for certain. Let's see who else takes advantage of this code 80 then. Jimmy Broadbent might.
Broadbent may well. Where is he on track? He's just coming up towards the 4 chicane. He's got to see what the GNS driver does.
We'll have to see.
He's staying far away from the pits, and no, he's going past the pits. Oh no, late pit.
I thought he was going towards the pits. Like I thought he was. Goes for the pit stop. Does that Broadbent? I thought he would. Just cuts over the grass there slightly. Cuts over the grass there. More, Jimmy. Don't do that. Well, he manages to avoid crashing, but yeah, Broadbent getting a bit hairy there on the grass. Travelling Johnson and Beatty are still halfway around the circuit. They won't get the chance to pit, I don't think, because Bonatti is coming up around the exit of the Porsche Caps, so it'll be him.
Indeed, so yes, just to see what the GNS team does. Just having a look through. Joe Champa is indeed waiting.
Oh dear. But Jimmy Orta says Jimmy can't select driver. Was he not spectating? That's the thing. He needs to be on board with Broadbent and spectating. So now Broadbent's going to have to go around again. I'll continue on.
Oh, that might have been that might have been a small that could just be a small tech error again, or it could be a little bit of human error as well, just not just forgetting to set next driver, because that is so easy to do.
Apparently 577 seconds of damage repair. We're going to green flag racing though, says Jimmy Allison, as we wait for the cars. Oh, wants to go because Bernatti's in the pits. And now for DHR, it becomes imperative that Stephen Bailey and the number 3 stay in the lead of this race. They're the only car really now in leading contention out of those 2 DHR cars, and Bailey has to win it.
Bailey has to win it. The race is going ever and ever further away from that number 2 car. The championship is getting ever and ever further away from that number 2 car. It really has started to come down to a really 3-horse battle between Virus, Veles, and Vodbo.
Yeah, Virus, Veles, and Bodball all going to go for it. Trevelyan Johnson is going to try and get past Bjorn Valmeyer here, and does so nicely. Trevelyan Johnson now with the number 2 DHR out of his back. I do believe that Vodball car now, with the exception of maybe the Veles, they're odds-on favourite for the championship. One of the odds-on favourites either way. But then again...
One of the championship favourites either way, but with the Virus now up into 6th place, that means they need to lose a couple. That essentially means the number 2's championship dreams are all but over, really.
And then they're there, you know, if the form is there, and they can still win this, you know, they wouldn't secure it without P2, but mathematically they could still win it from P6. There are ways they could do that, but I imagine Vodball, being where they are now, they'd need Virus to DNF, so they still can't win the championship, I don't believe. But Dallas Simsport, where they are now, the way it would work, they'd need to win and Virus to be 3rd or lower. So one of the criteria is there, but the other isn't.
Veles need to gain 12 points on Virus in order to win the championship. Currently, if it finishes now, they're only gaining 8, so Michelle needs to gain a position on Broadbent, or Taylor has to lose a position. And we've got Maxi Scheider in the pits at the moment, and Pastorato's just came into the pits as well. So yes, it looks like Michelle has to gain a position in order to get that 12-point gap. Then they'll be equal on points. So then it goes down to wins, which I do believe the Virus probably have.
Yeah, probably going to have that. And I've just seen Enzo Farsi in the comments there saying, want to race in the next season but don't have the license? Sign up to SRCA. Yes, please do.
Yes.
Go sign up to SRCA. Have a go. Have a go and see if you can qualify to be a VLMS or VEC driver. It's how you get your career started at SRC, and you never know. You could be the next Trevelyan Johnson or Jimmy Broadbent or Christian Michel or Pedro Gomez, or even, dare we say it, the next Stephen Bailey. So there really is only one Stephen Bailey.
The next Stephen Bailey. There's only one Stephen Bailey. There can only be one Stephen Bailey.
This is only possible with Stephen Bailey, this level of consistency. That's the problem, but you can try. You can try. Either way, at the moment, still interesting racing going on despite the issues we're facing. And the interesting racing I'm talking about is a battle between the GTs. Unsurprisingly, there is a battle on. Grau and Hennebury, 5 and 6, 1.4 seconds in it. Interestingly enough, there is a battle, and yeah.
Indeed, just a very, very short gap between the between the two of them, which is actually quite extraordinary when you consider there's been 3 hours 40 of racing.
It is quite extraordinary indeed that there is still this much of a gap. But I'll tell you what's even closer: Cito Viger and Eric Schmeider. It's Porsche versus Ferrari further behind, and it's going to be an interesting one. Cito Viger's actually had quite a lot of airtime this broadcast, and I was going to get some more.
Indeed, Viger's always seemed to be in a very close battle. Again, this time it is with Schmeider and the number 64 satellite racing car. 64, second last in the championship, only 21 points. They've really not had a good season this season.
Haven't had the best season, but Viger's doing an okay job now. Let's come down the most. Unless this isn't that Porsche engine from the outside, perhaps. Trevelyan Johnson gets through though. Viger chasing Schmeider though. Breaks into Mulsanne. Doesn't get it though. Definitely an interesting battle to watch this though, Neil. Casino Vija. Well, we've seen him before this broadcast, now we're going to see him again.
Vija, we know, is very fast in the corners, but he's managed to get right up on the bumper of that F458, pulling to the inside, coming towards Indianapolis through the final kick before Indianapolis, and it appears that Satellite Racing on the grass on the left-hand side, leaving him far too much room, had to let off, so that's an easy pass for Vija, up into 28th place overall.
Well, overtaking may not be at a premium at some points on this track, but, well, Vija showing there that he's not afraid to go for the move. Vija there moves himself. I think, yeah, he just went out on a bit onto the grass a bit, trying to defend from Vija. Vija didn't do anything wrong. He just went on the grass of his own accord, and Cito gets through.
Very, very interesting, as I do believe... I thought there was a change for position there, but it's just changed in the pits. Hani Al-Sabti in the number 84 Dark Racing car up into 5th place in class.
85 in class indeed he goes, and well, that's a good move. A good move to have indeed. But yeah, we got Craig Woolard on Twitter saying, watching hashtag VEC LMN24, Sim Racing and IMSA at Detroit GP at the same time. So glad I have multiple PC screens. I wouldn't blame you, Craig. You won't want to miss this race, not even for anything.
I would have multiple screens myself, but unfortunately I don't have enough space on my desk, so I can't. But otherwise, I'd be doing something similar. But indeed, I think it's worth just having a look at the GT class again, or VLMS entries. If we're doing absolutely fantastically, Chuck Macklin, the 175 Caspian Motorsports car, up into 3rd place.
Yeah, interesting to see how gonna go there, and well, of course, 3rd place, but on the podium, and Chuck Macklin there. In the Caspian car, the VLMS entry, crucial for them, because it might lead them to a VEC seat next year, if they're very lucky. I should add that both Max Scheider and Luca Benatti still in the pits, but still okay in the prototype field for the most part at the moment. But looking up and down the order, you know, Matthias Grau and Mark Hennebury still reasonably close as well, and the GTs do keep an eye on that. But this Le Mans circuit, this brilliant Le Mans circuit, what we have here at the VEC and that. Oof. How nice is it, Neil Heatley, that we have our own build of Le Mans?
I know, especially made for us. I think most of the main work has been done by Thomas Beha, is it not?
Yeah, Thomas Beha, one of the key workers on this track. I'm looking at Adam Taylor. I think now, if any time, would be lovely to go for an onboard lap with Adam Taylor in the Team Virus Porsche 919 as he charges his way through. Remember, they're a lap down without any stopping them, Adam Taylor, as he comes round the first couple of turns now at Le Mans. The first couple of turns are the Dunlop chicane, and that is going to go left, then it's going to go right as Adam Taylor hops both curbs beautifully and gets himself a great exit in that Porsche 919 LMP1. You can hear the V4 engine fizzing away like mad. Petrol powered, of course, compared to the diesel Audi. Petrol is the Nissan's fuel of choice as well, but Porsche use it to their own accord through the S's into Tetra Rouge. Been reprofiled over the years, but easy to get wrong. Adam Taylor, though, onto the Les Hunaudière back straight into the first chicane. He'll be there in a while, but a long run down, so I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to listen to that V4. That's what 8,500 RPM of German power sounds like. Hits the brakes into the first chicane. Goes right, goes left, narrowly misses the barrier. Does Adam Taylor. That's how close he's pushing. Just gets back on track. And then straight back onto the full throttle section again. Section 2 of 5. This is full throttle. Of course, this is the second part of the back straight. And Taylor gets into 6th gear again and we're travelling 320, 340 kilometres an hour by the end of this straight in that Porsche. Before he gets to the second chicane, the Michelin chicane, hits the brakes. Again, downshifts. And the Porsche will give its four-wheel drive power out of the chicane. Now into Mulsanne. Curved braking zone, difficult to get right. A bump in the roads. This is actually public access road most of the year, but they just shut it for them on this back section of the track. And Adam Taylor negotiating it perfectly. He went this fast in real life, you get a speeding ticket, but Adam Taylor's not going to stop for anything. Mulsanne now into the right, and he's going to go nice and lovely through here and does so. Now, Full throttle section 4 down to Indianapolis. Another curved braking zone for Adam Taylor to negotiate, but it's not going to stop him either way. He's catching up to Ben Willis in the Fanatic Drake Racing car, the VLMS entry. But Taylor in this LMP1 is catching him up so quickly, he'll probably get him before Indianapolis. Gets such a speed on into the curved braking zone and negotiates perfectly. Gets past Johan Martins in the Token Door Racing car. So much speed can be taken to Indianapolis. It is a banked corner and Taylor gets onto the throttle. Then he brakes again into Arnage, a 90-degree right, nice and simple. Then it is a full throttle blast, the final one of the lap. The Arnage to Porsche curves sort of section, and this is where Taylor will shine. The Porsche curves in the Porsche 919. The handling, nice little, really edgy on this Porsche. Let's see how the namesake car goes through its curves. Through one, gets held up behind Tony Ukic, but he'll negotiate. Gets through two there, and then into the next two turns. Maison Blanche, and finally into the Corvette section. And Adam Taylor only has 4 more turns to go. The left, right of the 4 chicanes. Just the final couple of turns left to go for Taylor. Hits the brakes just before the corner, then goes through 1, goes through 2. Short blast of the throttle before 3, and then 4 round the final turn. And that is a lap of the beautiful Circuit de la Sarthe, as orchestrated by Adam Taylor of Team Virus. And of course, Taylor really starting to make inroads on Pedro Gomez now, and is going to find himself in the top 5 if this continues. And Taylor, of course, he's the sort of driver who would make that happen, really. One of those, you know, we've seen him so far this season, a bit less aggressive than Nicky Jakovic, but still very, very absolutely on it. Adam Taylor doesn't give anything other than 100%, and you know for sure that Adam Taylor, wherever he's involved, there will be hard charging to do. Going to be interesting to see how Taylor goes. That onboard lap we just had was a 3:25.5. Not the fastest lap he's done in this race then, but an interesting one nonetheless, because he is catching up to Gomez by the looks of it. The gap between them now is 2 minutes and 32 seconds, but it's coming down, and that's important. Taylor, though, will take anything they can get at this rate, and I'm sure that the whole of Team Virus will take anything they can get at this rate after the problems they faced at the start. But, you know, that's what endurance racing is about. It's as much about being quick as being opportunistic, as everybody's favourite Scott's back. It's Neil Heatley. So, Neil, we were just saying there, Adam Taylor, you know, the Virus car, kind of needs to take what he can get here after the problems they faced at the start, doesn't he?
Indeed, they are, of course, the championship leaders at the moment, and they really need every single place that they can at the moment. They are in 6th place, which is a fairly good result from what happened at the beginning. The car in front of them is Gomez in the Sim HQ car, and Gomez is just at the beginning of the Mulsanne straight. Taylor's just at the end of it, so about 2/3 of a lap behind at the moment. So Taylor, no doubt, has the speed to make that time up, but the question is, how long will it take him to make that time? And indeed, Adam Taylor in that Virus Porsche 919 has done a fantastic job, as well as Jakovic, since that incident at the beginning. As Stephen Bailey in the number 3 is in the pits, that's allowed Trevelyan Johnson to take control of the race again in the number 14 919 car, and that is Bailey just coming out of the pits at the moment. Broadbent is just entering the 4 chicanes, so a nice safe second position at the moment for Stephen Bailey, who's been in the car since the beginning, actually. Almost 4 hours for Stephen Bailey, and almost for Jimmy Broadbent as well. So fantastic showing by both of them. The Scuderia GT Italia car has now in 7th place. It's overtaken Maxi Scheider. Maxi Scheider back out on track, and now it's Daniele Pizzo in that Scuderia GT Italia car. I say that as Philip Hakos has taken the lead in the GT, in the P2 class, I should say, rather. A fantastic showing there from the Atlantic Motorsport car, exactly where they need to be in the lead of the championship. The best way to secure that win is by being in the lead. There's no better place to be. Just having a look, me just scrolling through Gomez and Dindigard, just a little bit of a squabble coming up to Indianapolis. No harm, no foul though, and in the lead is in the lead of the GT class is also the pole sitting number 89 Villa Simsport car. Kolvenbach is currently in second place in number 77 3-out Motorsports car. As I said before, I do believe if it stays as it is at the moment, that would allow the 77 car to take the championship, maybe. Maybe, just maybe. But Daniel Almeida's actually made quite a few positions up into 32nd overall after that disastrous start for the 94 car. And Marcel Offermans, Mr. rFactor 2 himself, is going to the Sim Racing for Holland car. Down in 34th place overall, not a good start for that SFH car, the 52, one of the many Corvette C7Rs we've got. He'll want to gain as many positions as possible now, but of course there's still 20 hours to go, anything can happen. Daniel Maybach in the pits as well in the number 88 car. Oh, Pedro Gomez just getting balked really badly there by P2, trying to pass a GT on the run up to Tetra Rouge. Gomez had to put the brakes on heavily, bring out the anchors. Bring out the anchors there in order to stop smashing into the back of both of them. So a good bit of spatial awareness there from Gomez in the 19 car. On their march back up as well. The Wanako car is almost back into the along with the rest of the P1s. Only got to pass Filipakos now, then it'll be a top 10 P1s, really where they all should be. But indeed, Wanako, the one most badly affected by that start incident, and they're still not really joined up with the P1s 4 hours after it. Karsten Dindegaard in that 50 car is somehow back on track. He's in 7th placing class after that massive incident with the Scuderia GT Italia car. Just coming through Maison Blanche, Scuderia GT Italia just got a little bit wiggly, and then that was it. Really, just lost control and straight into Dindegaard. Dindegaard had nowhere to go. Just having a look on track though, have we got any interesting battles coming up? Hennebury and Grau looks like it could be close, just 1.5 seconds separating the two of them at the moment. Hennebury in the 170 car, that's the RSA Protea car, one of our VLMS entries. Grau can just see Hennebury in the distance though. That'll be a massive boost for Grau, just being able to see the car in front of him that he has to pass for position. That might give him a little bit of extra incentive, and perhaps it could scare Hennebury ever so slightly, because just watching that bright blue PRL Logitech car, get closer and closer could cause them to make a couple of mistakes. So I do believe we have Joshua Anderson back with us.
Neil Heatley! He's the man with the Scottish touch! Had to do it. Sorry, man, but you are not ready for my return.
I should really kick you from the server for that.
You should, but you know, in your deepest imagination, you'd feel everlasting guilt for that, so don't. Anyway, you're tempted now, aren't you? I can tell he tempted. Anyway, so what were we saying? Ed Trevally and Johnson still leading, of course. But yes, I notice Ethan Patty is in the DHR number 2.
So he has obviously decided to, with that long pit stop time, decided to just change driver as well to change over to Patty.
Yeah, obviously a changeover with the damage, and I guess it makes sense. Still loads of clouds over the track, and there's not been any precipitation. How man, make it rain. Ah, kid. I mean, it's better without, but it would be interesting to see some rain, wouldn't it?
It would be, just throw the cat among the pigeons.
Yeah, stick the Scotsman along the Welshman, so to speak, and well, Matt Richards, who is a Welshman, has come into the pits. So this is going to be interesting to see how this goes for Matt Richards. Going to hit the brakes and park that Nismo up, and he is not going to go for tyre change. Obviously, you can get about 2 stints worth of tyre life out of that Nissan GTR LM, but I have to... Nissan GTR LM Nismo, which didn't actually finish the real life 24 hours that I'm on, but still, the interesting and important thing for that team is you can get 2 stints worth of life on the hards, then you have to change.
Didn't it? Is it just me, or was that the one where the drivers were told not to go over curbs, otherwise the chassis would rip itself apart?
You know what, it might have been, but it's very good that within our simulator, it's not quite as pathetically terrible.
Wow.
Yeah, Nissan didn't do a very good job in real life, but in our simulator, all is good, and the Nismo cars have been very reliable this season and been quite quick. So, you know, it's kind of a what-if scenario compared to the real car, but yeah, we're making it work. Hey, this is the thing about VEC, we do what the real Le Mans can't.
Indeed, indeed.
And that's just, it just goes to show really, Neil, that the fact we can make moves in real life that you can't in, you know, you can't make moves in certain real-life series that you can in sim racing. Just goes to show how brilliant it is. You get moves that you just wouldn't have otherwise seen in real life.
Indeed, we've seen a couple, especially going around the outside of Mulsanne Corner, going up the outside, around the outside of the King, just before Indianapolis as well. Some absolutely wonderful moves we've seen so far today.
Well, yeah, I mean, do you think maybe, Neil, the fact that it's I know a lot of people take it super seriously, and they don't do anything in the simulator that they wouldn't do in real life, and rightly so. But do you think maybe in some cases it being a simulator gives people a little bit more confidence to go to moves they wouldn't do in real life?
Oh, it definitely does. I mean, if you were driving in a real LMP1 car, which is worth millions and millions of every single currency, you'd be unbelievably scared just to even get a scratch on it. So, being able to have virtual panels and virtual cars, I do believe does give people more confidence to make moves like that.
But the thing is, though, if it doesn't work, there is a serious penalty because of the damage values that we have in these simulators. We've seen 1,200 seconds of damage being applied to certain teams before, you know? 20 minutes of damage, which is very realistic in its own right.
Yeah, as we've got a yellow in the middle, in the first sector.
I'll investigate that.
It's Bullis in the DR Motorsport car.
Yes,
he's spun it out of the Tetra Rouges.
He's stopped, but he's reversing off the track. And, yep, he is actually stuck there at the moment, but I don't think he knows whether he's clear or not, so he's trying to get back on the track. And he has done. He's nice and safe there. That was a scary moment. Is Ed Trevally and Johnson in from the lead? Stephen Beatty should reassume the lead.
It was... Ben Willis was trying to let the Wanaco car through, going wide round the first section of Tetra Rouges, the left-hander, and just got into the marbles on the outside. No, sorry, got into the curb on the outside, just lost the back end and looped it. Not touching anything somehow, because it's an incredibly dangerous place, almost right on the racing line.
He did exactly what he needed to do, though, in that spin. He just blocked the brakes, locked it up, got it static, did not move an inch, and everyone moved around him. That's exactly what you need to do in a scenario like that. So hats off to Willis for that. Did exactly the right thing, did his entire part, nobody hit him because he was predictable, and that's what we like to see. Ronnie Johnson comes out the pits in third. Broadbent moves up to second. Bailey is first, though, and leading the race again.
Yeah, indeed, Bailey leading the race yet again. That number 3 car's been absolutely fantastic all day. Broadbent up into second. I don't think he's made his pit stop yet, though.
Yeah, has not perhaps pitted yet, so will have to pit. Broadbent, I mean, we see with the thing about the Nismo, it uses the front wheels to drive, so it gets less out of the tyres. I imagine the likes of Bailey will triple state the tyres, and Broadbent will only build it up. The front tyres are being used more. If you could just have the back tyres on the car all the way around, that would be fine. But you can't, because the back tyres are thinner.
Indeed, that was something really unique to the GTR LM, wasn't it? As I believe, Josh, we've just gone over 4 hours, so I believe it's time for you to now do the rFactor 2 early update.
Okay, the new it is. So, Stephen Bailey leads the race in the number 3 Doug Henson Racing Audi R18 prototype LMP1. That was a mouthful, but what's not a mouthful is Jimmy Broadbent's driving for GNS and he's in second. Way! But then is Ed Trevelyan Johnson in third place. They were leading in places, they have led in places, and despite the problems that they faced, they're still reasonably in contention here, so it's not over for ETJ. Christian Michel is in fourth in the number 21 Valley Simsport car, one of the favourites for the title at the moment, and Pedro Gomez rounding out the top 5 in LMP1 in the CMHQ number 19 car. Going down to LMP2, we've just had a driver change on our lead number 32 car. April Dillon now in the car. Going to be interesting to see how she does at Le Mans. Then it's Nico, and then it is Alejandro Fernandez in the 48 Magenta Warriors car in second. Jason Holden Jones in the number 31 Flatline car is third. Then it's Henry Ahonen in the number 33 Vela Simsport car, who I believe is an SRCA graduate. That's where it can get you. Andres Riviero rounds out your top 5 for MVD Racing Team in Le Mans Prototype 2 class. Let's move down to the GTs. Gergely Barros leading in the number 89 Vela Simsport car. Then it's Heiko Carvenbach, 77 Ride Motorsport car, on course to win the GT title. And Jack Markley, the 175 VLMS entry in third place. Then it's Bram Balin, fourth in the number 66 SRVN car, which has been so impressive this race. And he has Sapley's fifth in the number 84 Dark Racing car. Then it's Mark Hennebury sixth in the 170 RSA Sim Race Africa Protea car. Nicola D'Agostino 7th in the 169, another VLMS entry, then it's Matthias Kraus, 75, Payroll Logitech. Tito Viger 9th in the Champion Motorsports 54 car, running at your top 10 in GT is the 64 Satellite Racing car of Eric Schmeier. Of course, this means we are now a sixth of the way into the race, so, Neil Heatley, you will be pleased to know that I have got some ale and it's gonna go down a storm.
Oh God.
Well, when I say ale, what I actually mean is Brewdog Nanny State 0.5% alcohol by volume ale. It's not what some people would call proper ale, but it's all I can drink because medication.
But yes, Broadbent still has to come in for his stop now. Are they going to try and attempt that, as Gomez is into the pits in the number 19 CMHQ car and he's just came out again? Are GNS going to have another attempt at the driver swap the next time they come in?
Perhaps they are, that might be what they're going to do, because it didn't work last time, maybe it'll work this time. Second time lucky, second time around, will it work for GNS? That is the question that we're going to be asking, because it didn't work the last time, but will it work this time? That's what we're going to be needing to know. Jesus Christ, I've got all Yorkshire.
Josh, please.
Welcome to the 24 Hours of York, sponsored by Yorkshire Tea. Yeah, it's Jimmy Broadbent. Hey, I should stop with the accents now. I've done 2 in one race. Gonna do Scottish. That's not Scottish.
Please, no. But Bailey appears to be not that far ahead of Broadbent actually at the moment. Bailey is just coming through the Tetra Rouge S, and Broadbent's just coming through the Tetra Rouge S now. So not that much of a gap between the two of them at the moment.
Not really that much of a gap, no.
Broadbent did gain 8.5 tenths in Bailey that last lap.
Yeah, big gains from Jimmy Broadbent. May as well call him Jimmy Gaines Bent with the amount of gains he's making. But yeah, this could be interesting to see whether he catches them up quickly enough, because they might have to do a driver swap.
Indeed, that driver swap, they tried to get Joe Champa in last time. It didn't work. It didn't work for whatever reason, so they might have to have another go this time round.
Might have to have a go second time around, yeah. If they can get the driver swap done this time. Jimmy Broadbent's now been driving for 4 straight hours, and I imagine with the equipment he uses, because he uses, remember, if you know Jimmy Broadbent, you'll know he uses a direct drive wheel, his arms will be the size of football pitches. That's not an image I want to have in my head, like, but still. I mean, can you
Yellow
imagine
middle.
how inconvenient it would be for someone to have arms that big?
There'd be yellow in the middle. Well, we did have a yellow in the middle sector. I think it could have just been for someone going wide, probably
Yeah.
at one of the chicanes.
Problems for somebody perhaps, but yeah, Jimmy Broadbent getting a proper workout on that GTR LM. There's no torque steer for days, you imagine, because that's what front wheel drive cars do.
But of course, if you do get into an incident, pardon me, with a front wheel drive car, it's far easier to save it, isn't it? Because you literally just point the, press the throttle, put the steering wheel in the direction you want to go, and go.
Yeah, I mean, with the GNS and Magenta cars, more power is a good thing. You can literally just think, oh, I'm having problems. Oh, snap, I've lost their power. And then you just get back on the throttle and everything's cool. I'm sure that would please a certain motoring journalist who likes power, but still, Jimmy Broadbent, I'm sure, has no end of power in that front-wheel drive GNS car, which does not pit.
GNS not pitting again, very interesting, as we've just came up on the 4-hour mark. That's what the hourly update was for. And indeed, that does now mean that Broadbent, who has been in since the beginning of the race, mind you, has now done 66, is on lap 67, so a mammoth stint there.
Yeah, huge stint from Broadbent so far. I'm sure we'll see big stints in this race, but we'll see exactly how it goes. I mean, 2.5 seconds is the gap to Stephen Bailey now. So you gotta wonder, DNS for the win?
Perhaps, but I must say, before this race, down in my notes, that you can't see, they're on my screen, I did say that the LMP1s would do 395 laps this race. And it appears that they're on course to do that.
Yep, on course perhaps
They're
to...
very close to doing that. So, for once, I might actually get a prediction correct.
Well, maybe it's going to be a case of take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know. I'm going to be around. If you've got no place to go, if you're feeling down, if you're all alone when the pretty birds have flown, honey, I'm still free for GNS Endurance. That was ABBA. I got ABBA into a sim racing broadcast. Yeah!
That is slightly disturbing. But
Your face is slightly disturbing.
oh, thanks. Indeed. That does mean but Broadbent, when's he going to come in next? Because this P1 car, that's what it is, can do roughly about 12 or 13 laps a stint, which means he should be on course to come in the next few laps. Maybe in 3 or 4 laps time we're going to see that GNS car in.
Yeah, maybe we will in about 3 or 4 laps time. We'll see exactly when that car comes into the pits. And Jimmy Broadbent, of course, really just gonna get this car to the pits and then gonna change drivers because the amount of time he's been driving. But yeah, keeping an eye on cars other than, well, it's not actually possible to keep an eye on cars other than Jimmy Broadbent. He's a second away from Stephen Bailey.
Just ever so slightly close, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Just a little bit.
Ever so slightly close between the two of them. This is, of course, for the lead of the race. Bailey in the number 3 car, GNS, Broadbent at the wheel of the number 22 GNS.
Yeah, this is the classic battle. Bailey versus Broadbent, GNS versus DHR. This is what it's all about. The real fight. Broadbent, Bailey. 2 very talented drivers. 2 very talented cars. Brilliant looking. Similar sort of... I can't... Words are not necessary for this battle. It's just in existence at the moment. Bailey and Broadbent. Look at the speed he carries through into the Porsche curves. I'd love to go on board with Broadbent at the moment just to see the speed that Nismo is carrying on the straights and the other cars. Look, traffic, Grau, Bailey there, Willis there. Don't turn left. Thank you very much, you didn't. Because that would have been terrible. But Broadbent's lost time as a result of that, and he's going to make it back again. But Hennebury and Bailey, not going to get held up. Even Bailey seems to be dealing with all the traffic well as Broadbent pits, makes the best of his scenario. Well, it's a good thing that he's done that, but it's ruined the battle. That's annoying, but it's
Ethan, Patty's
expectable.
crashed. Patty's crashed in the 2 car.
Oh no, he has. That's a big one for Ethan Patty. He's had a bit of an incident. But when I say a bit of an incident, what I actually mean is he's absolutely stacked it. Because what has Ethan Patty done? He's lost the front bumper of that car. Has he got suspension damage, Neil?
Yeah, I do believe he has. He has got suspension damage. He needs to keep the.
Oh, he was hugging the wall
to
of
the
a.
right-hand
He was
side.
hugging the wall, going down into going into Mosan. Code 8. He says Jimmy Allison. What actually happened to Ethan Paddy? Go. A thing has occurred. Code 80 brought in by Jimmy Allison then, but Ethan Paddy's actually been hugging the wall since at least the first chicane. I don't know how we didn't see that sooner, but Paddy has had serious problems for 250 seconds now. And what actually was the problem that he encountered? He's had it since the start of the straight. Wow, that is big.
He's been very smart in taking the shortcuts for both chicanes, though.
The code 80's been called, and cars, Michelle's coming in, Hardwick has changed into the GNS car. This has come at a perfect time for GNS, because Hardwick has just gotten into that car. He's not going to lose much time. Bailey's on the back straight.
Patty just got on the power too hard coming out of the Dunlop chicane, so at the very, very beginning of the lap, got on the power too hard, rode the curbs on the left-hand side, slid right and into the tyre barriers on the right-hand side coming out of the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that was a while back, but you know, Jimmy Allison can't see everything that goes on track at once. He's not got eyes everywhere, and you know, one race director can only do so much, but it's gonna... At least it got called. And now Paddy can make it back to the pit safely.
Indeed, at least he can. So it's just going from bad to worse to even worse for the DHR car, isn't it?
Not going their way this race, the number 2, and you got to think with that, that really is that title hope's done.
Yeah, that is essentially it gone for the number 2 car.
That will be the end of it. So really, it all lies in the hands of number 3 now. Maybe Stephen Bailey was right to be in the number 3, but yeah, Bailey really at the moment in the winning car in the DHR squadron. And we'll have to hope for their sake that it stays that way.
But I do believe that now means, with Hardwick getting to the GNS car, that Bailey is the only driver to have stayed in the car since the beginning of the race.
Yeah, Bailey, I think the only constant in this race. He has done an even more longer stint than Jimmy Broadbent. You thought his stint was long. Look at Bailey's stint.
Yeah, I'm just going through to Bram Beelan start the 66 car.
Bram Beelan did start it, so he's another one actually, yeah. Marcel Offermans is in the Sim Racing for Holland car, I've just noticed. Hi, Marcel. And
yep. I
think really, Cito Vija. He's another one.
Vija as well, yep.
I think maybe Matthias Grau, but we're coming back to Green Flag Racing once again here in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Adam Taylor has timed his pit stop the worst possible moment just as the code 80 ends. That's not good for Team Virus when they need to be making time back up.
Indeed, just ever so unlucky with the timing of that pit stop.
Interesting to see how this goes for sure. For definite, and well, Ethan Patty now in the pits again. Adam Taylor exiting the pits though. Time has been lost compared to how he pitted under code 80. But yeah, Bailey, Johnson, Hardwick, Michelle, top 4 in prototypes at the moment. Still, decent looking battle shaping up in the GTs though between D'Agostino, Hennebury and Grau possibly. Martins and, well, Almeida's in the pits, that's why that overtake has occurred. But yes, this could be an interesting one if Grau, Hennebury and D'Agostino close up. This is for 6, 7 and 8 in GT.
Indeed, D'Agostino's a little bit ahead of Hennebury. I'd say they're about equidistant from each other actually, the three of them.
Yeah. Interesting to see how this goes then. D'Agostino. Obviously the Witchwood car, one of the VLMS entries. Daniel Sabti and Bram Balen ahead of it. Of course, Mark Hennebury and Matthias Grau. Hennebury, another one of the VLMS entries, the 170, the 169 and the 170. Both called up in the Virtual Le Mans series for the 24 Hours of Le Mans as the sun begins to set in Le Mans, France.
Indeed, it does start to... The sun's starting to get low in the sky. A little bit of dusk now.
It is a beautiful
So it's going to get
sunset.
harder and harder for these drivers
It is
because
a
the
beautiful
sun will start to be coming down into their eyes. So it'll be hard to see in certain sections of the track, but also it's going to get difficult for them to transition from day into night as well.
It is, yeah. It is such a beautiful sunset, especially in DirectX 11. On the broadcast that we have today, you can see the vibrant colours and the sunset really shining through now. As Alejandro Fernandez pits in the Magenta Warriors number 48 car. Ethan Patney, of course, still in the pits. But yes, going to be interesting to see how the drivers go as we come into the night. Of course, we would be halfway through an 8-hour race by now. We'd be 2/3 of the way through a 6-hour race. But this is 24, so we've still got 20 and a bit more, well, 19 and a bit hours to go.
As D'Agostino comes into the pits.
D'Agostino in too, yes. Rightly spotted. Nicola D'Agostino in the Witchwood car, who we were watching. Hennebury and Grau are not that far away still, 24 and 25. So this could be a battle on. If Hennebury maybe slips up or Grau really speeds up.
Indeed, it's really been a very good showing for all these drivers. As Nico Barca has just got past April Dillon, so that's now the top 10 overall, are the top 10 in class. All the P1s, so back together again, that red colour block at the top of the chart.
Yep, still going alright, and, for them at least, Grau is definitely having a good race here on Hennebury, and both cars, in a good place at the moment. That's the important thing, being in a good place, because the race can be won at any hour in the race, not just the first, second or third. It can be won in the 23rd if the right scenario arises. So you never really know what's going to happen in an endurance race, and this is direct proof of that. The fact that this is 24 hours, and that we've already had so much happen.
But that was just the 48 car just coming out of the pits. Fernandez at the wheel of the Magenta Warriors Racing Team P2 car.
Yeah, definitely Fernandez in the P2 at the moment, as there is a P2 driver, Tommy Oyala, currently at the wheel of the 24 Magenta Warriors P1. So we have a Finn at the wheel of that too. Keeping an eye on April Dillon in all this, who I believe is currently the P2 leader in that 32
Yep.
Atlantic car. April Dillon, a driver you know very well, Neil Haley.
Yes, indeed. Race with her regularly, and indeed, she is a very, very good driver. Very consistent as well. Doesn't often make a mistake. So that's one of our best qualities, and why that 32 car is leading the P2 championship.
Yep, quality driver, and we've got another quality driver with us as well, in the form of the recently gotten out of the GNS car and into our broadcast booth, Jimmy Broadbent.
Hello, broadcasters. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Jimmy. GNS are in a good place at the moment. Oscar Hardwick in third, 7 seconds behind Ed Trevelyan Johnson. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, we benefited from the last Code 80 a little bit. Well, we got about 20 seconds worth of pit stop in there. We did have, it's sort of fortunate, we did have an issue changing drivers to Joe, and hence why I drove a bit longer than I should have done, really. But luckily Oscar's in the car now, the car feels good, and I think it's been very nice so far, aside from the lap 1, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah, lap 1, a bit of a weird one, as you say. We won't talk about that. The less said about lap 1, the better. But still, a decent race for you in GNS, and well, now the season's coming to an end, Jimmy. I guess now is a good time to ask you some questions, because you started enjoying GNS Endurance this year as a bit of a different, so to see life from a different side of the perspective, having driven for Doug Henson Racing in season 8. You started GNS Endurance this year to have a little bit of a look from a different view. So how has that been for you as a team manager?
Well, I've sort of realised how disorganised I am, which is something that's come from that conversation, because I have to do a lot of things. Well, I say a lot of things. I have to actually do things as opposed to just being a driver. But it's been nice. Like, I've really enjoyed sort of having this team of people and doing something a bit different, because I love the guys at DHR, and I always will. But it's nice to have that sort of that bit of rivalry between us two. And of course, driving the meme machine, it's been frustrating at times, as it is for everyone in every car, but for the most part it's been a fun car. And of course, the various propaganda that has come out from it has been it's just been a great laugh. And the idea was to try not to take it too seriously this season, but as I've had the conversation with Bailey many times, that doesn't really work in VEC. It's a serious thing, you take it seriously. But I like to think we can try and take the edge of it every now and then, so it's nice to get to the end of the season and not have quit. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess, ultimately, that is the case, just don't take it too seriously, but take it reasonably seriously. Sort of semi-serious approach can be the best sometimes. And, well, obviously driving the very unique Nissan GTR Nismo, what actually was your inspiration to take that car? Was it because it was something different?
Memes.
Oh, the memes, of course. Can't forget the memes.
It was a bit of a sim racing hipster choice, to be honest. Everyone was taking either the Audi or the Porsches. So, we'll take Nissan then. We were going to take the Rebellion, but then Nissan came along, so drove that instead. But I'm glad we did. There is a lot of sort of talk about BOP, which happens a lot in the competitive series, which is a shame because it takes away, I think, from the racing series a bit. But yeah, I've really enjoyed driving it. I hope it's around next season.
Yeah, I hope you're around us next season. Well, you provided us as a team with some fantastic enjoyment, and I'm sure that a certain Neil Heatley would love to ask you some questions too.
Bring it on, Neil.
Neil, man,
There we go.
ask
Help
your
if my
questions.
mic was back again. What have you been asking about the past couple of minutes? I haven't been here.
I've just been asking Jimmy about the whole GNS experience, really, and how it's been to be a team manager.
Well, that's obviously the team manager side. The racing side today, how did you find, say, like traffic? Because I know you've been battling quite a few times with other P1s, such as Stephen Bailey and the 21 car at times and stuff like that. How's it been like driving today?
It's been good. It's the traffic for the most part has been pretty good. We've sort of learned over the course of the season you have to be very obvious about where you are. The Nissan isn't quite as fast in straight lines as it has been this season at this circuit compared to the other cars, so I think that sort of helps people see us coming, so to speak. But traffic, 95% of the time has been pretty damn good. The driving standard's been good as well. I mean, we've sort of just been on our own for a while, but we're happy with that. I put in decent lap times. I had the fastest lap for a while as well. The car is capable of doing another fastest lap, I think, on its tyres. We sort of switched our strategy halfway into my stint, but it seems to be working out well. And now just officers in the car, just put in laps. There's no point really thinking of anything now apart from just getting to the next pit stop because this race is just far too long.
So, are you going to be back into the car at some point?
I do plan to be back in the car. The plan at the moment is that I'm doing, obviously give or take, code 80s and various happenings about 1 till 4 a.m. in the morning. But we will see if that happens or not. I know there's a lot of people talking about stints, etc. We already had to change our schedule with Oscar in the car now, so we'll see. But I'll be back in the car at least one more time before the end of the race.
How many drivers have you only got? You've got 4 drivers for GNS, haven't you? Well, driving today you would have 5, but I know Nate Lupson has got internet issues. But how did you find? How have you finding getting up for, say, like that stint at 1 o'clock this morning? How do you find preparing yourself for a 24-hour race like this?
I won't be getting up. I ain't sleeping. That's how you do it. I'll probably crash afterwards.
For the week.
Pretty much. I'm going to just go and grab coffee, just throw it into my eyes and hope it sticks, and then we'll
throw it into your eyes. Nice.
We'll go from there, I suppose. And I can drive it pretty much until I'm about to collapse, so I should be all right. And the wheel hasn't kicked my ass too much, and my wrists are still sort of in one piece, so can't complain.
Can't really complain at all, can you? Just one more question for you, Jimmy. Me and Neil, I think, are starting a team in VLMS season. Do you think we could take out some GNS insurance?
You can do. We'll think we need to start mobilising that. Of course, it was very clear that the firstborn is required for your policy, so you better
I'll get to work on that.
Yeah, get productive and get the sun out, and then we'll talk business later.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, I'm sure. Thank you, Jimmy, for joining us. Pleasure to have you as ever.
Alright, cheers broadcast, guys. Catch you next time.
This is brilliant. GNS, isn't it? It's the meme team supreme. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Hashtag
meme team supreme. Get it trending. Oh, all things considered, this is going to be a good fight.
Just seeing from the YouTube chat, I do believe, just going back to confirm, but I think the 47 hit the wall at the Porsche curves.
Oscar Hardwick, though, is catching edge of Alan Johnson. He is catching edge of Alan Johnson. Let's be
The
honest.
poshest man I know. Benzie just having a look at what happened. The 47 car is coming up behind the RSA Protea Sim Sports car, tries to go up the inside, it gets on the grass, just touches the back of the RSA Protea Sim Sports 170 car, and that just loops the car around, does 270 degrees worth of spinning and goes into the barrier head first.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate incident. That's so easy to do in the Porsche curves. Trickiest corner for a reason.
Bailey's
Stephen
came
Bailey
into the
in.
pits.
Bailey in, rightfully spotted Neil Hitley. Edge of Alan Johnson, I imagine, will catch up, and then we might actually have a straight fight for the lead.
Hardwick has
Interesting
been catching
times.
Johnson by about 1.25 seconds a lap.
Yep, catching up quite quickly as Oscar, isn't he? This could be an interesting one. Could be really interesting indeed, this. I mean, Alan Johnson and Hardwick, when these two go to battle, oh, it's going to be interesting.
We have to see what the gap was on the last lap.
Let's
Between
check
the
what
two
the
of them.
gap was on the last lap. Was it what?
Is that right? Oh, hang on. It's a little bit skewed because Stephen Bailey's just in the pits. But indeed, Oscar Hardwick gained 1.5 seconds on Trevelyan Johnson that last lap. As indeed, that is Bailey made his pit stop, so back down to third. It's just extraordinary that these three are this close even after 4.5 hours of racing. There's only 2.5 seconds between Trevelyan Johnson and Hardwick. Bailey is only 7 seconds behind the leader as well, so the top three covered by 7 seconds after 4.5 hours, and the top four is actually covered by less than 30. Christian Michel there in the background, ready to pick up any pieces. Be a fantastic last lap there from Oscar Hardwick. Trevelyan Johnson, we've seen, has made a single mistake up towards the Dunlop chicane, but that was extremely costly. It cost Vodbull the lead. And it appears that he's possibly not the fastest driver in that car over the entire qualifying session. I'm just trying to remember who was qualifying the 14, but I can't quite remember. But indeed, it appears that Hardwick is catching Johnson at a great rate of knots. Stephen Bailey always there in the background, ready to pick up any pieces. That's why he is the such class driver that he is. Always there, he's got very good awareness, always aware where everyone is and when to push and when just to keep the time and keep the position. Back with us we have Joshua Anderson.
Yeah, I'm just taking a slight break from proceedings there, just to have some more rail and rest my voice, because everybody knows you gotta have breaks. Have a break, have a Kit Kat. Neil, have you got any Kit Kats? You should have a Kit Kat. You like chocolates? That's a question, actually. Do you like chocolates?
If you want to answer that in the YouTube comments, you're more than welcome to, but Hardwick is closing in Trevelyan Johnson at a great rate of knots, the 22 catching the 14.
Yeah, 22 is catching the 14. This could be, and probably will be, a battle for the lead between Hardwick and Johnson. And what a battle for the lead will be when it happens. I'm looking forward to this.
Budbull been up there all season, the 22 not necessarily had the results to match the pace. I know certainly at Interlagos they're on for a very good result before a lagging GT cost them to DNF.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see how this goes for them, at least the front guys, that is. Obviously DNF's so unfortunate, but we are on board with Ed Jordan Johnson at the moment as he continues to chase down this lead which Oscar Hardwick is challenging for. Obviously, you know, Hardwick, very capable driver as we know, and in that JNS car he's doing brilliant stuff.
Only 7/10 that last lap.
Yep, look how much time he's gaining though, that's the thing. That last lap from Hardwick is the 3:24.6, and then Trevellyn Johnson's last lap was the 3:25.4. He is gaining, that can't be denied.
And it all just matters about the traffic. I think Trevellyn Johnson caught Barros at a very bad time there.
Yep, gonna be interesting to see. Look at the gap, look at this, Hardwick now! He's come out of nowhere as the GNS missile does! But Trevellyn Johnson gets the braking, this is the battle now. It was the battle before, it'll be a battle for the next few turns. Hardwick versus Trevellyn Johnson, Vodball versus GNS for the lead of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Really giving it the full beans now. Colvin back out the way nicely. Hardwick gets the acceleration, gets the throttle, speeds up massively. He's doing 345 into the turn. Brakes and Trevellyn Johnson gets him on the brake. And oh, I thought he lost under the brake in there, but he didn't. Just a bit of lag for me, but yeah, Trevellyn Johnson needs to watch it.
That Nissan is disgustingly fast in a straight line.
It's incredibly fast indeed, but this time it's got to be Hardwick. Look at this, Trevellyn Johnson to the inside. He's defending as hard as he can. Hardwick switches to the arms to the outside. Nissan versus Porsche into Mulsanne. Trevellyn Johnson can't get the braking. Hardwick moves through in GNS lead.
The
And
22
now-
car, indeed, 22 car leading a fantastic move there from Hardwick.
Now Trevellyn Johnson's on the back foot because he doesn't have the straight line speed advantage. He doesn't even have the draft. He's going to have to wait for traffic or some turns to get through on that Nissan now. Really going to have to wait. And his turn now is Trevellyn Johnson. Got to be patient. Got to be patient. But Oscar Hardwick in GNS lead. Well, what a move from the outside of Mulsanne that was. Really well done from him there.
Yeah, and try and go around the outside of Mulsanne. It's a very ballsy move. He did manage to make it stick though.
Made it stick beautifully, and Trevellyn Johnson will not be happy about that. He will not have been wanting to go around the outside of Mulsanne at all. Not really good for him, but great for GNS, who are in the lead of this race now in the Nissan GTR LM Nismo, with 280 minutes of this race almost gone, 273 to be precise. They are in the lead. Nismo are in the lead. Nissan are in the lead. Call your friends and tell them the news.
That's something you'd never hear in real life, but indeed, through the magic of sim racing, we've managed to make the Nissan GT-R LM actually a good car.
For once, it's a success, indeed. And Trevellyn Johnson is going to want to be sure that he catches up, though, because he's not going to be a happy chappy being in second again. Although, mind you, developing battle, Stephen Bailey versus Trevellyn Johnson. He's going to be out of one and into another.
As I said, when Bailey just came out of the pits, there was only 7 seconds between them.
It's going to be interesting to see how
Stephen
this
Bailey, a
goes.
fantastically fast driver.
Yeah, Bailey incredibly quick, as we know. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do from here, as we got another advert for SimRacing.Club Academy from Enzo Fazzi in the chat. You're not afraid to put out that, are you, Enzo? But yeah, seriously, get yourself signed up to the forums, get yourself involved in the academy. You could find yourself in the VEC or the LMS field soon. Please do. Neil Heatley tried it and failed miserably, but you might not. We do have a battle on in the GTs, though. Mark Kennedy and
Attempted and
Matthias
failed
Grant.
miserably, like most things I do in my life. No, it's
Oh,
fine.
Neil, you don't fail as a commentator.
Yet.
No,
As
I
it
know.
going back, Chip Mackley's slow. Chip Mackley's in the pit lane, that's why he's slow.
Yep. I'll tell you who isn't slow, though. Matthias Grant is chasing Mark Hennebury. 23rd and 24th overall, which is 5th and 6th in class. And they're doing a pretty good job at the moment. Really is. Grau and Hennebury, a good battle at the moment. 2 Corvettes battling it out. Hennebury is going to be chasing to run away from Grau. Grau going to be chasing to catch up to Hennebury. If we can go on board with Grau, that would be perfect, because you can hear both the Corvettes going down the run into Indianapolis now. And Hennebury is going to be defending in a couple of corners' time, I imagine, quite hard from the PRL Logitech Chevrolet. Grau, though, into Indianapolis. Banked corner, remember, Neil, so he can take more speed. Hennebury actually loses time.
No room. It was They tried to go too wide through Indianapolis. No room there, though.
Oh, and Henry locks up! Henry locks up! Is it going to be into the Porsche curves from Matthias Grau? That is the question. Grau now into the run down to the Porsche curves. He's going to have the slipstream. Maybe he won't get there before, but he'll set it up just like you set up certain things in life, like a bank account. It's inevitable, but apparently Grau is going to the pits, and he is. Pitting is on, according to, yeah, so Grau might actually be going to the pits here. I must say, from the car that I'm watching, it doesn't appear to be on from me, but I'm going to trust the judgment of Jimmy Allison because I don't know anything and he knows everything. Hennebury, I imagine we'll see him.
I would say that's consistent. There was a go date about 22 minutes past. I can't remember when it was. It might have been the last one actually, and that would be consistent with pitting at that point.
And Hennebury in. No, it was the wrong way round. Hennebury in, Grau out. Wow. Okay.
Very interesting. Perhaps he can get a little bit more fuel economy out of that PR.
Maybe he was just trying to cycle out. Hennebury does pit though. Hennebury does pit. And yeah, Mark Hennebury in. He's going to get the undercut though, so this isn't all bad.
But it depends if they're going to change tyres.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
They may not.
Yeah. Might not. We'll see what happens, but Hennebury is in. I'm looking in the driver area. I don't see that there'll be anyone. Gonna switch into that car, so it should be the same driver.
So imagine it'll just be fuel then, because I think these GT cars can treble stint these tyres.
Yeah, triple stinting possible perhaps for the GTs, but yeah. I'm just keeping an eye on Stephen Bailey here as he comes on the first section of the track, and it looks like the clouds might actually be beginning to break up a bit.
Indeed, perhaps a little bit of sunshine falling over the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The rain was only forecast, if it was going to occur, until about 8 o'clock France time, I believe. So 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock sort of time, that's when it would not be able to happen anymore. So that is consistent with the rain. Oh no, Bailey! Bailey's into an incident! Stephen Bailey has a run-in with Riviero from MDD Racing Team! Oh, that's a disaster, Stephen Bailey. What actually happened? He's had a collision with him. I don't think there's any damage from Bailey, but, oh, did Riviero come across? Something happened, but then,
Yeah,
oh
my, what on earth was Riviero doing? He just came across and completely blattered the side of Bailey.
I don't know what.
I have no idea what Riviero was doing.
I don't know what actually happened. Oh, hang on a minute. I've just seen it was coming out of the S's. Riviero, Riviero, he went right. Oh, he went right into. Yeah, he went right into Bailey.
Crossed right into him.
He crossed into Bailey. You cannot do that, Andres. I'm sorry, mate, but you cannot do that. He's now got himself front end damage to that car. But I don't think there's any suspension damage. If there's any positives, he's going to be able to get it back. But that was not a well thought out move from Anders Riviero.
That wasn't anywhere near the corner though as well. That was nowhere near turning.
That was not a sensible move from Riviero. I don't usually get opinionated on these broadcasts, but you cannot do that. I'm sorry. Stephen Bailey now has lost tyre as a result. He's been put into the clutches of Christian Michel, and he won't be a happy chappy.
I literally don't understand what that was for. Oh, as Fernandez has crashed. Fernandez in the 48 has crashed.
Oh, yes, damage to Fernandez as well. What actually? Oh, he's gone off the road.
He tried to go around the outside of the Texas
course, yeah.
The Porsche curves and just came together into the wall.
Alaria Finn moved over. Fernandez came back. And then Fernandez, was that collision with Finn there? What actually happened? Yep, warnings in sectors 3. Oh, both went round, so maybe there was contact, but Fernandez took damage, yeah. Ilaria Finn, I'm not sure what happened with Ilaria Finn. I'll have to find out. But Fernandez in the pits. Ilaria has damage too, I believe. Yep, he's going to come into the pits too. So 2 accidents in as many minutes, really, here at Le Mans. And that's not really what we'd like to see. Sector 3, though, is clear. And, yeah, that's good to see. Yeah. Really was 2 incidents there that probably need to be looked at. Not really what we'd like to see, but yeah. Fernandez in though, look, at least we can get the damage repaired.
Fernandez in. Well, it did happen very close to the end of the lap. It did happen at the entry to the Porsche curves.
Yeah, entry to the Porsche curves is always a difficult place in its own right, but oof. Yeah. Interesting to see how this is going to go then. Oscar Hardwick, though, still leading for GNS with Metro Valley Johnson, 5 seconds behind. Not sure what's going to happen here, but well, Bailey into the pits. Don't know whether there was damage from that incident then, or whether this is just a genuine driver swap. But let's see what goes on. Stephen Bailey is going to come into the pits. James Wilson's waiting, so this will be a driver swap.
Wilson's waiting. There might be a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, perhaps so. I'm hoping we can get Stephen Bailey in after this, maybe to have a chat about what went on from his point of view, because it was a bit laggy for me.
Fantastic stint as well.
Yes,
in almost
a
5
mammoth
hours.
stint. 4.5 hours on Bailey. That is a monster stint. Absolutely massive. And yeah, I'd like to get him in because my replay is a bit laggy. I don't know whether yours is, Neil, but I'd like to see this from Stephen Bailey's point of view. But we'll see if we can get him. If we can't, it's not the end of the world. We'd like to have a chat with him about all things VEC anyway, because it's great to have him back with us. And, well, I don't know what the team are going to do from now, but James Wilson going to be getting in the car, and Wilson, a very capable driver in his own right, although they are down to third as Michelle goes through. And Wilson is in the car now.
A very capable driver as well.
Very quick
everyone
stop.
in DHR is.
Yeah, they are. Very quick stop though from the DHR, so maybe either no damage or it hasn't been repaired.
Just have to see.
As so apparently just looking to see what's going on track still. Riviero in the pits after his incident. Marcus Gerzak is in the no limit car, I've just noticed now. Still out the front, status quo being maintained. As Alejandro Fernandez just having a little bit of a problem on the turns there, though he's gotten it back on track, and all is good in that sense. But still, either way, Prototype's still having mostly, for the most part, a good race at the moment. As I'm just keeping an eye on the battles that are going on. There's a big battle going on between Schroeder and Dynagard. They're close. McDonald's ahead of them, of course. Carsten Dynagard and Frederick Schroeder. Seawolf versus Undercover. This is a battle in the Le Mans Prototype 2 field, and it is a battle for 5th in class. Schroeder and Dynagard gonna chase each other down here as gonna keep going round here. Keep it going. That's what they need to do. I just seen the on the stream the Talking Dog racing car has damage, which is not good for them. But Schroeder and Dynagard
car with Martins at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, Martins damage there for him, but that's not going to help his case in any way. But at the moment, this battle with Schroeder and Dynagard really, really good. Frederick Schroeder in the Seawolf car. It's Carsten Dynagard in the Undercover car. 2 prototypes who have battled it out before.
Yeah, we've seen that. Pardon me, Dynagard had quite a large incident earlier on with Scuderia GT Italia P1. Has managed to get back up there. Schroeder, we've seen, is very good all day. He's been in a few battles so far. We've seen that he's a very clean driver. So this should be quite fun. This is for 5th in class.
And fun tidbit of information for you, this is actually an all-Danish battle. Both Schroeder and Dynagard are Danish, so very, very Danish battle going on here. This should be interesting to see how this goes. I'm sure that will please Jimmy Allison, who's also Danish.
You give him a little bit of home pride, but indeed, pardon me, it's very close between these two as they're just coming down towards the second chicane. Schroeder in the slipstream of Dynagard. Yeah,
and these two cars rather, not necessarily Schroeder and Dynagard have had battles, but still going to be interesting to see how the Seawolf and Undercover car give this new chapter of battling a little bit of a name, so to speak. And Schroeder and Dynagard, let's see whether they go into Indianapolis. That's my bet. Of course, they'll go into Indianapolis, but will there be an overtake there?
Coming down to Mulsanne Corner, Schroeder not close enough to make a move on the Undercover racing car.
Yeah, not close enough at the moment, but Daniel Almeida is ahead, and I believe he's GT traffic. This might provide an opportunity then, because Schroeder's going to have the draft. He's going to have the draft He's going to have the draft 3 times over, but he's going to be, more importantly, gaining speed. Let's see what he can do here. No, there won't be enough room.
These two seem fairly matched in top speed, though.
Schroeder has to brake as late as he can.
Schroeder not able to make it.
Oh, Danigard, what? Like happened before. That we saw before, move on to the outside of our nose. That can't happen this time around. Schroeder threatened it though. He did threaten it. Wow, that was an interesting little mini battle there, and I'm sure it's going to continue throughout this race. But yeah, interesting stuff occurring in the P2 field too. Schroeder and Dynagard still duking it out, actually, as we speak, in this battle for the P2 position number 5.
Yep. Dynagard in the 70 and Schroeder in the 46. 46 joint second coming to the championship. The 6th place as they are in the moment, certainly not helping. And it's almost, well, in fact, impossible to get the championship as Atlantic are in the lead as Dynagard comes into the pits.
Karsten in, breaks up the battle, but gets himself a pit stop. And Karsten, at this point in the race, will not be switching drivers because Anthony Hans is not one of the drivers, nor is any of the other drivers on the side of that car waiting. I know Anthony Hans is a driver, of course, but not in the waiting area. So Anthony Hans, none of the drivers listed on the side of the car waiting in the area, so there will be no driver swap yet. Karsten Dernegard, though, at the moment, in the pits. Vanning Johnson in too, as is Hardwick. A response then from the Vodbo boys.
Interesting between the two of them.
Vodbo respond to GNS pit.
Perhaps it's the pit stops just coinciding, but it could well be a reaction. Could be
indeed a reaction to the incident or the pit, and well, Charlie Johnson parks up later. Hardwick will get out first, I think, but Ed will definitely be there to retaliate in touching distance of the other car. And Oscar Hardwick, yep, he exits first. Trevelyan Johnson's going to be very tight turning circle to get here. I imagine that wheel will be locked all the way to the left. But Oscar Hardwick gets out, but Christian Michel has assumed the lead for Team Velas. Velas Simsport. They're going to win the championship at this rate.
Indeed, Velas currently in the lead of the race now. A fantastic job done by that 21 car. You got to remember that not that long ago they were within 25 seconds of the lead of the race. So they've done extraordinarily well. The Velas car did set the fastest lap after penalties were applied. Started 6th.
I think there's a driver change.
Fantastically from there.
I think there's a driver change. I think Dawei Tapper's going to be getting in that Vodbo car now, because they'd have taken a while, and Dawei Tapper, of course, one of the drivers of that car. So going to be interesting to see how this goes for him. Trevelyan Johnson will be getting out of that car, and Dawei Tapper will be getting in. Tapper into the car then. Trevelyan Johnson out. And this will be an interesting one for sure. James Wilson then, and Dawei Tapper in the 3 and 4 placed cars. Oscar Hardwick in the 2nd and Michelle leading. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what Dawei Tapper is. Tapper, of course, the Dutchman of the squad of the Vodbull team. And very, very capable is Dawei. Knows his stuff in a prototype. Gonna get past GT Tommy, the champion race car, just gonna get round the outside there. Flashes his lights. He's not a happy Dutchman though, as Augusto Arias has been assigned a stop-go penalty.
It's going to be a stop-cold 60 for that incident with Stephen Bailey.
Oh yes, Arias at the wheel of the MVT Racing Team car now. That's why they will get a penalty for that, has ruled Jimmy Allison. So there you go, he's gonna get it.
Which I think is very right for the situation.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just do that. You can't turn into people, can't be that reckless, and it was avoidable, absolutely, but what's done is done, and they will get the penalty for it, and that's what's important.
Indeed, James Wilson, now in that 3-car in 3rd place, has to try and track down Hardwick and Michelle. But he's a long way back. Wilson just coming down towards Mulsanne Corner. Hardwick just left R&R, so a long distance between the two of them, about 40-45 seconds.
Yeah, gonna be interested to see how this is going to proceed, rather. And, well, Michelle, Hardwick, Wilson, top of the prototypes, of course. We have prototype 2 battles to worry about as well. Most notably the whole Danigard situation when it gets back going again, because it will get back going again, because when is it not? Battling GT though, Cino Vidor versus Mark Hennebury. Let's go to the GTs, because GTs are fun. Hennebury and Vidor close by. Now Cino Vidor's had a lot of the GT airtime actually, but he's going to get some more, because he's in another battle.
Vidor's just always been able to find a battle in that Porsche, hasn't he?
Yep, interesting stuff, interesting stuff. But sure from Vidor, and he always seems to find himself in a battle here. And, well, gonna see how this goes for him. Porsche versus Chevrolet. Lovely car, isn't it, the Porsche, Neil?
Oh, it is. It's very well designed as well. Just sort of like the black and white. It really just does stand out. But I must say, I prefer the RSA Protea car that is catching. That's a beautiful livery on that Corvette.
Yeah, of course. The champion car as well, the black and gold, difference from the blue and red of the normal, from the Corvette and stuff that they run as well. And the Prototype 2 is slight difference for them. A 7-year celebration livery of Atlantic Motorsport, that's why.
7 years gone. Let's hope they have another 7 years in the future.
Yeah, let's hope they keep going for many years. But, you know, Vidor, Hennebury, into Indianapolis. Here goes Cino, dives down the inside. Thank you very much to Cino Vidor. I'll have that place. And he moves his jolly self directly into 27th overall and 9th in class.
9th in class is very good now. Hennebury now means he's the last of the VLMS entry. Still the top 10 though.
Still top 10, yeah, still the top 10. That's the important thing. He is in this top 10 of the race, and that's where he needs to be. In the top 10 is Mark Hennebury, and it will be 10 of the best from him. He'll be a very happy chappy in that position. Won't be as happy as if he was 5th, though. Let's be honest, because 5th is better.
Indeed, the 169 car has 7th place. That's the Witchwood car, and Chuck Mackley in the 175 car on the podium, 3rd place.
Yeah, on the podium, absolutely on the podium here, and, well, most certainly in contention for future success, as I've just seen. Nope, that's just me repeating myself. And, well, at the moment, this whole battle between Vidor, where is, well, Cino Vidor, as we just said, 27th. Hennebury still chasing, though, but he's losing time now. As, oh dear. Bit of a warning for Manichak Markley on track limits. Well, Manichak Markley, okay. And the Caspian Motorsport car has been warned about track limits. If he keeps this up, keeps abusing them or keeps exceeding them, not necessarily saying he's intentionally doing it, but if he keeps exceeding track limits, there may be a penalty applied. This was mentioned before the start of the race.
Chuck Mackley is also not actually that far from Heiko Kolvenbach. Chuck Mackley just turning into Indianapolis. Kolvenbach just exiting Arnage.
Yeah, so Kolvenbach at the moment, you know, Kolvenbach Heiko is in 20th place overall, Chuck Mackley 21st, but yeah, well, he needs to watch the track limits a bit, because obviously penalties can be applied live, as we mentioned, but Caspian Motorsport, all in all, having a good run.
Absolutely fantastic run, and showing that these VEC guys, that VLMS is not just a feeder series, but is just as good as VEC.
Yep, going to be interesting to see how this is, and Manichak Mackley, he is having a good race with Caspian, as are Caspian in general. Really, it's just going to show how good the VLMS teams are. The fact that he's come up from VLMS with his Caspian team, and they're doing so well as all of the VLMS teams, they're going to all be proud of themselves.
I mean, they're not beating bad cars. All 3 of them are beating the 94 car, the current championship leader.
Yeah, Really
All of them are
doing
being
well.
sim racing for Holland. They're currently third into the championship.
Doing a good job at the moment. Is Caspian and all of the BMS entries, of course. Kieran Parkin, I've just noticed, is in the number 2 car now. So Kieran Parkin driving the number 2 DHR. I didn't notice that, but I do now. Problems for
There we
them
go.
throughout this race. Maybe Parkin could be the one to bring them back into contention.
Perhaps they just seem to have had rotten luck the entire race.
Yeah, it's not really been their race, but the race will continue. Kieran Parkin will continue. The number 2 will continue. Hopefully they can get back into it, because it would be great if they can. And it'd be interesting to see how this goes. And Parkin driving very well, as Kieran Parkin does. Very, very good driver, Kieran Parkin. Again, another one you know a lot about.
Yes, indeed, a very good driver. He's an excellent top-class prototype driver. That's where he really excels in.
Yeah, really does excel, does Kieran Parkin, in these prototypes and fast cars. And I'm sure we'll see him do very well in this championship and in the championships to come and this Le Mans. Kieran Parkin, though, you know, part of that number 2 DHR team, which consists of Ethan Patty, Kieran Parkin, Max Scheider, and as well as that, Nikolai Wisniewski at the pole, as we've just been joined in the booth by Ed Trevelyan Johnson.
Hello.
Hi Ed, so your Vodbull lot are in 4th at the moment. Dawe Tapper currently piloting the car, and it's been a bit of an up and down race for you lot.
I think it's been more up and down for other people.
Well, yeah, still for you though. There's been ups and there's been downs.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yes. I mean, I think James drove pretty perfectly, or as close to perfect as we can imagine, and I wasn't so good. My pace wasn't consistent, and yeah, I mean it's my first race in the car, and I've only done one other LMP1 race before, and that was this season in the DHR number 2 at Silverstone. So yeah, I was just feeling a bit kind of nervous out there, and it didn't help when Steve Bailey was bearing down on me like a raging nuts, and then after that, Oscar Hardwick. I was getting very frustrated, just wondering why they were so much faster. I knew Bailey is very fast in that car in race trim, but yeah, I hadn't seen kind of Hardwick's pace before that, and I guess he's very quick. But at the same time, I was on my last stint, so yeah, I have a feeling that when those guys were catching me, they had fresh tyres. Yeah. Maybe you know more about that than I do.
Yeah, Oscar Hardwick leading the race now after Christian Michel has pitted in the Vela Simsport car. Of course, Vela Simsport, a team you have quite significant ties to, Ed, but obviously driving for Vodbull this season, you'll want to beat them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to beat Yuri specifically, I guess.
Yuri specifically?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's all good fun. I think I may have driven with Yuri on track in a race once at Silverstone for a little bit, but yeah, I was pretty off the pace there, so I haven't had a proper battle with him yet. We'll see how it fleshes out later in the race. I think we're in still a pretty decent position. I did manage.
Just narrowly missed an incident Dawe Tapper there with a GT. That was having a prototype that was having an incident there. That was Mark Fuller, who went off at the second for chicane, and he hit he just locked up, and Tapper missed him by a matter of inches. But yes, Dawe into 3rd now, because Adam Taylor in the pits for Team Virus, and Christian Michel is still in the pits for Vela Simsport. They're back into the top 3.
So yeah, I mean, one thing I've been kind of anticipating is when the stop go. Oh yeah, no, I've just seen that on the replay. When the stop goes start filtering in. I mean, I know from previous races they've already been done, but from off tracks cut warnings, because right at the end of my stint I did get my 3rd cut warning. I know, silly me and all that, but yeah, so I was lucky enough to be able to serve it on the exact lap I was due to pit to change Dow, so we only lost 10 seconds at the end of the day. But yeah, I was very worried that once you get your third and you get your first stop go, it starts stacking very, very quickly. So second, it's another 10 seconds, and it gets very time consuming.
Yeah, I imagine it would consume a lot of time. Any questions for Ed from you, Neil?
Of course, you being in the P1 class, obviously the fastest class here, how have you found lapping other cars today? Have they been cooperative?
Yeah, I'd say within reason. Yeah, there've been there's always going to be a couple of anomalies, but yeah, there's always the age-old argument between the LMP1s and the I suppose GTs and maybe to a slightly lesser extent LMP2s, where the LMP1s will think, oh, why can't you get it other way a bit more, and the GTs will say, well, we're on the edge of adhesion, we have to use all of the road. So it's just a case of kind of broadening your mind a little bit to try and encompass that. But yeah, I mean, there are a couple of passes I think I just slightly got away with in the Porsche curves, but otherwise it's all been pretty nice. I passed Haniel Sabti in the dark racing car. I know they're fighting the championship at one point, and I passed him just before Tertre Rouge, and I saw him spin off and I don't know, potentially get damage, and I thought I wasn't quite sure because they're such long cars, these LMP1s, whether I had cut his nose off a little bit, because you have to, if possible, pull back out to the left to turn into the right-hander of Tertre Rouge. But yeah, no, I immediately sent someone to ask him if everything was okay afterwards in TeamSpeak while I was still driving, and he seemed to be fine. So yeah, I hope that wasn't due to me that he went off.
Yeah, of course. Still a lot of race left to go, isn't there, Ed? We keep saying these things can change the race, but there's still a lot of race left to go. 19 hours, because we've just ticked on a minute 302.
Yeah, I think the start aside, and the start was astonishing. That was possibly the craziest start I've ever seen in an endurance race. But yeah, I mean, I think overall people have been driving much safer and smarter than they have in previous years. I think this is the safest and smartest year. You can see that the people are sticking to their strategies and not having to adapt too much around incidents. Certainly from my perspective, perhaps, I know you guys can see a lot more than I can when I'm interested in one car. But yeah, I mean, perhaps a little bit less, a bit fewer cars damaged, perhaps. I don't know. You can tell me.
Damage hasn't been. Well, there has been some significant damage, but still, some cars getting away with, just minor damage. Others having more serious damage. But either way, been a very good race so far. I'm sure, right?
Yeah, well, from my perspective, it has. No, there's certainly been fewer calls where my teammates have gone, oh god, he's gone off, or something like that, and meaning, oh, we're going to make up a place, like they're going to have damage for a load of time. So I think that kind of speaks for itself.
It counts when it's a 24-hour sprint like this. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Ed Jermaine Johnson. Pleasure to have you with us as ever. Do feel free to join us again later, and of course, good luck to you in football. Thank you very much. I think you're going to be joined by Stephen Bailey in a little bit. I was hoping he'd join me here so we could talk about when he was catching me and I went off. But a bit too late. Anyway, ta-ta. Good stuff, guys. Thank you very much, Ed. So, anyway, this update is 5 minutes late, but it is time for an rFactor 2 hourly update, courtesy of the Scottish Supernova, Neil Heatley.
The Scottish Supernova. That is one way to certainly introduce me. In the lead of the race at the moment, we have Oscar Hardwick in the number 22 GNS Nismo. 43 seconds behind is James Wilson in the number 3. Okay, it's in racing car. I'm just trying to remember which one it is. In third is Dow Tapper in the number 14 Vodbull car, whose co-driver is Ed Trevelyan Johnson, who we just had talking to us. In fourth is now Alexei Cavella in the number 21 Vela Sim Sport car. That's a change of driver. And fifth is Pedro Gomez in the Sim HQ Motorsport 19. Those are actually the only 5 on the lead lap now. Everyone else has been lapped. In P2, the leader of the race is still the number 32 Atlantic Motorsport car, this time round piloted by April Dillon. Second is Mark Flueler in the 31 Flatline Racing car. Third is Alejandro Fernandez in the Magenta Warriors Racing 48. Fourth is Sam McDonald in the number 33 Vela Sim Sport. And fifth is Frederick Schroeder in the 46 Seawolf Net Race car. And going down towards your GTs, the leader in that is Gargeli Barros in the number 89 Vela Sim Sport car. Second is Heiko Kolvenbach in the 3-wide Motorsport car. Third is the first of the VLMS entries as the 175 Caspian Motorsport BMW Z4 piloted by Milichuk Mackley. Fourth is Hani Al-Sabte in the Dark Racing car. And fifth is Bram Balin in the 66 SRVN.
And that was an rFactor 2 hourly update, courtesy of the Neil Heatley, which was a very good rFactor 2 hourly update, it must be said. Well done, Neil. You're definitely getting a hang for this.
Indeed, just about after how many races?
After how many races
Just
have we
about.
done this one now? Yeah, just about getting the hang of the rFactor 2
Just
hourly
about close
updates.
enough.
Just about managing as a... Well... If you're enjoying this stream, that's absolutely amazing. Keep yourself very happy with that and give the stream a like, share it with your friends. Inform people that they're missing out by watching this, but in about 27 minutes time, we're going to be taking a very quick break before we switch to part 2 of the stream. So be sure to be ready to switch over to that because we are splitting the stream into 4 parts for broadcasting purposes. So as soon as that comes around, we'll inform you and you'll be ready to switch over to enjoy a seamless transition and continuing enjoyment of your 24 hours of Le Mans entertainment. Because 24-hour races should be entertaining.
They should be. 24-hour races are always entertaining, Josh.
Yes, that much I cannot disagree with. I know we disagree on many things in broadcasts, but we can't disagree on that. As, James Wilson having a slight off at the second chicane there in the Doug Henson number 3 car. I say slight off. Tommy Oyala went through and he just missed his turn in, I think. It just went a little bit wide.
How you say
major.
that? Hang on. There may or may not have been a slight crash in the pit lane.
Oh dear. What is the slight crash in the pit lane? Is it Gergely Barros?
The 89 and the 88, indeed.
Oh no. That's not good. We saw Barros come in. We saw Barros come into the pits on the stream there, but I didn't actually watch it. I was watching something else at the time. But Barros did come in, and yeah, I think there may have been an incident. He was trying to get out, and he may have hit someone. Did he not reverse? Gergely, stick in the reverse, man. Oh, yeah, here we go. Movement. Oh, was it? Or was it his pit box or something? No, Gerzak. No, he just waited. Could he not have put it in reverse? Or was he waiting for him? That is weird.
I have no idea, but that is the 89 car. That was your leader in class. Now Heiko Kolvenbach in the 77 3-wide car is in the lead, and Milichuk Mackley's up into second.
Very interesting occurrences going on here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. I wonder what that was about. That is strange. Why did not Gergely just put it in reverse and reverse the heck out of there instead of waiting for Gerzak? I am confused. How come? Well, what it's done
Why did I know that was coming next?
What it's done is it's given us a mini battle because I think Gerzak and Barros are in different laps, but we can see them fight each other. It's going to give us something to watch. GT versus GT, Corvette versus Corvette, and blue flag's being waved at Gerzak now. He'll get out of the way.
Flags.
He'll get out of the way. Barros goes through nicely there. So Gergely now doesn't have the 3-wide car to worry about. Sorry, not the 3-wide, the no limit car. But no idea what Gerzak's doing. Here comes Hardwick, race leader, to overtake both of them.
I think Gerzak is 8 laps down on Gergely, so no use trying to make a move on there. But there goes Hardwick through the both of them with that wonderful power of the Nissan.
Yeah, hard raking that P1. Very powerful car, very powerful driver, and knows how to handle it. One thing having power, it's knowing how well to deploy it is another one. It'll be interesting to see how this race goes for JNS. Very good mid-section of the race coming up for them, I believe. As night begins to descend on the Le Mans circuit. It's definitely dusking down now, isn't it?
It is indeed. You can see that the light levels are starting certainly to get lower.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how this goes. I mean, people in the chat seem to be as confused as we were about the whole Barros situation, but yeah, going to be interesting to see how this goes. I'm looking at the live timing now, just as I keep doing. It's really a really useful thing to have as a commentator, isn't it, live timing? Because it lets you see that Nicola D'Agostino is close to Matthias Grau, 26 and 27 in the GTs.
D'Agostino in the 169 Whichwood car, and Matthias Grau in the 75 PRL Logitech.
Yep, and Grau's just been overtaken by Schroeder there in the P2, so has to be careful here until D'Agostino. He's going to try and get the exit here, and that Whichwood car again has been an impressive running from the LMS entries, although Caspian Motorsport in second really the most impressive of the GTs at the moment.
Well, certainly at the moment, you've got to remember that they've yet to pit, though. I do think the Velas car, the 89, is theoretically in the lead of the race, but you just got to have a look at the pit times and when they're going to come in.
D'Agostino has the overspeed covering into the second chicane, but not enough actual on-track position. Grau goes a little wide, though. This might benefit D'Agostino because he's not gone wide. Do you think it's going to be in a Mulsanne? I think it is. Nicola D'Agostino in the Whichwood car, then going to chase down Matthias Grau in the Payroll Logitech. Looks to the left, looks to the right. Now he goes right inside of Mulsanne from Matthias Grau. He's got to defend, and D'Agostino goes through. And Nicola D'Agostino and the Whichwood team into position number 8 in their class. But he's gone wide, and Grau! Oh, Matthias Grau. If he'd been a little bit more inwards, he could have advantaged himself. Taken advantage, rather. But Grau, oh, he almost goes into the back of the Whichwood car. Doesn't get to take advantage, doesn't get the place back.
Indeed, it seemed like Grau just kind of followed D'Agostino off, didn't he?
He could have overshot it.
He could have overshot himself, but perhaps had a little bit of tunnel vision and just was focused on the back of D'Agostino.
Maybe so easy to do, and Grau will have to catch up now, but interesting battle between these two still potentially on if Grau can make time up again, but it looks like D'Agostino's dropping him now. Looks like D'Agostino is going to start making the gap back up, which is exactly what he needs to do, just start to pull away. Interesting battle potentially though if Grau can catch up. At the
it appears that D'Agostino's just kind of ran away slightly since passing him at Mulsanne corner. Just going to see what the speed is like through the Porsche curves though for D'Agostino.
Yeah, Nicola D'Agostino through the Porsche
they're both
curves.
in Corvettes.
Yeah,
they're both
same
in
sort of
Corvettes,
speed.
so they're going to have similar handling characteristics and similar strengths. So
I think it is too close to call between them, to be honest. I think they are taking them at pretty much the same speed. Maybe Grau was slightly faster, but it's only by a couple of kilometers. But yeah, either way, really starting to peter out between these two. But you know, going to be interesting to see how this goes for D'Agostino and Grau, to be sure. And neither car, I believe, in the running for the championship. Of course, VLMS cars can't score points in this race. Not going to score championship points, even if they won, they wouldn't get any. So Neil Heatley, they don't affect the championship standings for the GTs.
no, they don't. So, for example, having a look at the top, Kovenbach, then Chuck Mackley, then Barros. Even though Barros is third, he's going to get second place points because at the end of the race, you just take the VLMS cars out, and that's how the points are awarded. So they're essentially like non-championship runners.
Yep, they are non-championship effectively, and just special guest entries, they're not eligible for points. They will still get the results, of course. Everything they score will still count. They just won't get the points for it. And that's how you can see it. They can still win the GT class, they just won't score. As I'm saying that I'm just Looking at the live timing here, I'm looking for some more battles. Apart from this growl battle, there's not an awful lot going on, but that's not a bad thing. We can concentrate on Le Mans as a spectacle, really, and just look at any other interesting things that are happening. In fact,
Barclays in the pits.
you know what? Neil Heatley, I'm going to ask you a question. How do you fancy doing an onboard lap with Oscar Hardwick, the race leader?
Indeed, that sounds like a good
Why don't he take us through Le Mans?
Just stuck behind. Oh, April Dillon takes to the curbs to avoid Hardwick, but here he comes across the start finish line is Oscar Hardwick. You've got to remember this car only has 5 gears. Does the Nissan moves to the inside of the GT car? Ruiz, that's the driver change in the Monaco car, has just came out of the pits ahead, down into first gear for the Dunlop chicane. Will go around the outside of Ruiz, coming down the S's. It's easy to pass there. Coming through Tetra Rouge S, down 1 gear into second. Up this corner, very difficult, slightly off camber at the top of the hill. It's very easy to go wide and go into the barriers on the left hand side. Down into third gear is the Nissan. Now this is really where you get the oomph of the Nissan GT-R LM. The straight line, let's just listen to it coming down to the first chicane. Braking at 345 kilometers an hour is Oscar Hardwick, coming down into first gear, quickly up into second, just using the first gear to get that turning radius round the middle part of the chicane, because it's very difficult to get that turning in this front wheel drive car. Accelerating back up into fifth gear again, coming down towards the second chicane. What's the speed coming down into braking zone? 330, 335. Will we reach 340 before braking? Yes, we do. 341 under braking for the second chicane. Again, something similar. Down into second, first to get the launch of the corner, almost immediately back into second. Now coming down to Mulsanne corner, the second most difficult braking zone on the corner. You have to, on the track I should say, you have to turn and brake at the same time. Very difficult. It's so easy to lock up one of these wheels and go straight on at Mulsanne. 335 at braking zone, down from 5th into 1st, the second slowest corner on the track, down to 90 kilometers an hour for the GNS car. Now accelerating up to Indianapolis, 3 kinks before the braking zone. Here we're just going under the SRCA banner. Here, there's the first kink. Coming up, going through the gears, already up into 5th gear actually, through the second kink. 340 kilometers an hour through the third. Now braking slightly, yeah, you just heard that it was a brake, then a lift off, then a second brake, just allowing the car to get settled under that turn. Now to Arnage, the slowest corner in the circuit, down to 75 kilometers an hour for the Nissan. Now up to one of the more technical parts of the circuit, probably the most technical part of the circuit, the Porsche curves. This is the final bit of public road on the circuit before you reach the purpose-built part again. Up into 5th yet again, 327 kilometers an hour before braking, down 2 gears. Try not let it drift out too far left, because you've got to be ready for that left-hander. It's almost like a double apex. Then again for the long right-handers, it's very easy to pass GT cars around the outside here, through Virage Corvette. On the power again, Maison Blanche, the flat out right-left, although not flat out in the wet, you'd be surprised to hear. Now getting ready for the 4 chicanes, braking at that pit entry. Right then left, the first one so much faster than the second, and accelerating out of the final corner, and that is a 324.3 for Oscar Hardwick.
Well, what a lap that was from Oscar Hardwick there. Pretty good lap in all things considered.
Very good lap.
Definitely settling into a rhythm now. That's something you need in endurance racing. Just settle yourself into a rhythm, into a sort of sequence. What you need to do.
Yeah, it's all about the rhythm, and especially in endurance racing. It's all about that rhythm.
That's all about the rhythm. That's it. I may not have any, but Oscar Hardwick certainly does. Pedro Romano, though, is starting to close in on Mark Hennebury in the GTs. 26 and 27 potential battle brewing. And that's not a car we've talked about a lot, Dark Racing. Actually, one of the championship contenders, though they're not having the best race in the world. Ramada currently 9th in the overall standing, so probably not going to win the championship at this rate, Dark.
Of course, you've got to remember Pedro Ramada was the team leader of the winning VLMS GT team as well.
Yep, so an effective VLMS entry there for Ramada, but he's with Dark Racing, so not really. Very similar colours to the Flatline car, which is just past it.
Indeed, it's almost like a colour inversion. The dark car has a lot of black and a little bit of light green, where the Flatline is the opposite.
Yeah, a lot of green and a bit of black for them, so, you know, colour schemes. You can definitely have some interesting colour schemes in sim racing, and, well, we're proving... Oh, dear me, I've knocked my microphone, but we're proving here, in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, that we can have some very nice-looking cars, all very lovely-looking and lovely DX11 as well. What's your favourite car, Neil, on the grid?
A very interesting question. The favourite car on the grid?
Yes, to look at.
I'm just going to have to quick look through all of them at the moment. I must say, I do like the sim racing for Holland checkerboard.
Oh, yes.
I also I like that checkerboard livery, and I do quite like the Wanaco livery, the orange and the black. That's always very nice to see, always very easy to pick out.
Yeah, very easy to pick out these cars, and very interesting to see that. And it is a nice car, the sim racing Holland car, I have to agree. It's a lovely, lovely...
Also the RSA Protea car and the 3-wide GT as well. I like both of them as well.
Also lovely cars. I like the No Limit Motorsport. I like the 88. The red, white and black. Very striking colour scheme indeed. And oh dear, Roy Schroten has left the race. Was driving the 139 car, I believe, but is disconnected. Problems for Schroten.
It was the 139.
Yeah, that's another nice looking car, but I really like the No Limit GT, definitely. One of the nicer cars on the ground in my opinion. Very striking, and I like that a lot. I also like the golden black of the Atlantic Motorsport 54. And another car which I really like is the SRVN, the striking Dutch orange Ferrari. Very nice to look at. Some of the ones you've mentioned are my favourites as well, but if I had to go for an absolute favourite, I mentioned before, it would probably be that number 2 or number 3 DHR car. Just something about it just works.
It's a very... As Hardwick's just came into the pits, it's a very... You can easily imagine that livery on an Audi factory car.
It's got a very, it's got a very Team Collars vibe to it, isn't it? Almost with the gold and the orange, but yeah, it's got a very Team Collars vibe to it. Not necessarily a Team Just, but sort of like a privateer Audi factory team, or a not officially backed Audi factory team, or Audi but not Audi. It has a very Audi vibe to it. I agree. Very nicely done, and I like it. Of course, Doug Henson Racing have a bit of history in the Virtual Endurance Championship. I think in Season 7 they ran Toyotas. They haven't always been an Audi team. A lot of teams have history in the VEC. I've only been here since Season 8, but I know roughly about the occurrences of Season 7.
Roughly about the occurrences.
Roughly about the occurrences, that's one way to put it.
I do believe Oscar Hardwick is still on the pits, he's still not moving, which means the 14 car will take the lead of this race. Oh no, Hardwick just moving, but Tapper just managed to pass him. Yeah, Tapper has managed to go through, so Vod will reassume the lead from GNS. Hardwick's not that far behind though. Apparently, I'm incorrect. Enzo Farsi in the chat saying your favourite is the Velas livery prior to our cars. Well, that's me told. There you go. Question answered. Your favourite is the Velas, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes, yes, you can take the pistol away from my head now. Yes, but Hardwick, though, really going to want to chase down Tapper here. This could be a good battle if Hardwick can catch up. We saw how quickly he caught up to Trevelyan Johnson before, then got him around the outside of Mulsanne. It did round the outside of Mulsanne corner. That was an absolutely fantastic move from Hardwick, wasn't it? Phenomenal move indeed. As indeed we're heading towards... Oh, pardon me. We're heading towards 6 hours to go left in the broadcast. Sorry. 6 hours gone. We've got 5 minutes until we swap over to the... Oh, sorry, we've just got under 10 minutes before we swap over to part 2 of the stream. We're splitting this into 4 parts, so you can watch it all on YouTube later on, because YouTube only does a maximum of 11 hours and 55 minutes worth of streaming. So you can watch the 24 hours in all of its glory later on. But indeed, Dougie Tapper has managed to get ahead of Hardwick after Hardwick took the pit stop, and Cavella is in 3rd place in 21 Vela's car. But right behind him is the number 3 Doug Hensing racing car with James Wilson at the wheel. Has to try and get round Heiko Kolvenbach, the current GT leader, 19th overall. And does that beautifully coming out of the second chicane, but this could be quite fun to watch. We know how fast that number 3 DHR car is. It's been in the lead it was in the lead for quite a lot of the race today. It's always been up there, close to the front. We know how fast it is. We haven't quite seen the pace of the 21 Velez though. Vela is trying to pull away as fast as possible from the 3 car, but I think Wilson has a good chance of catching him within the next couple of laps or so. Also, a very close battle on track is between Taylor and Pizzo for 6th place overall, 6th place in the P1 class. That's actually a lie because they're a lap apart. I thought they were close on track, but no, they are a lap apart. So I've just slowed you down the river there. But indeed, dusk is starting to set here at Le Mans. The night time is coming where everyone comes out to play. We'll hear the symphony of the night in a couple of hours' time, and it will be oh so glorious. Pedro Gomez has had a spin in the 19 car at Tetra Rouge. Just having a look at what happened to him coming up towards Tetra Rouge. And just lost it on turning. Luckily didn't hit anything. Slid across the track. Oh, very, very close for the one Akko car. Absolutely extraordinary that Ruiz, with fantastic reactions, to miss the sideways Gomez. But just a small hiccup there for Gomez. Cavella is slightly stuck behind the P2 car. That's the 37 MVT car with Arias at the wheel coming through the Dunlop chicane. Wasn't able to get past him. That's going to cost him a little bit of time, especially with Wilson bearing down on him. Having a look slightly further down, Kieran Park has managed to get back into the top 10 in that number 2 car. But April Dillon's had an absolutely wonderful race. That 32 car's had a wonderful race. They've just crossed the start-finish line, and Fuller in the 31 flatline car's not even reached Indianapolis yet. So about a minute 15, a minute 20 lead for the Atlantic Motorsport car. Fantastic job by them so far. As Chuck Mackley comes into the pits in the number 175. In fact, that's him just made his pit stop. The car behind him is Burrows. He's just came across the start-finish line. Will he be able to jump him in the pit stages? And indeed, I believe he has. Chuck Mackley is now 2nd on track in pure pace. Fantastic job by the 175 Caspian car today. But indeed a fantastic job by them. But Burrows is very close behind. Of course, Jack Macklin will have cold tyres. His brakes will be cold from sitting in the pits. Can Burrows catch him? And Mark Hennebury in the RSA Protea car has no front end. He sat in the pits with no bonnet. I'll just quickly see if I can go and see what happened to the 170 car. It appeared to happen quite a while ago though, so there we go. I'm back with us. With the Marty Jannetty to my Shawn Michaels, it's Josh Anderson.
What? No, I'm better than that. Come on. Give us credit where it's due, man. You won't do it, will you? Fine. Okay, I will always be the B+ player to Neil Heatley's A star, but what you need to know, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're only 4 minutes after this broadcast. More like 3 at the moment, actually, because we're going to be switching over in a moment.
Ooh, that's very interesting. The reason that Hennebury is in the pits is because he had an incident with Matthias Garau.
Oh, Mark Hennebury. That's not what I want to be really saying. Incidents between people, but... Yes, what actually happened, Neil? Do you know?
I'm just going to quickly have another look because I pressed R instead of pause.
Oh, Neil, well done, mate. You'll get the Victoria Cross for that.
I'll get a hang of this commentating eventually.
Yeah, you'll get the hang one day, but we'll see how we'll get there in the end, I'm sure. But what you need to know is in a couple of minutes' time we'll be switching streams to switch over to the next part of the race, and we'll be giving you the part 2 of this. We're splitting it into 3, 4, 6-hour chunks for broadcast purposes. So, you know, switch over to that now. I'm sure the link will be posted in the comments. If it wasn't before, do go get it again.
But I do believe just before we do switch to another stream, are we going to have this interview once we switch over?
No, I think we have someone waiting for an interview, but we are going to wait until after the stream split for that, because we wouldn't have time to start it. We would not have time to start it. And, well, we're going to get ourselves a scenario now where we split the screen, and, well, that scenario is now. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching part 1 of the SimRacing.com 24 Hours of Le Mans. And stay with us. We're going to the new stream, but please keep watching our race as the 24 Hours of Le Mans continues at SimRacing.club's Virtual Endurance Championship.